Welcome everyone to day 3 of week 9 of the VCS Spring Split. Day 3 means last day of the week? No, it does not. We are in a super week. We have 2 more days for you. Today will be the first day of last series of every single team. My name is Uwe, and with me Clockwork and Marby today. How are you guys? Clockwork, good to see you back.
Oh, I'm finally ready for some Saturday VCS again. I can't wait to be here today. I think the stakes are high, despite maybe some one-sided matches. We'll see.
And Marby, coming off yesterday's games and, of course, Thursday's games as well. Already your third day of the week. How's the week coming along? How are you feeling?
Yeah, the week's coming along pretty well. Most of the, I think, excitement's been out of the way for the majority of it, especially with the huge upset by G Media. It kind of locks down one of our something we were hoping would sort of extend as a fight for playoffs into the end of the week, but that's almost been decided now.
Well, technically it's not over, so let's pull up the standings and have a look at them to see where the teams are right now. One series out. Every single team is going to play one more series. And we can see that, of course, the top 3 is locked. Gum also locked first place. Second place is not entirely locked yet, so there's still a little bit of contention, though. First and third place is kind of interchangeable, so we can fight for that place just for honor and maybe for side selection, but not much else is going to come of that. But the 2 important parts here, the fight for 4th place, last player spot, and the right to get annihilated by Gum in the first round, very nice. And of course, much more important, in my opinion at least, dodging relegations. So, Marby, maybe starting with you, explain to me how do the teams dodge relegations here?
So basically, if any team actually picks up a series, they will get ahead. If all 3 lose their matches, which seems reasonably likely, they have to play top 3 teams each, except for Team Flash, who has to play Team Secret. So at least the top 4. Then it comes down to like who steals a win here and there. At the moment, it's really coming down to Burst the Sky and Flash, because even if G Media Luxury wins a game, because you can really only win one game if you're not winning the series. So yeah, G Media Luxury needs to win, or they're out. If they lose at all, they're stuck in relegations. Burst the Sky needs to win. Actually, no, Burst the Sky also needs to win. They're so fun because they have the head-to-head loss. They're down head-to-head against Team Flash 2-0. So if they lose 2-1 and then Flash loses 2-0, they tie in game score, and then that means the head-to-head comes into play. That puts Flash ahead. Flash just needs to sort of cruise.
Flash can either win or just let the others lose.
If they win one single game, they're out, basically.
So, and Clockwork, the other race, the race for 4th place. Yesterday, one of the contestants, I think that's the word, was hit by a very peculiar upset. They lost 0-2 to GLX. There was SPTC, of course. They're going to play again later today. What do they have to do, and what does Team Secret, your team, have to do to get to the playoffs?
Okay, I will focus a bit more on Secret because I will talk about SPTC for the next series, since they will play against Cerberus. So Secret now is a bit more relaxed. Also, they have a quite easy matchup against Flash tomorrow. So I feel more comfortable getting that Secret hat ready. But still, nothing is over. We have seen some really unlikely upset happening yesterday, so everything can still happen, from SPTC winning today to Secret losing tomorrow. The race is really good. Eat rice, but the race is still tight, and I hope and think that Secret can make it, given how SBTC has looked as a whole. But I can't put like 100% of my Rebel Franks on that, since I know the VCS is really unpredictable when it comes down the line.
So then let's take a look at the matchups at hand today. We have GLX facing off against SGB. GLX and SGB actually coming off a win from yesterday. Usually looking at the standings, or we would say, yeah, easy win for SGB. And I believe every one of us has also predicted an easy win for SGB. So let's look at our predictions first. I believe we all have a 2-0 here, so nothing much to see. Anything you want to say to this prediction-wise?
Prediction wise, I would like to add that, of course, we know all that the heavy favorites are going to be Buffalo. That said, GLX has impressed and surprised yesterday. It is, of course, there's a large gap, like David versus Goliath or Rock Lee versus Gar, kind of task to defeat Buffalo. But if they can make the upset happen, then the whole race for relegation, like race outside of relegation, is becoming very messy for Flash and BTS. So there is still a very little outside chance that GLX can still mess up the whole standings.
Yeah,
So
I think.
Yep, go ahead. Sorry.
I think the main way GLX is gonna pick up wins here is more if SGB decides second, third place, the difference between there doesn't matter, and we just want to try new things or keep our strategies close to our chest and just draft very safe, very sort of slow compositions or things that they don't normally play, and then GLX manages to find ways back into the game. But I still don't think that'll work because they really took advantage of SBTC being SBTC and having that volatility in terms of mentality, in terms of just player decision making. SGB doesn't have that. At worst, they're going to play up against. At worst, they're going to play RBY instead of Froggy, and then it's going to be. And that's not going to really affect them that much, I don't think.
Yep, most likely. But let's also ask much wiser, not person. How do I describe him?
Birdson.
Well, creature. Let's say creature. And ask him for his predictions. He's 2-0. He's much better at the prediction game than we are. So let's see what Rakan has to say.
Hello once again, people of VCS English. It's time for the best predictor. Oh, he's gone straight over. Didn't even need to show you the teams, but it was GLX, SGB. He's already locked himself in. Rakan picking SGB.
So, yeah,
No qualms.
Nothing unexpected there. But let's also take a look at it because this series is a little bit one-sided. We also want to take a first glance at the later series today because that one is much more exciting. That one should be a matchup between two playoffs or almost playoff teams. Cerberus coming off a loss against GAM, facing off against SPTC, who are coming off not only one loss, not only two losses, they are coming off a 7-game losing streak and a 4-series losing streak for SPTC. It's their last chance to actually make a run for the playoffs, and it's going to be a very difficult one.
Yeah, and their last loss was up against G Media Luxury, right at the bottom of the standings.
That is not supposed to happen. But
No.
there's one shining light for them. The one shining hope is they actually won against Cerberus the last time they met each other, and one key matchup was the AD carry matchup. So, let's say Clockwork, talk me through SBTC's ADC celebrity that got the better of Artemis the last time the two teams played against each other.
Oh,
Yeah, so I was reflecting also with members in the Discord talking about like what can celebrity still what can SPTC still rely on to, and celebrity together with Zeros has been some very solid player in the lineup. He still pumps out quite a pack and is very reliable in the bot lane. Sometimes he still has some misplays, and he particularly like struggles to come around team fights when the team doesn't manage to connect and to play all together. But I think that if they want to clutch one last win, they should all put their cards onto celebrity and focus on the bot lane, make sure that he can take some resources and drag the team to victory, because he showed that he can do that very well. Also with the Tristana, with the Kaiser, that are very hot picks at the moment, as you can see on screen. He's had a hard time, not in like on the Rift per se, but having multiple supports rotating around. Slay then moved out, and Venus came in, and then now Noe has played, and he actually played quite well with Noe despite the loss. So I think that Celebrity is still something that SPTC can put their rebel franks on.
Yeah, I think we are going to talk a little bit more about these stats, especially about the damage percentage and damage per minute later on, to dive into those and why they are problematic. But let's quickly, before we jump into the first pick and bans, also take a look at one of the MVP candidates, the best AD carry in the league, Artemis. Marby, what do you like about Artemis, and why is he so impressive?
Artemis. This man is so good amongst AD carries. He's just the solo carry that you want on your team if you're looking to carry through AD carry and nowhere else. He's first in damage share. He's first in DPM. He is just so good. Look, he's so high in all these stats. He's only fallen down in KDA, but this is because if you're the single largest threat on your team, people are going to try and kill you. And that's what leads to the games they lose. It's because Artemis is getting targeted and not having the impact in those fights.
Yeah, first in absolutely everything, as we can see there, besides KDA. But now it's time for GLX against SGB. We're into draft number 1. GLX on the blue side, SGB on the red side. Transition us over. These boots.
So can I start by actually praising GLX drafts from yesterday, because I have seen something very impressive with the Seraphine Senna, for example, played in the bot lane, and also they were Renekton mid, Nidalee jungle that let Camken take his Aatrox. I am very glad to see Killer Queen starting here. I am very glad that he's put on a power pick like Hecarim. And with 11.6 rolling in, it looks like GLX has had a bit of a better read than, well, for example, yesterday. Senna is also first pick on the other side.
A good team with Senna. Oh.
Yeah. That's yeah, so I really want to see more of these kind of drafting by tier. It can definitely help if they want to, shoot for the moon in this upset that they're trying to snatch from SGB.
Yeah, following up with the Olaf, not my favorite sort of pickup there. The Volley Bear is just more effective than the Olaf on this patch. You could also go for
the horsepower.
I guess just the Volley Bear. But yeah, the double horse bot lane is going to be really strong. Well, not double horse bot lane.
Yeah,
so
hopefully
the
not
two
bot
horses. The thing with Rel with the Senna, you don't really want that matchup. You don't want Rel to be farming. She's just not very strong at it. So, I guess
you really don't want Samira into Senna, by the way, because Senna's auto attacks are not projectiles, so Samira can't block those. This is the standard Senna Tahm Kench. Tahm Kench also pretty good with Olaf, I think, because Olaf can be very reckless, rely on Senna and Tahm Kench to help him out, and then be even more aggressive than he usually is. So I don't mind this much. I think Olaf struggles quite a lot into the likes of Xayah, though. No mid lane is picked. And would you... So we're seeing some mid lane bans coming in.
Yeah, we're back, I think.
Back into draft.
Yeah. All right, awesome.
So, what mid laners do you want to see? Clockwork maybe start us off with SGB and Froggy.
Well, I see a Gnar ban, so I'm hopeful that we will see some Silas around here, also to make everyday happy. Yeah, for sure. There's like the basics of a composition that wants to dive in with the Hecarim, with the Rel. So I would like a mid laner that can a bit help with that. Maybe some Twisted Fate. Maybe also some Azir if you want to play a bit in the back, assisting the Xayah, for example. Those are two valuable picks. Of course, the Azir is banned, so don't mind me.
Yes.
Victor is also valuable to create a very nasty array of zone control between the Hecarim mold and all the crowd control that Rel has. Orianna is taken away by Buffalo. Froggy very confident with the pick.
Clockwork.
Yes.
Let poor Marby have a few words too. Marby, you want to say something?
It's all right.
Go.
It's not the Kane, so I'm already disappointed. But looking at those top lane bans, I would have maybe been expecting to see potentially a Scion being looked at. It's gonna just be this Gragas instead. Still a big tanky top lane for Kemken that he can just try and survive the lane on, not let Hasmed roll over him with repeat ganks from Beanjet. But if Hasmed plays kind of like he did yesterday, it wasn't very good. So maybe if Killer Queen wants to focus into the top lane, they can reverse Kemken and get him fed up again and just bully Hasmed, who was looking like an easy target for Flash.
A little bit confused by the Zoe pick, I have to say. Zoe into Tom Kench sounds like a pretty bad thing to just draft straight up. They have a lot of engage and then Zoe. A little bit strange for me. Clockwork, do you like what GLX has put together?
Okay, so as I was mentioning, was like thinking around mid lane picks that could add some zone control, and Zoe does kind of add that, but it's a bit lacking on the damage side, maybe consistent damage. Of course, she had some good burst, but with the Tahm Kench, it's not going to be really effective. So yeah, I would have liked some better pick in the mid lane. Victor was open. I still kind of like GLX composition, but I think SGB has their hand on a lot more comfort. So if you ask me who's winning here,
We're doing that later. Marby,
Okay.
talk me through SGB's composition first.
SGB's composition seems to be very heavily around getting this Olaf and Aatrox into these team fights with Gore Drinkers and then making them nigh unkillable with Orianna and Senna, and with Tahm Kench just a bit of a backup in case things get really awry for Olaf in particular. Probably not going to have as much healing. So it's going to be a lot of diving onto these backlines. Champions play people like Blazers, people like Shine, while their front lane tries and plays around with Froggy and Variety. So it's going to be two front lines just walking past each other for the most part, and I think in the end it's going to come down to a lot of mechanical, just player execution, and so that would lead towards an SGB sort of victory.
Okay, so your prediction is SGB. Last words for Clockwork. Sorry for cutting you off. You get the last words till we go to the casters. What is your prediction?
Of course, I don't want to disappoint the color caster that's in for today. So my Rebel Franks are going, of course, on the Froggy team. There's a lot of comfort for Saigon Buffalo. They're going to win this game.
So now, take over. Casting duo Spoots and Rebel on the mic today. Have fun.
Yeah, I mean, if Rebel gets to cast Froggy, I'm pretty sure he's already gonna have fun. How you feeling, Rebel? I'm excited.
Yeah, they woke me up at 4 a.m. again, and they said, "Hey, can you cast this series?" And I was like, "I don't really want to." And then they're like, "It's Froggy," and I was like, And then they're like, "You're casting with Spoods," and that was the deal sealer, man. Like, there's absolutely nothing else to be done.
Oh, let's see that one coming. All right, okay, we're doing that then. All right.
Hi, Spoods.
Hi, big fan.
3 Spoods.
Oh, God, we're already going off the rails.
It's the first minute.
Sorry?
I said it's the first minute. We got time.
No, we do have time.
Me when I got time.
Sure. What do you want to talk about? Let's look at the map here. Is there any matchup that really like speaks to you, Mr. Rebel?
Right now,
Yeah.
I'm still curious why it is that we've seen a lot of VCS teams continue to opt into this like Gragas versus Aatrox matchup on the Aatrox side. Because again, I know it was patches ago that Gragas was beat it, but they haven't done anything to his damage. It was more the mana sustain. Yet every team is going for okay, all right.
Okay, Ariadne's already in trouble. That's a very
Yeah.
interesting exhaust coming down to Shine. The Ignite's taking down Ariadne, but he's very healthy now. Bisbo is less than 100 health. Has to try to walk away. He actually goes forward and he gets the first blood onto Alrighty, Shine picks that one up. That's exactly what you want coming out from the GLX bot lane. They strike first in our first game of the day.
Oh my goodness. This GLX bot lane all season has been kind of just like the weight that's been dragging them down, and somehow in the last 2 days they've picked up every bit of development that they wanted all season. And so right there, finding the kill up against the likes of the Senna TK, despite a pretty good trade coming out from Taki and Ariety, I thought maybe they could walk away from that one with the Senna healing, with all the potions, all the healing they've got, and eventually walk away with that one. But again, really nice flash by Bizbo there to follow things up and get that kill.
This is shaping up to be a very volatile bot lane. Both of these players, they really, really want to go in. Let's take a look at replay though.
Yeah, you're gonna see like Bizbo gets demounted, and then the auto attacking from Ariety, the Q that came out, I thought that right there was the winning situation, but I don't think Ariety was ready for Bizbo's flash and then the remount to come out with the knockup. So also Taki being only level 1 meant that there was very little possibility of any damage coming to level 2, level 3. Tom Kench almost certainly just like 2v1s that on his own, but unfortunately not having those levels yet was the benefactor there for bot lane.
Yeah, now that's looking a little dicey. You have to definitely be aware of the Xayah Rel now. It's just a 1 kill. Early game kills don't really matter that much at this point in the game. But Blazes and BeanJ, actually, what is happening in here? Killer Queen's trying to do something, knocks back BeanJ, but it feels like a bit of a waste of time. They are very close to the tower, just gonna walk away.
Well, the point here is that like bottom side scuttle hasn't been taken quite yet. Both junglers started on bottom side, cleared all the way to top side, and it looks like the clear was just a little bit faster. That came out from Killer Queen, so he was on top scuttle a little faster. And the other thing was Blazes actually had enough play. Okay, now TP is going to try to commit to it. Oh
the
my
scuttle
goodness!
Contest. It's a 4v4, but Bizbo and Shine are very out of position right here. The Rel is still on level 2 now. Shine's the one being run down
Shine!
here. Will get snared up, but he's under turret. Can he make it out? No, he won't. Ariety picks up that kill, equalizing the kill score in the bot lane.
Yeah, thankfully able to make that play. Nice little play coming out from Saigon. I don't think they were expecting 4 members to end up on bottom side. I thought, okay, Killer Queen can walk into bottom side, grab Scuttle Crab, and it's just going to be a double scuttle for our Hecarim, making sure to get him that gold advantage, that experience advantage that comes along with that double scuttle to start things off. But thankfully, the TP from Froggy covering that, and then of course, Shine not being able to get away, not having that support as he was stuck in the pit, means that they're able to run him down with the Olaf. BeanJ with a nice little play there. Also getting Ariety that kill, thankfully. So getting a little bit more gold onto that early death member.
Yeah, it feels like they're giving you the VCS welcome, right? This is your second ever series on the on our caster desk, and they're like, okay, we're just gonna teleport both top laners into the bot lane. Actually, it was mid laners. Both mid laners into the bot lane river at like 4 minutes in the game.
And that's fine with me. I'm perfectly comfortable looking at fighting all the time. I didn't come to the VCS so that I could do color casting. I came to watch some fantastic play-by-play by you and every day as much as possible.
We're still on this train, okay?
I think if I flatter you enough, eventually they'll bring me back for more. Maybe that's what it is.
Oh.
If that would work, Marby would be casting.
Thank you, disembodied voice of every day.
That the voices in my heads only get louder over the last couple of days. It's kind of crazy. Yes. All right. We're seeing second full clear come out from both these junglers. Top side is also very even right now, which is to be expected. Yesterday, I will say, Froggy on the Orianna actually had really, really good timings. Okay.
Actually going on Ariety again. He's getting snared up, and he did not expect any of that. Just gets instantly popped. The kills goes over to the Rel.
And I don't know how it is that Ariety and Taki are just not ready for these engages up against the likes of Shine and Bizbo.
Oh, Killer Queen's back this time. Oh, the shockwave completely whiffs, and the Orianna gets knocked back. Will get taken down. Killer Queen with an amazing gank into the mid lane.
That was a little strange from Froggy, because I think if you flash that just a little bit faster, either in the direction of Blazes or in the direction of Killer Queen towards your tower, you actually get that ultimate off, and Sombrero ends up getting you a trade kill at minimum, if not just saving your life and getting a trade kill. But Froggy, a little bit hesitant to do that. I think he was expecting for Killer Queen to end up tanking that ultimate in the first place, then getting to flash out the opposite side of the fight. If those two had been used in conjunction, though, might have been even more beneficial. But either way, another loss of life here is GLX. What is this resurgence we're seeing from them all of a sudden at the end of the split, not wanting to lose their spot?
Yeah, I mean, just yesterday, their bot lane was basically being yelled at by every day at this point in the game, and suddenly they are, I would say, doing pretty well for themselves. Still, it's just the early game. We want to see this, continue on later on, but maybe that previous win against SBTC, they gave themselves a little bit more confidence. Now, Killer Queen's on the warpath again. Froggy just walks out.
Yeah, not gonna get Froggy this time. He was on the correct side of the lane. He wasn't gonna get wrapped around that easily. As it is a dragon setup coming out here, I wanted to see. It doesn't look like a reset had come through from Shine, so Shine is still on the back. Actually, no, that's not true. They had crashed the wave, and then he had only just backed and came back with the Warhammer, so that makes sense. So that Ariety and Taki were able to come into this bottom river after the kill onto Ariety. So that's just the tempo advantage that comes out from Saigon, where they died first. Get to redeploy on the map. Froggy gets back to mid lane to be able to cover from the push that might have come out from Blazes and Killer Queen, and due to that, they capture bot side control. So now it was a response by Killer Queen to come into this top side, look for the Raptor camp. He's gonna get spotted out.
He's gonna get collapsed on the shockwave. Is there? Yeah. He tries to get out by knocking back Husmit. Now he is gonna ultimate out. That's gonna be Killer Queen safe. He picks up the Raptor camp, but trades the ultimate for it.
He gets caught with his hand in the cookie jar. Yesterday, I had the exact same analogy. The difference was that somebody had overextended for Raptors, like I think they stayed for the entire big Raptor and they ended up dying for it. Right there, Killer Queen, he figures out his hand is caught. He just pulls it out immediately. He's able to get out of dodge as fast as possible. It is a little bit of a loss right there. However, it does mean that when Bisbo leaves this bottom side and comes up to top side, they look to lure around this Rift Herald, which is exactly what they've done. So it's protection for Kemken, and it also means that if Killer Queen wants to make something aggressive happen on top side or look for this Rift Herald, that's absolutely going to be on the cards here from the side of GLX.
Yeah, absolutely the case. One thing I did want to bring up is that even though we are seeing a little bit of sloppy play coming through from SGB, because, they should not be losing this bad to GLX. SGB is basically an early game team. I like to see that, with the Dragon priority early, they're still playing towards their strength, so it's not like they're not entirely there. Hopefully they pick it up a little bit. I'm pretty sure this game is going to get pretty exciting very soon.
Yeah, so despite all the control they had on top side for warding, it was clearing down from the side of Killer Queen. They spotted BJ come into the river here, and Froggy actually was able to shove in mid lane as well. So it's just Killer Queen here against 3 members from the side of SGB.
He might try to go in for the... Yeah, he's just going to walk away. That's going to be Rift Herald secured for the side of SGB. Blazes is here, but he's a little too late. Let's see if he wants to make anything happen. Nope, a good disengage coming through from SGB. They pick up the objective. Now in the bot lane, Shine's actually getting snared out by Ariety. Yeah, it's a little bit of a pain to deal with that range from the center this early on.
That it is. Although Bisbo's been able to punish it a handful of times. A little worried here because level 6s are out.
He's just eating snares. Now, Magnastorm actually goes in, and there's going to be a double stun up on the SGB bot lane. Taki, Ariety, they get out, and they might try to re-engage. Killer Queen onto Bean J, knocks him back on the warpath. Blazes is here as well. It's a 4v4. Ariety is low. We'll heal up, and I don't think we're going to see any more action here just for now. Oh, wait,
I don't
Blazes?
think so either. Taki? Okay. Oh,
they want it though.
Shenanigans.
It's a 4v2. Okay. Ariety can continue healing up for now while she still has mana. Killer Queen just running in. I think he wants to run out. I'm not sure why he's going. They really want this. I'm not sure if he wants this fight. The Olaf is here. Blade Caller, where's it gonna be? Come on, Zaya. He gets the snare on one. I think the Olaf actually gets out. And Taki is very low, but he is also gonna get... Froggy trades the kill back onto Killer Queen. And Blazes is under the turret. What is this fight, man? Why is this happening? Ariety picks up the kill on Bisbo. And overall, it's a 2-for-none, I believe.
Yeah, that's right. Hey, this is Saigon. It's such a difficult composition to kill because when you've got the likes of Tom Kench to be able to eat people, have the gray health, you got healing coming through from Ariety with those Qs, you've got Bean J who's got natural healing, Froggy with shielding, it means they can keep swapping out front lines as much as possible. And I think all 4 members took their turn on the front line of that fight, just burning health over and over again. It started off, Ariety had to flash over that wall, then you start in here with the likes of Bean J and Taki who take quite a bit of extra damage. Blazes can't really find a bunch of paddle stars into the right target. Fantastic eat right there by Taki, who then flashes over the wall, and this allows Froggy to go into backline, find a kill onto Killer Queen, and then Ariety is able to just free fire into this backline as Blazes again was not able to find any of the meaningful paddle stars into Taki or any of the other low members. What a play by the side of Saigon.
Oh, this is so sad. This is literally... good job, Observer. This is literally just after... I'm just gonna... this is literally just after we praised GLX for a great early game, and they go and greed and do this. They're gonna do it again. He's gonna crash down onto Ariety. Ariety, does he have backup? Tom Kench is here. Taki just has to swallow him up. We'll get him out. Is he gonna do it? They actually might want to turn this around. Bisbo and Killer Queen. They have to walk out. Froggy's here. Froggy has Shockwave. So is Bean J. GLX. They disengaged this time, but it was still a very greedy play.
Yeah, it seems like GLX is leaning pretty heavily into bot side. Hosmed's doing perfectly fine on top side, and they're like, okay, Kemken, you're living that lane right now. You're perfectly okay. The old aggressive style where you just consistently gank Kemken doesn't have to matter when Shine and Bisbo are having as good a game as they're on right now. So thus far, it's been okay. I think both sides are having a decent enough early game. The second Dragon, I think, does make a massive impact. Because if Saigon grabs it, it means they can start to move towards this later game where all of a sudden your Tahm Kench becomes unkillable, your Senna becomes just a soul stacking monster, and eventually Froggy's going to have 3-4 items, and that's going to be a really tough one. But here's GLX and their ability to try to contest for this that I think will make a massive difference, is that might give them the early game prowess they need to try to contest into this mid game and start to fight more.
Killer Queen is going deep. Taki gets knocked back, Arati is low. That's going to be ultimate expended, but now he's out of mana. He's got to get out. Killer Queen in a bit of trouble here. Olaf picks up that kill but trades it over. That's Zaya picking up that one. Taki is the last one in this bot lane, and GLX should be able to pick it up. No problem. Thickskin's not going to save you there. GLX. Alright, that was pretty good.
The health trades that consistently are plaguing this this bot lane of the Senna Tahm Kench is what's really costing them on bot side, because it means any full engage is already going to be cut off at the kneecap because they just cannot put out the consistent damage. As all it takes is one good paddle star, one good crash down, some bit of CC to get them out of that fight. Now, the Dragon, all of these members are low on the bottom side here from the side of GLX, so maybe they can't actually commit to. Okay, they were able to snag it away, which means that, yeah, okay, nicely played.
They equalize the Dragon. Like you said, that's going to prevent SGB from reaching Soul Point over the next one. So, definitely good from GLX. Now, Kemken, he's the one turning up the gang. Hosmet's in a bit of trouble. This is a 2v1. The World Ender will get popped. Killer Queen now actually going super low. Explosive cast will force Hosmet under the tower. Will he be able to turn it around? Looks like he's going for the 2v1. He actually wins out on health. And now Bean J's trying to get something back onto Killer Queen. He will get spotted out on a ward, though, so nothing might come out. I tell a lie, Froggy's actually here as well. Does he have the ultimate? I think he does. That's going to be a kill over the Bean J, and that's Killer Queen being a little too greedy, going low and going for the Grom still.
And I think this is the point where if Saigon really wants to make this play, we're actually going to jump back into this bottom side play. Where again, look at Ariety's health bar. Like, why is he so low to start this fight off? Ultimate, perfectly dodged out, but then you have the reinforcements coming in with Bisbo and Blazes on the top side of this fight. Froggy's still in mid lane, only just having backed and having caught that mid lane wave. Yes, you're able to get one back. Taki, he fought valiantly here, but again, it's really, really crippling to have to start fights off in another bot side play.
Yeah, the TP comes through from SGB, but it's way too late, like you always says. Why are they teleporting always so late? Now Hosmet, without the ultimate, he's in the middle of 4. Will just get taken down. Double kill for the Zoe.
What are you doing, man? Like, all you have to do is play on top side. This is a replay. We're going to actually see this from beginning. It's Bisbo again on this Rel, who's just ruining this bottom lane. Yeah, nice teleport from Aatrox to try to cover this if it's, 5-10 seconds sooner. But Hosmet, honestly, if he stays top lane, he just immediately takes top tower and responds. Okay, they grab something in the mid lane. It looks like a trade for Froggy, but...
We're going to get a replay of that as well. I'll just let you go. I think what happened was BJ just ran it in. Here we go.
We're just gonna miss the next play too. Okay, I don't know what exactly happened here. Okay, I assume they got Killer Queen, and then did they get Blazes as well? Does BJ? Oh yeah, he does. He actually 2v1s. It's pretty impressive stuff from BJ being able to stack that flash at the end. I don't know what that was, but
just securing flash, and that was. I don't even know what that was. I don't know what this is. Alright, he gets instantly deleted off the face of Summoner's Rift.
Okay, so like, you ever see the episode of SpongeBob where there's like orb of stupidity that just causes them to go duh the entire time? Is that GLX over the last 2 days? It feels like they've played 2 top half teams in both not only Saigon but also in SPTC, which you won't catch me saying that again because they're not a top half team anymore. But like, these 2 teams have just gone completely stupid when it comes to how they're playing out against one of the worst teams in the league. Where has this GLX been the entire split? Where have the Shine and Bisbo been this entire split?
Yeah, and it's not even that GLX are, well, I don't want to say that. They actually have improved quite a little bit, but there are still very obvious flaws in their play, like how they've been greeding for some of these kills and some of these objectives is just unbelievable, and SGB, they have not been able to punish them where we usually would be able to see them succeed, and that is a little painful for me to watch because SGB has always been this team where they are able to punish their enemy's mistake, and we're just not seeing it this game.
No, we are not. And they're making mistakes of their own as well, which I think come down to, again, they have put nothing into Kemken so far, which has been the win condition for a lot of teams over the entire splits. Hosmet is doing a perfectly good job, though. This Aatrox will turn into a raid boss at some point. You saw him basically take a 2v1 just seconds ago. Okay, not going to worry too much about
But
this
we
one.
have
I am
also-
terrified.
But
Oh,
we've
sorry.
also seen the Husmet teleport without ultimate into the middle of 4 people, and at this point, is it like a coin flip of which Husmet we're gonna get? Now, the entirety of SGB, they're rotating towards this top tower. There's literally nobody there, and the turret's on like 500 health.
Yeah. I think they're just making sure there is no defense, making sure
Okay.
that Zoe is going to be kicked out. Which, another really big point, I know our desk wasn't super high on the likes of the Zoe. The champion
Bispo.
Zoe is one of my, like, it's one of the best.
Goes
That's
Shockwave
okay.
onto
It's
Kemken.
going for it right
Bispo's
now.
in the back. Bispo's in the back. Magnetic Storm is there. Ragnarok has to be used by the Olaf to get out. That's going to be a turret secure. Now Taki's on the backside, and it's going to be a 3v4. GLX are looking like they're winning it so far. Alrighty's on the flank. Hasmet is here as well, and it's looking up to be a very big team fight. This might be where the game breaks open. I'm just going to lie. GLX is just going to walk away. It's fair enough.
Yeah. Actually, I have to give a lot of commendation to BJ and Froggy right there, where like multiple times on bot side, Ariety and Taki have been burnt by exactly that same play from the side of Bispo, who flashed in for the crash down, and Froggy was ready for it on the instantaneous flash. I do think the ultimate was a little bit quick in that one because it was just used for damage onto the Rift Herald and onto Killer Queen, and if they had saved it, maybe that fight afterwards looks a little bit better for themselves. But either way, they were able to prevent additional loss on that tower, just that mid lane rush after what you had seen on top side where GLX got spotted, or my apologies, GLX spotted SGB with 4 players top side, which is why they move everyone into mid to make sure they get that over rush. And now they're taking bot side. It's 1 dragon to 1 dragon. We're already seeing 5-on-5s for this river control as well.
Yeah, absolutely. 5-on-5s for a Cloud Dragon. Both of these teams, they want to be moving towards that soul point. The explosive cast just to knock away some SGB members. There's going to be a cooldown that's going to be gone for a while now. BJ's actually been chunked humongously, and now without the jungler, GLX, they're just going to secure the dragon. That was great play coming through from Blazes.
Yeah, I was going to make a mention of this again. I know our analyst desk wasn't super high on the likes of the Zoe pick. The Zoe pick's really good for shoving off this Olaf, especially if he's sitting at this like half health mark and then you're looking for a Ragnarok to come into the team. You need somebody with burst damage to be able to bring that death in on top of the Olaf as they walk in, just to make sure they can't just drain tank their way through your team. And a perfect member to do that is Blazes, who's actually on 4 kills, 4 assists. This game has the Leandries as well to chip away at this health bar, not just him, but also Hosmet on this Aatrox and also Taki on this Tom Kench. These front lines don't feel as good. And you've got so much engaged behind it where you've got like Bisbo and Killer Queen and Kemken and then even Shine to follow up. It feels like they've got this fantastic to and fro where if the game is starting to stagnate, Blazes gets to throw free damage into this team who like you can't necessarily sustain it up without Ariety being super good. And if a fight breaks out, all of a sudden you get to use all these amazing team fight tools, and all Blazes has to do is find the right target with these battle stars.
Wait. I just want to butt in here and say that the observers have finally blessed us with clicking on Ariety. He has 60 stacks right now, and I'm not exactly sure if that's good. So Yulwei, please enlighten us. You can talk or you can send us in chat there. Very bad. Oh, in all caps. Thank you, Mr. Yulwei. Very bad.
Painful. That's for sure.
Ariety hasn't been having a good game.
Ariety has been having a tough game. It's been pretty bad for the Senna this time. They put a lot of effort into making sure that Ariety has had a bad game this game, which is it's not fun, but it happens from time to time. They very clearly had a game plan to attack this Senna Tom Kent, and it's working out for them. So big respect to them to be able to find this. Is again, GLX, they've gone through and floundered without an identity for the entire back half of the split. Somehow in their first 2 weeks, they looked really good, and then in this final week, they're coming back with a vengeance here, trying to make sure they can claim this final spot.
Yeah, the game plan coming in from... Oh, my voice is cracked. The game plan coming in from GLX seems to be forcing Ariety to change his name to Kemken.
It's crazy because if you would have told me that the plan was to play to Shine and Bisbo, I would have been like, I have zero clue where you're coming up with that one from, because that is not who I would have put my faith into. As they're just muscling
Kemken's being Kemken. Alright. Well, Olaf's actually running in, but Kill Queen on the warpath. That's going to be Magnet Storm onto 4 members. The center ultimate for the shields, not going to do all that much. Now Hasmet on the front line. The Shockwave will miss Shine. He uses the ultimate. Where's the Blade Caller? You can use that to disengage. SGB, they're chasing down GLX. Blade Caller will do absolutely nothing, but GLX, they do manage to disengage.
exceptional re-entrance into that fight. It looked initially like it was a win for Saigon. The flood through Bisbo has been so amazing on this round. Blazes is giving me heart attacks with these Zoe bubbles and these Zoe Qs coming out right here. They're trying to walk over to this Baron. I think that they should at least have the ability to take it, since Killer Queen and Bisbo are both gone. That's the majority of your engage. Ultimates are down
they
for
want to
both
contest.
2 of the remaining members.
Yeah, 4,000 health on the Baron and ticking down fast. Ken onto Hasmit. Hasmit doesn't have ultimate anymore. He's going to get swallowed up by Taki. He will get out. Olaf secures the Baron. And now GLX, they are the ones who have to run. And I think they're going to be able to do so.
Yeah, should be able to get out of that one. Saigon finally catches a break inside of this game. Again, that fight, it was kind of back and forth a little bit, but on entrance there for Hasmet and Froggy, they were able to find a couple of really impactful plays, get a couple of kills, and yeah, that was a bit touch and go hot for Hasmet, but first Baron going the way of Saigon. They can use that to shove out mid wave, use that to shove out bot wave, look for the next dragon. This was the start right here where Righty and Taki, they were able to find some of this damage into Shine and Kemken as they looked way too aggressive onto this one, but again, Bisbo, keep your eyes on him. This crash down and ultimate is so big, but no one's there to follow it up, man. Killer Queen's just way too squishy right now as Hasmet is just tearing through everybody. Shine has to pop the ultimate. Would have almost certainly died to the shockwave and the combination with Hasmet's Aatrox. So again, I don't know if they can siege up on tower super well, especially when you've got great wave clear from Shine and from Blazes at this point, but at minimum this Baron should be able to get you back onto even dragon counts. And again, if you're talking about scaling, you still have to keep track of these Senna souls no matter how bad Yolwei thinks that they are. Eventually they'll get to the astronomical level that allows her to auto attack from much further than Shine can interact with this team.
Yeah, and right now we are seeing SGB with the gold lead finally, right? And they also have a humongous tempo lead with the Baron. So now is their chance to finally make something happen on the map on their terms. And if you were them, Mr. Rebel, where would you focus this pressure that they now have?
Right now, I think they're doing the right thing. First off, Froggy able to snag this bottom turret. I don't know why Righty decided to just poke his head in here for the last auto attack. I think the gold would have been good onto the legs of Froggy alone. But shoving out mid wave, shoving out bot wave, grabbing the second dragon is going to put them back in a place where this game is effectively on even footing with a slight gold advantage in favor of Saigon. And again, they still have some of the scaling to kind of think about when you've got Aatrox and everybody coming into late game. And now it's about, okay, can you break an inner tower? Ideally, with first Baron, you're going to want to break at least 2 or 3 inner towers, but that's not the biggest deal in the world when you're okay with scaling to the later stages and you've evened up the dragon count. So already they've gotten the minimum necessary. From this point, I think it's just about playing out your fights properly, making sure that Taki is grabbing the right target, making sure Froggy's ultimates are on point, and getting Hasmet into this backline, letting him consistently challenge into the backline of GLX, and GLX will continue to struggle to win some of these 5-on-5 fights.
Yeah, absolutely the case. And it's, like you said, just about even here. Obviously, SGB with a slight tempo advantage, with a slight gold advantage at this point in the game. But that is exactly it, right? At 25 minutes into this game, who in the world would have expected us to be able to say, GLX, they still have a fighting chance? It's not even a fighting chance. It's still a decent chance of getting back into this game. That is insane. All of these GLX players, they have stepped up so much. And it's not like SGB, they have nothing to fight for. They could get second place if they win this game and other factors align. Now Kemken's pulling a Kemken. He's just doing Kemken things.
Oh, wow.
He's in the middle of, like, what, 5 members? The entire SGB team has said, alright, we've neglected you for too long. We're finally going to show up in your lane and you're going to die.
And they remember, they're like, oh yeah, we're supposed to get Kemken. And it only took 25 minutes for them to remember that fact, as now they can siege up on bottom tower since there is no ultimate from the Gragas to try anything. Not to mention, you see Killer Queen on bottom side, and Shine is just in mid lane right now. Like, they could honestly continue this into Inhibitor if they really wanted to. I think they're afraid that Shine will eventually just trade mid inner tower for their inner tower, and they can't siege into Blazes that well. So instead, just going to back off and make sure that they don't lose anything else across the map. If they've taken their 2.5, 3,000 gold advantage, they're okay with where that Baron took them, because at first they were down a good amount of gold to GLX, down a couple thousand. They've shifted it back into their favor in a meaningful way. Senna's onto 2 items, still stacking as well. You've got the itemization starting to come through for Froggy and his damage. Hasmed is almost onto 3 items, and at that point I think they're much more comfortable with their plays in this game. So Saigon, they're playing a lot slower of a game than we're used to, but they are still playing a game that I'm accepting the fact that they're willing to change up their game plan for.
Yeah, maybe they're just trying, you know, a slower play style for playoffs. They want to play a little slower. I guess if you're not really worried about the second place, it's something that you can do now. Olaf, Oh, he actually gets tagged out by the
Nice,
bubble.
nice.
Killer Queen's trying to get in.
Oh.
The explosive cast will actually just allow SGB to disengage there. So a little greedy, but SGB they managed to find a way out.
Yeah, funny enough, like that interaction is the reason why Gragas gets picked into Tom Kench, because you're able to use that cask to blow Tom Kench into your team, but right there is used in the opposite fashion to disengage Taki as well with VJ, who was in his mouth at the time, which is probably not exactly what Kemken had in mind when he threw that cask, but at least you're able to grab that one. As they moved into bottom side, and I know it was a little bit overreaching for VJ to walk in and try to snag that ward when he knew the team was around, but it did open up a bunch of possibilities for
really
Froggy to
wants that
shove
ward.
off bot wave.
He gets the ward. He gets the ward. What do you want me to
I've
say?
seen exactly this play. BJ, leave. Just walk away. It's okay.
Oh no!
I told you, man. It's the duh orb. It's a duh.
duh.
They can't figure it out, dude.
The ward shiny.
Word shine. 30 gold. Need 30 gold for itemization. Look at him. He got 2 control words for that too. That's a big diff.
Yeah, but you know, while we've been just talking, right? SGB they've managed to balloon their gold lead from like what 1.5k to about what, almost 4k. 4k? 4k, around 4k now.
Yeah, 3.5, 4K,
3.5K.
whatever it is. Kind of bouncing waves differ and make things a little bit different. But yeah, this has come off the back again, mostly of actually Froggy getting 2 bot lane towers pretty much on his own by solo pushing off the back of that Baron as well, which I think has been big for this team. You're able to finish 3 items now on all of your major carries. So it's 3 items for Hausmed, BJ, and Froggy. And you're still waiting because, again, Ariety's not farming, but he's still on 2 items as the Rage Blade was just completed. So the damage is really starting to rack up for this team as they're looking at the Baron yet again.
Yeah, they also managed to pick up that kill on to Kemken and the top tier 2 turret as well. So a good gold injection as well. They're wanting to force this a little more with setting up on the Baron. But BJ, oh man, these paddle stars from Blazers have always found their mark this game. Yes, that's a sentence. They're going actually. Magnet Storm will lock up a bunch of people. Hasmet with the World Ender in the front line. Can he sustain enough to keep himself alive though? He's actually just gonna get out. Kemken is trying to do something. He's trying to tank it up. Bisbo is gonna fall down. That's Ariety picking up that kill. Now GLX, they have to run for the hills. They are very, very low. They have to look for picks. Almost kill Ariety with that Blade Caller, but he manages to survive on 200 health. Taki's looking for something in the backline. Now Hasmet is back! The raid boss has returned with the teleport. Now Kemken is in a lot of trouble. He's just going to try to walk out, waddle his way back to his turret, but I think Hasmet has gotten the kill. And on the other side, Froggy has picked up the kill onto Blazes as well. So BJ is breathing a very hefty sigh of relief right now.
Yeah, we started off that fight with such an exceptional way here from GLX. They were able to pop that, I think it was Sterix Gauge from BJ, and they fancied themselves a fight. But now, again, you burn so many resources, and you've got all this sustain on the side of Saigon Buffalo. All they have to do is drain tank their way through your team. When you've got the healing for Aatrox, the front line, Olaf, the sustain backup, shielding and healing from Ariety and Froggy, and also the Tom Kench, to be able to just soak a bunch of damage from one specific target and not have to worry about it. And that's given them even further of a gold lead to worry about. You're going to get to see that kind of firsthand right here, where it's going to be another fantastic dive by Bisbo and Killer Queen, but nobody's here to respond to that damage because Hasmet is just face tanking right now. So they bring down Killer Queen. Ultimate from Ariety is actually kind of big in this fight to be able to throw a shield onto Hasmet, get him out, and then the rest of this is just auto attacking down, getting Ariety be able to move forward during the course of this. One member did go down eventually here from Saigon. I think it was Taki after a while.
Is this live? Oh, this is live. Killer Queen Onslaught of Shadows to get out, but he's just going to get taken down. Froggy picking up that kill now. BJ's on to Shine. The Blade Caller will snare up 3, and they give away the life of Kemken to get their carries out. It's only Shine and Blazes alive. Shine's got to go back to base, so this is likely a tower. Actually, no, the minion waves aren't there. The question now becomes, where is SGB going to go?
I mean, their cup runneth over with places to go. They can walk into top side right now. They got blue buff for Froggy. They should have a good enough amount of healing to actually siege up on towers. Hasmet's on bot side, where Shine is the only one going there. And honestly, I don't think Shine has a snowball's chance in a place that I'm not going to mention on stream.
HE double hockey stick.
The likes, HE double hockey stick up against the likes of the Aatrox. If Hasmet wanted to kill him under tower, he probably just could. As Saigon, again, their composition has now come full circle. You got all the sustain online. You got all your defensive tools for fighting online. And nobody is able to actually put in damage when Bisbo and Kemken, or my apologies, Bisbo and Killer Queen go diving into this composition.
Yeah, they pick up the turret. I think they got the inhibitor as well, and that's just a very well executed play from SGB. Unfortunately, we didn't manage to see the setup for that fight. But you
It
know,
was around Dragon, I
Yeah.
assume. It was like on their way out of Dragon because they grabbed a third Cloud Drake. But I don't think it matters. Please stop.
here we go.
No, okay.
Oh, Killer Queen
Alright,
and
so
Bisbo.
yeah, they're looking for an engage. Bispo just gets popped, unfortunately, and then BJ's on backline. He's able to sustain up. Killer Queen has to ult to get out. He can't do anything. Shine is not able to put out enough damage because again, everybody's a little bit tanky. Hospit goes over the wall, finds another W onto Kemken, and at this point, it's just the two squishies left to try to defend with. So yeah, they were trying to catch him on the back foot coming out from that dragon, but it's not going to mean anything as Saigon has now completely taken absolute control of this game. It should be absolutely in their favor to win right now. All they got to do is pretty much not make mistakes and walk it down one of these lanes, be able to kind of take off the base here from the side of GLX.
Yeah, they just gotta keep doing what they've basically been doing for the past 10 or 15 minutes now. That's gotten them to this place, this far ahead. I think it's like a 8k gold lead right now for them.
Yes.
They're just gonna walk these minions in with the Baron buff, and we are seeing, some of the lapses that GLX have been known for. Some of their team fighting hasn't been very clean. It's always been Bisbo going in, Killer Queen trying to follow up, but the rest of their damage just completely not being there. And they've just consistently been losing and losing and losing. And I don't think they can lose many more fights before the Nexus just explodes into dust.
Yeah, at this point, I think part of it is just that you cannot kill Hosmed fast enough when he's in your backline and he's got Gore Drinker and Sterix Gauge and played steel caps and things of that sort. So Shine has to burn through that, Blazes has to burn through that. On the opposite side, they're burning through Killer Queen, who's on triple defensive itemization, but Hecarim isn't as tanky as what a drain tank can be when you've got the likes of Hosmed ulting in your backline. And that's the problem is when you have Killer Queen and Bisbo jump into the enemy backline and then they get nothing because Taki's there and Q comes out from Variety and BJ tops W and then Froggy pops ultimate, all of a sudden your two frontliners are just completely eviscerated and you got nothing into Hosmed, which has happened I think in two separate fights where Hosmed's been able to face tank in the front line and nothing has come about from the side of GLX. They gotta find a way to get one damage source into backline to try to contest against Variety without Taki being there, without Hosmed being in their face. Maybe that would give them a chance in some of these fights, but that's starting to look a little bit.
Killer Queen, why are you actually going back in? All right, okay, just slowing down the. that was scary. And I actually didn't notice. Hosmed's level 18, so
yes,
he
is strong.
Froggy's level 18. Where's he getting the CS from? It's not normal Froggy behavior.
Okay, now allow me to postulate. So we talked about how last split Levi was taking his farm. What if Froggy is taking his old farm throughout the void? He's reaching through the void to pull all of the farm he missed before instead of Levi taking it. Now we have to figure out where Levi was taking his from, but that is at least the postulate. We have a physicist on our desk tonight, so maybe he'll be able to.
Levi is probably taking farm from the NALCS's side lanes when they play Era.
LCS's side lane. No. Why do I have to be the representative that defends LCS on this team?
I mean, do you have to defend them? I don't know.
I don't have to do anything. That's my right.
Yeah, right. We are seeing SGB slowly begin to push their way into the bot lane. One thing that is good for GLX is that the Baron is gone, so their pushing power just lowers a little bit. But when Ariady has this much range, she can just continue pummeling the structures. There's not much you can do. Kemken tries to go in with the belly bot, but the shield onto BJ will just ensure that nothing will stick. And now they're looking for an engage, but look at Killer Queen on half health already, just trying to run towards SGB. This horse is not fast enough, and I don't think he will get fast enough at all. SGB, they just walk away. They're gonna go for the dragon. This is gonna be sold.
Yeah, it's kind of tough to deal with at this moment. If you're trying to infringe a fight here, this would be the place to do it around this dragon, but you can't even reach outside of your base, unfortunately, if you're GLX. When you're thinking about, okay, how do you contest in this game, the place to do it is around these neutral objectives because the entire team's clustered, and you've got walls for Blazes to jump over and try to throw paddle stars into, so you need to contest in the river, but beforehand. I will say Cloud Soul isn't necessarily the biggest kind of just executor. If this were Infernal Drake, or if this were especially I think Ocean Drake, there would be absolutely zero chance that GLX comes back with an Ocean Soul on this team. Cloud Soul might be the one option they have.
Yeah, I fully agree, but I think Cloud Soul with SGB's composition is actually really good. Now that you have this Cloud Soul plus 3 Cloud Dragons, you're basically gonna have Shockwave, you're gonna have World, and you're gonna have Ragnarok online for every single fight. And the fights that we've seen GLX win have always been where these abilities have just basically been offline. So this is just super difficult for GLX to play, as well as how we've already pointed out that their team fighting hasn't been as crisp as we would have liked.
Agreed. And also, no one can side lane into Hosmet, I think, at this point. Especially because he's starting to build magic resist, so when the Spirit Visage is done, now all of a sudden the healing is just obscene. Blazes can't even do anything into him at that point. And I will mention, there isn't much heal cut that's been built. The Thornmail for Kemken is some, and then the other option is your Mortal Reminder here for Shine. But Shine has been accessing pretty much exclusively Hosmet, so maybe they can burn Hosmet a little faster. But again, the people you need that onto are the backliners that are getting dove all the time by Bizbo and by Killer Queen, because those are the members that are just like able to actually soak all of this damage because of the healing that they've got. So ideally you'd have a little bit more somewhere. Maybe Killer Queen would have one of those items, but unfortunately it just hasn't been able to fit it into the Hecarim build quite yet. As Hosmet, again, he's continuing to put on pressure. They can look for Baron just about any time they want, because TP is available for Hosmet as well, and Bizbo also gets just run out.
Yeah, this support's on level 13 when like everybody on SGB is at level 14, level 15, even level 18 is very difficult to play. And I feel like this is going to be the final fight. You can see Hosmet's already doing wave management towards the bottom lane. So if they manage to pick up this Baron, I think it's game over. Teleport?
Okay.
Where's it gonna be to? It's just gonna be at the edge of the river. But this is a very low Baron. It's gonna be secured by BeanJ. Now the fight's gonna kick off. Taki has to get out already. Froggy is very low. Will get taken down. Bizbo goes golden. Now BeanJ is the only one left in the pit. It's a Olaf. He's very tanky, but I'm not sure you're gonna do very much there. Wait a minute. He's actually turning it around. He picks up the kill onto the Gragas. The Blazes will have to run away. Shine's here to try to do something. Will we see another nice paddle star? Let's see how much it chunks for. Okay, that's decent damage. Shine should be able to pick up this kill. That's going to be a shutdown onto the Olaf. And by God, Rebel, GLX, they hold on.
Told you, all they got to do is fight in a pit and they have an opportunity. Killer Queen gets a good ultimate right there. You're able to get into backline. Froggy soaked up, and like half of his health bar was gone before that fight started. So now GLX, they get a chance at this game once again. We look at that. Yeah, Froggy's health bar, where did it go? He's with Ariety on the backline. Another fantastic play by Bizbo, and this time everybody's so clustered in this pit that you're able to actually put in damage. I will say I love Ariety's positioning in this fight. He was able to get over the back of the wall, throw auto attacks over the wall into Kemken and into everybody else. But Blazes is still alive this whole time, and Shine was able to get a nice little flank into this back line. And then, this is just, Blaze is able to get a bubble, able to get a paddle star, and ends up just bringing down BeanJ off the back end of this one. It was one surviving Baron with Taki able to get this one away. They were able to break down mid tower. It's still very much Saigon Buffalo favored, but again, you do see that GLX does have the power of team fighting on their side if they find it in the very perfect situation, especially if Shine's able to access their damage against some of the backliners.
Yeah, and it was looking so good for SGB as well. They were prepping the wave to push in bot lane. They were saying, okay, we're going to take the Baron, we're going to push in bot lane, and we're going to go for a very easy win. But GLX, in that, like you said, very perfect situation, they find the fight that they need. They hold on to this game. And we're just over the crest of 14 minutes now.
Notice also Shine on 460 farm, which is obscene, probably more than he's had the rest of the split combined in every single game. Has gone onto 6 completed items, has neglected to grab those boots because, again, at this point, you're getting fought into if you're the likes of GLX, so this is your one and only option, is to be able to use this Xayah as this front-to-back team fighter, trying to get through all of these members here, as you don't quite have 6 completed items on anyone on the side of Saigon Buffalo, as all this gold has been thrown into the pockets of Shine, trusting their young AD carry. Not the bet that I would take personally, but this game, that's what GLX is going for, so they're committing to it.
SGB, they're looking for the the 2-3, I guess you could put it that way. Kemken is trying to do a bit of zoning for the side of GLX. They actually try to go in. Onslaught of Shadows will find 2. Olaf's on the Ragnarok, so he doesn't get stunned. A Magnet Storm will get Ariety. Actually, I think he got out of that just fine. And now the cavalry has arrived. Hosmet, what can he do? He's onto Kemken. The Shockwave will take the Gragas down very low. Hosmet picks up that kill, and it's now a 4v5.
Yeah, no Baron buff anymore, though. So GLX is able to take that one away. The bottom inhibitor went down to the combination of Froggy and Hosmet before that fight started, and this should be mid-tower going down as well, as inhibitors could start to be taken. Exhausted to Shine.
Yeah, they're really looking to shut down this Xayah. I mean, you have to if you're going to win any of these fights, unless you just, look for pick after pick after pick after pick. And I guess that's been working so far. I tell you what, 2 weeks ago, if you told me, GLX is going to rely on Shine in the late game to carry a fight, I would have laughed in your face. But right here, we are seeing Shine step up quite a bit. But Go ahead.
There's 15 seconds before this Elder Drake's coming up. You should not be backing with your entire team right now. This opens up GLX to take river control completely and maybe look to set up that pure 5-on-5 fight. Yes, Kemken's not there, but he has TP to rejoin. GLX, they're not even approaching. They don't realize that this is going to be the case. They can just walk into this river, take the priority while you have a chance, GLX.
Time is ticking. They're going to get the crab, so they're going to see what SGB is going to be able to do. But I'm not even sure if SGB, they want the dragon here. They're just going to walk in this wave. It's going to give them priority over the river, and when GLX, they return to deal with it, they just go for the dragon, or they look for the fight outright. Rel is...
Way too
what is he
far.
doing? Is he just trying to distract SGB? He's going to give up his life for it. It's a very tanky Rel, but I'm not entirely sure what the game plan is here to do. Just gets taken down. That's another kill going over the Froggy, and now they turn their sights onto the dragon.
They wanted the flank really badly right there. I think that's what happened with Bizbo, but he got spotted out around them, and they were able to turn so quickly that they just had to abandon Bizbo. And now Elder Drake even is on the table for the side of GLX. They could look for some competition. A Killer Queen has no way over except the ultimate now, though, and they're just going to have to back away. That's so painful.
Yes, indeed. Good, sir. The Elder Dragon secured, and now we are seeing Taki with his company coming down towards the bot lane. Kemken's going to get traded over. Shine blazes at Killer Queen. How are you able to hold the Nexus? Bizbo is up in 15 seconds. I don't think you have it in you. The GA on Zaya is probably not going to do all that much. It's going to take a miracle. There's nothing else I can say, and I don't think we're going to see it. Killer Queen goes in, tries to knock someone back, does not get it. And you can see GLX, how scared they're playing, how much they want to win this, but they just don't have the means. Bizbo is up, they're trying to go in. Magnus Storm, that's huge! As GLX, they try to get into SGB, they manage to do it, but all of their members go golden. Hasmit in the front line, he's trying to take down Shine. Shine flashes away, the Blade Collar will come through. SGB, their backline is low, but I don't think it's gonna matter. No chance, it's HG, double hockey stick. It was sketchy, it was not very clean, but overall, SGB, they strike first in our best of 3.
Oh, what a game from GLX. They tried as hard as they could to let Shine do some work in this game. They got him to 6 items, but it just did not matter. He could not lift through all of the powerful members on the side of SGB. And on that Elder Drake, there's just no chance that you're getting through that fight. So what a series. They made it competitive, but SGB, man, they were able to adapt on the fly. They end up pulling that game in their very favor, and they take game number 1 after it really heavily looked like that early game was way in favor of GLX.
Yeah, but again, the storyline that I have to keep putting forward is that, you know, who would have thought that game 1 of SGB GLX would go to, what, 45 minutes? That's insane. The rookies of GLX are stepping up huge this game, I gotta tell you.
That they are. They looked really solid for probably the first time in weeks, at least. This team has looked really good over the last 2 days. Maybe we didn't give them enough credit in their series against SBTC. We thought, okay, SBTC is just throwing this one. But after that right there, maybe it's GLX that's finally started to come online as the split has come down. And all this is doing is making me miserable thinking about the fact that maybe this team's going to have to get relegated. As if this had been the team that were playing all split, maybe we don't have them at the bottom of the barrel. Maybe they're competing in the middle of the pack teams, but it's too little too late for that. But we at least get a bunch more games now. I
mean, if they keep playing like this, they're probably not going to get relegated. So that's still a plus for you, maybe. I mean, I don't want to see a GLX. Anyway, I'm just going to end that thought right there, as we are going to go to a short break because both our brains are fried. We're going to take a quick breather. When we come back, it's going to be game 2 of GLX against SGB. I want to see GLX at least take a game, right? I want to see them at least take a game. But in 10 minutes, we'll see if that is going to come true. Don't go anywhere. Stay right here with VCS English.
Welcome back to the VCS English Analyst Desk. Back with Marby and Clockwork after this game to start the day. I don't think we don't need to use any attributes to describe the game because
No
yeah,
adjectives.
we saw it.
Simply game.
Just game. So we want to try something here in preparation of our playoffs broadcasts. We want to try showing you a little bit of a replay from the game, 20 minutes, 26 seconds into the game. Something happened that Marby, walk us through this team fight and why it was so impactful.
This team fight is basically where we see SGP get their way back into the game, and you're seeing it's due to this disconnect in the engage. Ken is called out, then Killer Queen goes in, then Bizbo goes in, all one at a time, following each other like lemmings, not going in as a unit. That means even though Bizbo is able to pick up like 4 members of SGB in the ultimate, it gets completely undone by Ariety's ultimate. There's no damage to follow it up. There's no CC to back it up because Killer Queen's already out of the fight. Ken's already out of the fight. And it just means it's an easy win for SGB because they're not doing a 5v5. They're doing 3 5v1s and then a 5v2.
Yeah, and this leads to Baron. This is the way back for SGB. One thing I want to point out in this fight is once again the range difference, right? Shine didn't even get to follow up. It's very bad to fight, to hard engage under turret into a Senna composition as when your ADC is Zaya, because she never gets to follow up. He got like 1 auto attack off on Hasmid, something we discussed before. Clockwork, maybe more broadly about the game. Oh, you want, get your thoughts for this fight first, and then.
I also want to add that despite praising GLX drafts earlier, this one kind of put them in a hard spot because, as Mabi said before, on top of the initial engage from Hecarim and Rel, GLX also needed Ken to put the barrel in a very precise spot to distance Froggy or Ariety from Taki's Tamkench, so that he couldn't protect. And on top of that, they also needed to burst the target with the Zoe fast enough that Taki couldn't eat them. So it was a very complex structure that GLX needed to impose, and it required a G2 level of execution that clearly wasn't there.
Yeah, but to go back to the start of the game, because it looked very good for GLX, we thought maybe it's time for the miracle run for only winning series in week 1 and week 9 for some reason. In the end, not quite enough. But let's take a look at the bot lane. The catfish in the room, I guess, where Taki and Ariety maybe played the worst laning phase I've seen of these two. It was absolutely horrible as a Senna main. I was cringing the whole game because that was some very bad Senna play. Also some very bad Tamkench play, which is not something you expect to see from Taki. So, Mabi, maybe you go first. Do you think GLX will double down here and try to play bot lane focused again? Or was this just the function of Senna Tamkench coming?
If they're given the option to, I think they will, but I wouldn't be surprised if SGB rather wants to just pick a more comfortable lane for the bot lane, something more along the lines of an engaged support for Taki, a more traditional lady carry for Ariety, something that they know how to play well, and then they can they can still go for a late game composition or something that has that scaling option, something to test out a new way to play the game, but without quite going off the deep end in terms of what your champions and how.
And Clockwork, I want to ask you a little bit more about Froggy, because you were the highest on Froggy, looking at the points you gave out. So why did Froggy impress you here on this control mage, and do you want to see a similar style for the next game as well?
So I think Froggy played not the best in team fights per se, even though he positioned himself quite well, never getting caught by anything on GLX side. But also lane assignment wise, he was always in the right spot and played the Orianna accordingly. Also, I liked how he used his shockwaves on the back end of the team fight to then punish the failed engage from GLX. So overall, I think Froggy has been... No, I'm joking. I have been co-opted by Rebel. This is all him.
Well, he has done a great job because you keep praising Froggy, rightfully so, I think. So let's see if he's still in as we jump into draft. SGB lead the series 1-0, and they are now on blue side, banning away Lilia, interestingly enough, and the Thresh.
May I add something? Because as we said, like maybe sometimes in the past, Saigon Buffalo tried to experiment a bit, to flex some things with the Velcos also against Cerberus, which was a very clutch opponent at the time. So I think they are going to keep experimenting here against GLX, since it's not a very high stakes. They don't have much to lose, so I'm actually fine if they try for also some weird picks or not like out of comfort, like the Senna Tamkench. Of course, we have seen that they are not at the peak of their play, but it's okay to try it out now before playoff comes around.
Definitely agree with that. Maybe a little bit too late in week 9, but I mean, there's still a week to prepare, so Marby, you seem to be a little bit...
Thank you.
Yeah, there you
SGB
go.
SGB, I just want to practice playing against draft disadvantages, because that's what they've done again. They've just given up like Tristana over. It's not like a one and done. This you can play against this pick, but I don't think the jungle pool is so shallow that you have to give up Tristana just to pick up Udia. Again, Volibear, BJ has been completely ignoring it. Hopefully he can grab that put that into his pool in time for playoffs. But even then, he could go to something like the Kane. We can't go to the Olaf, that's been removed. So they really just want to pinch the jungle pool for Killer Queen, and I don't think that's going to work. Killer Queen's more than happy to play the Nidalee, more than happy to play the Graves. And even if I don't think those, and even if those aren't the best picks, they're still viable enough that you're not hurting him too much by forcing him down that ladder.
Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. Rebel's favorite champion in here. Or is it Marby that hates it? Yeah, I think it's Marby. Yeah,
I don't like the Nidalee. It's okay when you've got it paired up with the Renekton. You have the option to play through it if you can get Kemkin to actually operate and get on top of this Gnar. But, you have to get it rolling early, and it's just going to fall off extremely hard compared to the Udia, which is not exactly the most known as a scaling champion. But
so I'm excited to see what SGB wants to pair with Senna this game, because of course the most obvious option is banned away. But Clockwork, we just saw GLX play a little bit of a dive comp last game. Now they have a very early game focus. It's very scrappy, skirmishy composition. Do you like this approach, and how do you want to close out this composition here for GLX?
So, as much as people don't like the Renekton blind pick, which is indeed has been instantly countered by the Gnar, GLX has shown that they can flex it in the mid lane. So here, there could still be maybe a Jace angle. I'm not sure that giving Jace to Kemkin will be a wise choice, but it can be an option if they want to take advantage of the Gnar being showed. Vayne.
You can also take the AP. The AP Dragus has also been a
Actually, give me Vayne for Husmid again. They already.
He's got the Gnar.
Yeah, flex Gnar into bot lane and give me Vayne. Oh, I like this.
We could see that. That's the level of experience.
That's Taki Sion, by the way.
That's 100% Taki Sion, yeah.
Sion? Yeah, so yeah.
I'm a little upset. I was hoping for something with a bit more damage, like the Chuggers. If you're coming over from LSK, you just saw Barrel put up extremely big Chuggers in the chat because he was larger than the Nexus by the end of the game. It's unfortunately we're just gonna have to.
Okay, this is not fair. This is not fair, Bispo. This is not fair. Poor Clockwork.
Why make me like that? That's rude.
Yeah, Clockwork has been advocating for Nami for a very long time. I personally am also a big fan. But we might just see the flex into mid lane as predicted. Yeah, this looks like a top lane last pick, so flex into mid lane. Very nice prediction. The Renekton going mid. Not sure if I like it too much. This time,
No.
Wait, who got which team last time? I believe.
Last time
S-
we saw it was. Oh man.
Like, was it yesterday? Like against this PDC?
I guess they played against SPTC. Yeah, they did. And they
think so.
pulled out the Aatrox.
So now maybe a little bit of a stiffer competition. But let's start rounding it up, this draft discussion. Marby, this time you get SGB. Do you like the changes?
I think it should be a little bit more comfortable for the side of the bot lane. Taki should be a little bit more comfortable on the Scion. It feels more in his wheelhouse, getting out on the map, roaming around, being where he shouldn't be, and being a big engaged threat instead of just sitting on the back line trying to support his carries. Well, hopefully O'Reilly was just having a bad game last time, and the top side of the map should be fine. There's not really too much difference from what they played last game to what they're playing now, so should be more of the same. They should have a strong late game.
So let's also add the prediction here. Do you think they will win?
Oh yeah, I think they'll win. GLX would have done a lot better if they'd gone for the Malphite instead of the Camille. It would have given Killer Queen more options, but they didn't. So Nidalee's going to be useless.
And Clockwork, GLX.
Quick summary: GLX want to go for the early game. They have shown that they can play early game around bot lane. I don't think this will be enough. I don't think Camken on the Camille will be allowed to be a carry in the late game. Hasmed is very proficient. BJ on the Udyr is very comfortable. SGB 2-0.
Fair enough. And my eyes are going to be glued to the bot lane in the early game, and let's hear if the casters agree with that, because there was a lot of action in the last game. Take it away.
Yes, hello, thank you, our dear analysts, for those predictions. All of you have zero faith. I tell you what, every single one of my casts, I get to cast 3 series this week, and all of them so far have been 3 games, and I want another 3-game one, because this has been very exciting. I agree about the bot lane point. I want to hear what you have to say, Mr. Rebel.
I like, if I'm looking at GLX, I like the idea of like these bot lanes having some interaction. But yesterday with the Renekton mid lane, they played really well to just like slamming that lane over and over again. And especially if you're able to get Tristana there's a lot of potential of just like overloading on mid lane being their strategy to bust open the tower and then just continuing to attack side lanes over and over again, which could be problematic for SGB if Froggy doesn't get a little bit of help in this earlier stage of the game. So the plan is there from the side of GLX. I agree that Nidalee is probably not the greatest champion in the world for specifically this game, only because the Udyr should have a little bit more presence early on, should have a pretty decent clear path. I am very interested in this Guardian Scion bottom lane though, because this is a much different look than what we saw last game from Taki.
Yeah, you can't eat your AD well, my words just failed. You can't eat your AD carry there with your Scion. I will say that Tristana is a busted champion though, but
yes.
Do you know when was the last Tristana loss in the VCS? Who was playing that champion?
I'm gonna assume it was Shine.
It was Shine. Was Shine. Why are you giving Tristana? I'm being facetious. It was against Garm.
Yeah. Now, also, just in general, if you're guessing an ADC that lost games in the VCS, you're pretty safe saying Shine for pretty much any of them.
Okay. Okay, we're doing that. We just praised him a ton like last game. Come on.
I mean, did we praise him last game?
I praised him last game. I think he's doing alright.
He did fine.
Oh, Bisbo. Oh, missing the knock-up.
I mean, he buried the flash.
Yeah, sure. That's a center without flash, very immobile. We take those. We absolutely do.
100%. Absolutely. Not to mention, there was no flash burn by Bisbo right there. That was just a straight-up headbutt pulverized that had to be flashed away by a Ratty. Otherwise, the death might have come through.
True.
So you do burn that tool on an immobile champion. Also, Udyr has completely full cleared the jungle, is on top scuttle, and Hosmet is here with less than exemplary health bar here. Can BJ get this?
Renekton has priority. I'm not sure if BJ wants this. He does pick up the crab, but now he's in the middle of 3 people. This was a little sketchy communication, and that's first blood over the Killer Queen on the Nidalee. You can't flash away from that one. Taki gets knocked up, but Shine, you gotta watch your health bar, my friend. You're going down on 200 health. The knock-up coming from Taki will get Bisbo, but that's a very tanky cow. Just a disengage coming in from both sides.
No vision in that bush means they can't continue to punish Bizbo and Shine. Unfortunately, that topside play, again, it's just a little bit faster of a clear coming out from BJ, where he's able to get into topside fast enough. He could have turned tail and just run directly through mid lane, probably won the the pushing battle between Froggy and Blazes, and then taken bot side scuttle, but instead tried to greed for a double scuttle. Got caught by Hosmed, where Hosmed was able to
he might be able to equalize it.
coming.
Yep, Shine jumps over, but he actually gets stunned up. I want to watch the ADC here, because he's just gonna die now. The next one on the menu is Bizbo. He knocks away BJ, but is that gonna do all that much? He has no mana, he's gonna get stunned up. Another auto attack will seal the deal. A double kill for BJ, showing that he's here to play.
You don't give it to Variety. He feels bad, man. But I guess that's just because they want to make sure that he's back in this game, as BJ had just burnt all of his cards on top side, making sure you go for that Scuttle Crab. Now, able to use the back timer that would have come through from Killer Queen, having to go to bottom side for Scuttle Crab after that first kill, and able to find a play into bottom side where you're able to find Shine and Bizbo on an aggressive little bounce. So very nicely played by BJ to find that kind of rebound to come through, as he's going to be clearing back towards top side. Actually, BJ is backing, I assume, for something to assist in his clear pathing. This is the gank that comes in, though. Yeah, there's nothing here. Notice that Nidalee's on top side. Looked actually mid lane to try to punish onto Froggy, it looks like, and they weren't able to get anything. BJ just runs down Shine. Bizbo's got nowhere to go. The homeless man's going to be more than enough to bring down Tristana. And right here, again, I would have almost liked to see them give this kill to Arighty. I get the idea behind giving it to BJ just so he could interact on the map a bit more, but again, I always like giving Senna the gold, but that's perfectly fine.
He even walks away, just like, do you want it? Do you want this? Senna walks closer, he's like, nope, my kill.
It's tough, but you are able to do that. Killer Queen skimming some off the top here of the jungle, and BJ, I think he's waiting. He knows it's happening. He's waiting for it.
Hosmet's gonna collapse. Okay, Killer Queen's on full health now, but there's two members here. Takes the flash over the wall. Blastcone should be able to get him to safety, and that's just gonna be a successful heist. Picks up the Gromp.
Where is the bear stance? He's a tiger throwing auto attacks. Just kill him. Just kill Killer Queen. What are you doing?
Oh, GLX, they want to come back. They're giving Hosmet the Chemcan treatment. This time he's not on Aatrox. He doesn't have the World Ender. That's very squishy. I think he's just about gonna die. He's gonna flash away, and he does manage to get out. The spear is not gonna connect, and Hosmet lives for now.
Okay, now the play shifts to bottom side, where it's okay. What does SGB actually get in response to exactly what just happened? Where Killer Queen walked in. Yeah, you're saying Dragon. That's absolutely what they're getting to. I was just going to allude to it. I was going to play around with the point a little bit more.
Okay, go ahead. Pretend I didn't say anything.
No, it's too late. No, it's too late. The Dragon's getting taken. That's it. That's all that's going to happen. So now what we watch for is, where does Killer Queen go on the map afterwards, where it's like, okay, you found a tempo play on top side. Did not work against Hosmet. Did burn both summoners, thankfully. But BJ is able to get a Dragon, and this Dragon stacking starts from the side of SGB, who again have the center for the scaling push. Now do they look for a dive? Instead, Killer Queen could get invaded. There's no one here to help him out. It looks like Renekton's coming over, but... Oh,
Froggy's here as well. Oh, we actually might see a repeat of the fight, just opposite side of the map. Bizbo, where's your knockout, my friend? You go in, basically do nothing. Now Blazes in the middle of the entire SB team, gets Shockwave. That's an ultimate gone. Shine actually picks up the kill on Orion. It's a ADC gone from the side of SGB, and this suddenly is looking like a pretty damn good fight for GLX. They lose. Actually, no, they pick up the kill onto the Renekton.
They're doing okay.
And SGB actually turning around. Okay.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, wait, what are you watching right now? They're getting their asses kicked.
Listen, my brain is fried. I thought GLX was blue, and the blue side, and like,
that's
yes,
fine.
good fight for SGB.
It was a very good fight from SGB, thankfully. It was a faster move from Blazes, but he went in just a little bit too early right here, as you'll see, where Blazes just like walks behind this team trying to find the flank. I don't know what BJ's aversion to using bear stance to start off fights is, but it is kind of driving me nuts right now. This ultimate from Froggy, I think, was big because it did stall the damage onto the likes of Taki and then also BJ, where Arighty goes down, but it kept this Renekton out of the reach. And then right here, Shine has to try to flash after BJ, but he soaks just a bit of damage, and at the last second, all of a sudden, this fight has completely gone in favor of SGB. You're not able to catch down the Udyr, and Killer Queen loses yet another bit of bout in his own jungle.
I feel like if Shine had a little bit more damage that fight, they would have just turned it around. It was a 4v3 at the end of that, so it's a little unfortunate. I would have liked to see that. Or a mouse.
What
you always
voices
said
in
or
my
a
head,
mouse.
man?
What are these people? Where is this coming from?
Where are the voices coming from? They're of different variety all the time.
Burn things, Rebel, burn things.
Brazil.
Now that takes me back to my childhood.
Oh, wait, hang on a minute. I think there's a little bit more to unpack there than we have time for.
We don't have time to unpack anything. What we do have time for is to watch BJ yet again not use bear stance to catch Killer Queen. So
I mean, he's not caught Killer Queen. He's just gonna walk away. This is a very angry homeless
is in
man.
Italy.
Gets over the wall. They actually swap sides over the wall. So
what is happening?
It's
Just
just
run it to Italy. What is she gonna do? I don't understand. BJ, just attack her. What is gonna happen? I don't understand.
it's a very sus game. Not gonna lie.
Very, very sus.
Very
game,
sus.
yes. Very sus. Okay. Bot side's going a lot better. Shine
Yeah.
and Bisbo are playing like Shine and Bisbo again, which is not good for the side of GLX, unfortunately. Bot side, there
Oh,
is a bunch
Hasmet
of
is given the
shenanigans happening
Ken
now.
treatment again, but BJ is here. He's a little too slow. Will he be able to do anything? Looks like he wants to trade. Ken is
That's it.
going low. He actually might get whacked to death. He does. BJ picks up that kill. He's looking a little greedy, thinking whether or not he wants to go on Killer Queen. Eventually decides no, and now Froggy and Blazes are trading auto attacks in the top side river. Froggy's just going to chase
Froggy
away the
takes it.
crocodile.
Yeah, moved a lot faster. Did sack a little bit of the wave right there. Was Froggy, but a nice trade of kills on top side again.
Oh, they jump on a
actually
Riot.
bottom side
Bisbo
again.
gets a knock up. This center is very low. Does get taken out. Shine picks up that kill again, and he's got a Rioty's number all day today.
Extremely tough right there. When a Righty gets jumped on, there's not much that the side can do to try to disengage it, like the Tom Kench from the previous game, where like,
that was
never mind,
sketchy.
never mind.
That was,
That's a Froggy diff.
we
right
didn't see
there.
that.
That's a genetic gap.
Yep. What even was that play? I don't.
I told you it was a genetic gap. Froggy's just the better player all around. Yeah,
The frog DNA really doing a lot for him.
Frog DNA is doing too much right there. Yeah, bot side, again, they find a really aggressive play. They are able to get something into a righty. That's another kill onto Tristana as well. Like you pointed out, that is a busted champion. But Shine showed an aversion to be able to carry in the previous game, so that still does worry me of whether this Tristana can actually play for the later stages. This is the play as we'll see it, where Bisbo actually went immediately onto Taki. That auto attack. See, a righty used one auto attack, and that was all that was necessary for them to collapse on it. That's what you get for auto attacking a righty. And then here's the mid lane play. Actually, not bad from Blazes. He jumps in, presses Q, gets the ultimate off for
tries
this
to go
big
back in.
boost of health, and then nothing else.
What is this? What is
This
this?
is a replay.
No, I said what is this play?
I told you, it's a genetics gap. I told you, it's so simple.
I'm so what in the world? Can we analyst desk? Can we review this replay? I just want to watch your brains melt. But yeah, we are seeing BJ doing this again. Cosmet is quite a little far off on the rage meter, so I'm not entirely sure if this would be a good idea. BJ actually just takes the recall, so nothing to
empowered
see
recall.
here. Yes.
Nope. Could walk into bot or into mid, try to confirm this Infernal Soul, or Infernal Drake, my apologies, very quickly with the likes of this Udyr pick, being able to just kind of move in. Froggy is completely full. Bottom lane is looking good as well. Killer Queen's trying to solo out this dragon, but again, BJ is just walking down to this bottom lane. It might just drop Rift Herald here, but that actually might be to the deficit here on the side of Zygon Buffalo, because unfortunately I don't think they know that this is happening until just a second ago. If they knew that was going to happen, I think BJ would have been fine staying topside, and it looks like that's going to be the case. But now Kempkin has been given this information that they're going to come up to topside after Dragon was taken, and he walks back. Okay, I was really worried he was going to walk back to his tower, and he was just going to die right there. But fortunately, has the senses about him to make sure that's not going to happen. So keep your eyes on bot side instead for GLX. Never mind, this Blazes decided to turn around, so this will just be first tower traded for that dragon.
Yep. Alright. That should be... They get the tower, like you said. That's a healthy injection of gold. They're now about 2k up on GLX. And it's a better story in the early game that we saw in the previous game. Now Kemken going in, but Hasmet with the Gnar will just tumble his way out of there. No Hextech ultimatum in sight.
I agree. It would have been a potential play to look for bot side instead of doing anything else, because Kempkin should have been perfectly fine into the likes of the Gnar and then even the Udyr if you're going to want to play around. But instead, GLX come up to cover top side, so there's no second charge that's going to come through. I think it's because like early on in the laning phase, you're perfectly fine as Camille or Renekton into the side lane of the Gnar. But Gnar eventually does become at least enough of a threat with the range damage to not have to worry. Kempkin can all in him on like 1-2 item mark. But Hasmed with like side lane pressure should be enough to break down a couple of towers in the right situation. So right there, they just want to make sure that Hosmed can't just like walk in on top of Kemken all the time.
It's a little sus. Did he actually use the bear stance there? I'm actually not sure. BJ running down Bisbo. Ariadne's here to back him up. Looks like the cow's just going to be traded over. Shine is here
This is
as
Ariadne,
well for
get
backup.
out
That's
of
going to be TP. They want this fight. The explosive charge is on BJ. Will he be taken down here? I think that turret is up, so he's going to try to escape over it. Hextime ultimatum is used by Kemken to secure this kill. Another TP comes through. I think that might have been a little wasted as Blazes is here just to clear that wave.
What in the world is happening with these two? Like, BJ, hey, all the situations. Okay,
no.
Taki's literally just taking auto attack.
No.
He's actually he backed. Oh, I thought the Q was going to come through, and that was going to be a solo kill for Taki on the other ADC. I don't understand at all what BJ is doing in this game when it comes to invading Killer Queen, because every time he's been in the vicinity of being able to take a one-on-one, he's just like, nah, that's okay. And right there, 4 members collapsing on his position, he and Ariadne are like, yeah, let's step in underneath of the tier 2 tower on bot side. That makes a lot of sense. Let's do that.
That looked a little sketchy with Hosmed coming over the wall and suddenly turning into Mini now, but he gets out. Alright, he's fair enough.
He's fast. Fast now.
Oh, Blazers might be in a bit of trouble. It's a immobile Crocodile. The cow is here. It's kind of a zoo in this mid lane. Bisbo, I don't think he has ultimate, so he's actually really squishy right now. He gets taken down by BJ. And Killer Queen, he tries to do something back, and that's the cat off the zoo. But nothing else is going to come of it. They actually get out, but that's going to be Bisbo going down in exchange for his mid laner.
It's funny, you made me think about that for a second. I was thinking of all the animals, and I was like, okay, we do have one robot lady, but then I realized it's a frog instead.
Robot lady is a vending machine.
That's a frog.
It's the frog. Damn it.
Nice little play onto mid lane. They force Blazes
Nope.
back. Blazes has ultimate and flash, but again, with that dive potential, Blazes didn't want to burn anything, so they're just going to give up mid tower here. This does open up against Shallow Vision, especially because topside tower has been taken. They might trade that over to Shine, though. I feel like they are ignoring Shine to some extent in this series, just because they, again, after last game, Shine was not able to carry in the perfect position to come out. Now Taki,
he just walks very quickly towards the Tristana. The Tristana jumps out. Bisbo's here, so that's going to dissuade SGB from trying to go any further onto this ADC. And I want to sort of counter that point, you know, where you say Shine wasn't really able to carry. And I would say that, you know, in that previous game, at some point in the game, he was 6-1-6, and he was basically dealing a lot of damage onto SGB. I feel like it was just the engages for those team fights where no damage was able to be followed up that really spelled the doom.
I agree. I think last game was won by the side of GLX. Wait. It wasn't? Oh, that's because Shine didn't carry. Come on, Spoots. You're better than that.
Fine, I'm
Come
leaving.
on.
I'm leaving.
You're better than that.
Am I?
Yes,
Am I?
that's what you get. Yes.
They get
okay,
Dragon. GX gets Dragon.
You're saying they get Dragon right now.
Right, yeah, they're going to get Dragon.
But it's not up yet.
No,
It's
they're gonna
30
get
seconds. You say they will get it, but then the redeploy is coming out from the side of SGB, so they can contest river control if they're here. Yeah, so they're going to push out mid for exactly that. Okay, topside, we're missing a play. Please, VETV.
Oh, no! Kemken gets Kemken. Oh, that was so tragic.
No, Kemken 1 and 2. Sag. the tragedy that is unfortunately Kemken. This bot side play, we're finally gonna get the replay. I want to see how close this was and how necessary the Ariadne ultimate was to this fight. Hosmed lost ultimate this early. That's insane to think about. And then the ultimate comes out from Ken. Oh, that saves him. He's down to like single digit health right here. Ariadne is so cracked. Oh.
What an epic gamer, dude! And now, oh, okay, that's a nice spear. The paddle star's not here, but it's just spear's gonna come through. Now the ADC's a little low, and for some reason, GLX they now have priority over the Dragon. Blazes goes in, gets a little low. BJ's gonna get taken now. That's their jungler gone. And now it's gonna be a split fight. Shine's actually just gonna get auto attacked to death. He jumps over the wall, saves his life. SGB, they're just gonna turn around the rest of GLX. They have no damage in that group, and SGB they come out on top. They pick up the Dragon, and they pick up a bunch of kills as well.
That's a 5v4. Hosmed was able to join that fight relatively quickly. Shine is also in some dire straits right now. Okay, there's no burn of that as well. Hosmed, can he do the math? Can he do the math? Hosmed!
No!
No. Alright, that's fine. It was just a 5v4 that was won by the side of Saigon before you had Ken rejoin the fight. It was also strange because like Ariety, like on only the one item, or now 1.5 items, I guess, was just auto attacking Bizbo and Blazes for days on the one side of that fight. On the other side, everything got burnt for BJ, but unfortunately Halsbad was able to show up and put enough damage on this Gnar to make a massive impact. So another dragon and a big fight win actually for the side of Saigon, who again a little slower pace compared to what we normally see from them, but playing this game I think a lot cleaner than what we saw in game number 1.
Yeah, that's what we like to see, right? We expected Saigon to be much more consistent. They're obviously not at their peak form at this point in time, but against GLX you probably don't need to be. And we're sort of seeing the magic for GLX like fade away. They're not playing as well as we would have expected them to in the previous game, right? We saw them have a resurgence, and now it seems like they're calming down. Shine's not having his best performance. He's 3-1-1. I would still keep my eyes on him. What do you think, Rebel?
Yeah, meaty spears are also still coming out of Killer Queen. You saw that Ariety got knocked down like 75% of his health bar from just one spear. So that is one difference that they do have about this game, is that last game Hecarim didn't have the damage to challenge the backline like that. One good spear means that Ariety immediately has to be worried for his life of the Nidalee jumping into backline and potentially finding an assassination. I think Froggy will eventually be in that boat as well without the Zonias, which is coming soon, but he's not ready quite yet. So maybe that's the intention behind the Nidalee here, where you've got a really good front line in Blazes and in Bizbo who were able to soak for a very long time, given that this is now passing Senna. I really just want to see them play this one-on-one. Can I see the Shine versus Taki one-on-one? Shine knows he's going to get the smoke. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Shine doesn't want it from Taki, but I want to see Taki get the solo kill against the side of Shine.
If it happens, I'll let you cast it. You can just play by play that, because I don't know how I'm gonna do it.
I will unfortunately just be hype beasting that matchup, so it's gonna be fun. I'm never gonna get it. That would allow me to have any semblance of joy in this world.
Oh God! Again, too much to unpack there than we have time for today, I feel.
Spoons, you need to be ready to cast with me. It's half depression, half screaming at League of Legends. Hopefully about how Syndra's a bad champion.
Yeah, why did they lock Syndra? I want to see some Syndra. This game's the best champion in the game.
No one likes Syndra. Bad champion.
Look at his Twitter, guys. He has Syndra's best champion on his Twitter. It's real.
On
It's
April
real.
Fools.
No, what's that? Don't know. No clue.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Keep a look at map state. Shine has reset. He's heading up the top side, potentially to look for... I wonder if Baron's going to be on the cards here. It's going to take another hot second before Ariety's really fully online, but you do have Gnar's damage, which is really good for taking damage when he's in mini. And especially if you start off untransformed, especially if you transform out of Mega Gnar, and then you start off Baron, you stack your Gnar bar so quickly, and you get all of these hyper procs off onto the Baron. So it's like your DPS against Baron's higher, and you are stacking for that place, so that's what you're looking for here. Rift Herald gets dropped. They're just going to flood on mid lane because Shine got spotted out on top lane minions.
Yeah.
And this is, it's just GLX getting caught with their pants down, unfortunately.
Yeah, SGB is a better overall macro play, and I think Shine is caught out. What in the world was that pathing, Shine? You cannot do that. Absolute disrespect coming out from him. He gets punished.
They have a bunch of wards on their top side. I will give them that. But like they walked into the one space where maybe there wasn't enough warding, and unfortunately BJ is sitting there ready with bear stance, and the homeless man finds
Baron
the...
go with him.
Yes, it is. Where's the Gnar bar at? Oh,
okay, it's gonna be a collapse. Bizbo's in the pit. Hasmid's on Killer Queen. Killer Queen, you gotta get in the pit. If you try to get it, if you want to try to get the Baron, it's down to 1,000 health. Who's gonna secure the Baron? That's all I wanna know. 300 health. Nidalee gets the Baron. That's Baron for GLX. And now can they continue this fight? It looks like actually they're winning the fight even without their ADC. Bizbo will catch out Froggy, and it's gonna be just about an ace. Only Taki still alive, and it's GLX walking away with the Baron. What happened here? No, Taki dies as well. It's ace.
Yeah, it's an ace that comes out right there from the side of GLX. Let me just put it like this. You don't team fight in a pit up against the likes of Renekton. Like, it just doesn't happen. If he presses ultimate and he presses Q and there's 3 or 4 people there, you do not win that fight at all. I think that was probably like a pretty decent misplay coming out of 2. So this is the pick off on a Shine that you're going to see that's going to prompt this Baron Bush in the first place. But again, you haven't cleared out any of this vision. You don't have enough of your own to actually spot out when they're going to be coming to challenge against this. And so what they're relying on is this short range vision decision here. Froggy's going to throw an ultimate at Killer Queen, but the big mistake is Hosmed going over this wall. Again, when Blazes and Bizbo, these two AoE frontliners, are in your backline, Ariety goes down quickly, and now no one can really focus for this Nashor because you're too worried about everything else coming out. Froggy at least gets into a decent position, but there's no smite confirmed that's going to come out onto this Baron, and that means that SGB just ends up getting run down after all things again. If Hosmed just stays in the pit for half of a second, he throws a Gnar ultimate, they might win that as Hosmed gets run down in a side lane.
And suddenly the game has broken wide open for GLX. They're in the goal lead right now. Blazes is going to get collapsed on, but he's a very tanky Crocodile right here. The Shockwave is going to force the flash, but Blazes just walks away. And now this turret is going to go down.
Camille and Tristana, they're going to have to... Spoons, did you cast or curse this? Are we going to go to game 3?
What? What is even... I'm so confused. This is not supposed to how I can't even do words anymore. The Hextech ultimatum comes on BJ. That's jungler gonna go down. It's a 3v5. 3 seconds on Husband. That's gonna be Gnar returning. He's gonna have to fill up the Gnar bar, and GLX, they're saying, okay, we've had enough. We're just gonna back away, we're gonna reset, we're gonna win the next fight, we're gonna win this game.
It's not going to be a death yet, which is nice. It's just going to be Inhibitor being taken down for the side of GLX. It's still only a 5,000 gold lead. At 25 minutes, that is significant. But at minimum, especially with the Dragons being completely even at this point, there isn't too much pressing worry here from the side of Saigon, as they can still wait, and they can still wait for Ariety to show up. And this game's not even on a Rageblade yet. But that mistake around Baron was far more egregious than anything we had seen in game number 1. Not allowing this team, or allowing, I guess, the side of GLX to come in with these AoE champions into a pit and just muscle everyone around as much as they wanted to. It's really tough. And now also, Shine's pickoff was kind of terrible, but this is still a very powerful Tristana. 5 kills, 206 CS. Shine's doing perfectly fine. If you just let him auto-attack towers, he's going to bring down towers really quickly, especially when you pair with Baron Buff and Kemken, who can do the exact same thing. The pushing power of this team is very difficult to stop. So now Saigon, they're in kind of a pressing condition. They need to try to find teamfight wins around these neutral objectives, but now being down gold, that's so much harder to accomplish.
That's a great analysis, Rebel. I'm just gonna count that with duh. Because that's what SGB are doing right now. I have no idea what they're trying to do with these team fights. Come on! Wake up, SGB!
Like I said, it's been very strange. Like I said, it feels like BJ has just been completely off all game. Normally, he's not that like he's been one of the better performing rookies all split, in the fact that usually he's popping off and being one of the bigger contributors for the side of Saigon. This game has felt really off from him on the Udyr, which is not really typical to see. Shine got a little frisky for my feeling right there. Bizbo's also in some dire straits.
This might be a good fight for SGB. Hasmet's on the back line.
Nice.
And he's gonna jump in. He has the Gnar. He's forced to disengage. Where is the ultimate? The ultimate whiffs! GLX, you're in a 5-man unit. They get a double kill onto Blazes, and that's a TP. What am I watching right here? Taki, where are you going? Your team is dead! And GLX, they pick up a convincing win. That's a 4-member fight where GLX lost none.
I am just baffled. What is GLX doing? It's 2 throne fights in a row. They're just gonna end here.
Yeah, this is gonna be the end of the game. This is just gonna be the end of the game.
Like, if they had the game in their back pocket, all they have to do is not throw around that Baron. They completely lose their minds in 2 fights in a row. And now we're going to a game 3. Spoons, you curse them. GLX, they have a chance. They might come back.
Is it a curse? I mean, we get to see one more of this kind of fiesta. I mean, do you not want to see the fiesta?
I mean, I think you might actually kill Yul if you keep this up, because he's just gonna pop a blood vessel. But this is incredible. No one was expecting this from GLX today. All of us predicted the 2-0, and already all of us are wrong. How incredible is this?
I don't even know. Like, is there any deeper kind of analysis you want to provide,
no more
or is it just like
no more Senna? No more Senna. Okay? No more Senna. You gave Tristana away this game. No more Senna. No Udyr first pick. Tristana first pick. No more Senna. Okay? Bad champ. No, not bad champ, but bad VCS champ.
Bad VCS champ. And this is the top tier kind of analysis that we have here on the desk. Well, very appreciated, Revel. Thanks for casting that game with me. We'll be right back in about 7 minutes with the analyst desk to break down that banger of a game. We're going to game 3.
welcome back to Game 3, or I guess the analyst desk after Game 2, because we actually want to look at Game 2 again, even though no one really wants to do that. We have something prepared for you. The game-turning moment. Clockwork, take it away.
Okay, so basically here,
Uh,
Saigon Buffalo are comfortably sieging the mid lane with the Herald. This looks like a good play, reasonable. That's okay. And they leave. They are trying to reset, maybe put some wards around Baron because, of course, it's a spawn. Then they take off Shine. They pick him up, and that's fine because he was very out of position. So they are in a very comfortable position here, and they can go to Baron. They took away JLX AD carry, so they start the Baron. That is pretty fine. Here we see that Blazes is coming from the flank, Beast Boy is coming from the flank, Killer Queen misses a spear, Killer Queen gets picked, he has a very cool Zonias, and now he hits absolutely nothing. He keeps jumping around. Meanwhile, I don't even know what's going on in the pit. Killer Queen is
BJ
just
dies.
walking, and he
That's where the
smites.
smite goes.
Killer Queen did nothing else than fail 2 spears and smite, and still the play was won. Saigon Buffalo had no option to get out. Froggy also gets picked out on the aftermath, and here is how GLX turned around. What Saigon Buffalo could have done better, I think they really underestimated Killer Queen stopwatch. Taking him out way earlier would have probably at least nullified the Baron. Not sure if won the fight because everyone else on Saigon Buffalo focused the wrong targets, but at least they could have prevented the Baron going GLX's way.
Yeah, and Hussman never needed to leave the pit. If he stays where he is and just ults towards the Baron entrance, he's going to drag Killer Queen into the wall anyway from over the other side, and he has a chance to knock Blazes and Kenken out of the pit and save his team. Lets BJ live long enough to get that smite down, because as it is, they leave the Baron up long enough. They choose not to burn it down. BJ dies. That means there's only one smite for Killer Queen to come in, and he picks it up. And with GLX winning, we've got a nice donation from the Drakthar fan club, one of their signature toasters, and a sign signifying how they will feel if GLX picks up their victory, because they still have to play Garm. They really do not want GLX picking up this victory, because they can't catch that. They realistically have no hope in hell of catching that.
Very true. So now it's on Saigon Buffalo to defend BTS. Looking ahead to Game 3, what changes do you want to see made to the draft? I think we can pretty confidently say that SGB is experimenting today. They don't really play for much here, so we see them go to strategies they are maybe not super practiced, not super confident on. So do you want to see them go back to that? Marby, maybe, to start us off?
I don't necessarily mind them practicing some things, but generally I like to see when I see teams practice, I like to see them still keep the core identity of their composition. And if be that, say, in this case, Froggy needs to be able to access the map, and he hasn't been able to do that on the Orianna. They can go for the Senna and Tahm Kench. I think that's fine, as long as you are still putting in things like the Twisted Fate, still putting in things like the roaming mid laners that Froggy can get around on. If you want to control mage, go for something more akin to Rise. You have the wave cliff to count as a control mage, and you still sort of block off an area because nobody wants to walk into you, but you still have that roam potential with thanks to the ultimate. And I think go back to your core identity while you're experimenting. Don't change everything about yourself.
Clockwork, as we head into draft, on the other side, GLX, what would you like to see for them?
I want to see this again, flexing Renekton in the draft really helped them, and enabling also the Killer Queen. She's one of the star players here. And also, of course, it really helped that they managed to get their hands on the Tristana, which is an absolutely broken pick at the moment, and it can make up for a lot of what Shine is missing in the AD carry position. So, if they can pick the Tristana again, it could really, really help. Renekton is banned, just to say that. But also, for to echo, Mabi's points, a marksman main task is to shoot. So Araithi should shoot Senna into the sun and just play something else.
You're fired!
Just do that. Like, he has a mean Jinx, he plays an okay Kai'Sa, and it's okay. He can play those kind of champions because Saigon Buffalo are playing Steel for the second place. Losing here would knock them to third, which is not meaning that much, but at least, you can take the second.
Yeah, and just for pride as well, looking at the standings, finishing with double-digit wins would feel pretty good, I'd imagine, especially as a rookie squad. So, wow, Saigon Buffalo actually letting them pick Sarah.
5 jungle
So
bans?
it's the trade. They're setting up the trade for the Tristana. Because with the way GLX chose not choosing to ban Seraphine, SGB was going to get one of those. Either you get the Tristana for Araithi, or you get the Seraphine for Froki. So they kind of come out happy either way. And now they've got one of the best bot lanes you can work with.
This is what I want to see from Saigon Buffalo.
That'll
Action on the
completely
bot lane.
shut down bot lane Seraphine. So that kind of has to go to Blazers now.
Blaze is not really known for these kind of champions. I'm much more comfortable on the Assassins. We could go Senna Seraphine and just get killed 5 times in lane. Let's see.
It's true.
Senna Seraphine worked yesterday actually against Celebrity and No Way. Here GLX prefer going for the Kai'Sa. Maybe support will be something tankier like maybe an
It
Alistar.
worked. They still died 5 times in lane.
Yeah, well, Tristan RL has really a high kill potential, so it doesn't really matter what the support pick is going to be. Sion hovered. Yeah, this is going to be very likely a support, but I wouldn't be surprised.
But just Aatrox!
Yeah.
Husman should just lock in Aatrox here. Junglers have already been removed from the priority list, so what are they going to do? Ban more? You have first pick next round, so you just insta-lock your counter pick there, and you're good.
Just a quick shout out to Damwon, who are famous for Psy and Seraphine. So maybe GLX watching some Korean VODs here, trying to adapt to that matter and adopt that style. Not the easiest task, of course. But yeah, another counter pick for Hasmid. This should also give him a nice lane. He got a decent solo kill last time, or wasn't actually a solo kill, was assisted greatly by the Senna. So far, Hasmid, this whole week, I feel like has been very sketchy. Not really sure what's going on. Maybe he's taking scrims a little bit more lightly. Maybe it's just not his week. Let's see if he can recover in the last game of the regular season for both these teams.
Yeah, taking away some supports from Saigon Buffalo, Alistar taken out. Gragas could also still be a flex, which could, confuse the cards with the Sion that can also.
Mine can, in theory, go mid as well. So there's a lot of options available.
Yeah.
Technically, but taking these away, they're good rail counters off the board. That's just what you want by targeting those. Now you're probably looking for your jungler, though, a safe mid laner. So that's not a safe mid laner.
Let's go! Froggy Yone time.
They're predicting
he has
it's a
had enough
Seraphine
of
mid
being-
with that.
Yeah, he has had enough of standing back and just seeing his team fall apart. He is going to take initiative and trying to fight back.
I don't know Yone's matchups, but Lucian would probably do well because ranged into melee. Even if Yone has a lot of gap closers, here's an Irelia. Irelia has some pretty neat traits into the Yone. And the Killer Queen is in the Nidalee. Again, for the Killer Queen, he is very proficient on the pick. He's probably going to have a bit of a harder time because I'm not sure that he has the same lane
Doesn't
to
have the
rely
same
on
setups.
with the Renekton mid.
This might be a Karthus here for Binjay.
You have the option to. Lilia is still available. Oh, I know.
Kane,
I'm sorry.
also the Kane, the jungle has been very plumes. Now it's a
standard.
very AD heavy composition for Buffalo.
Yone
despite-
jungle came mid.
Don't think so.
Very unlikely, yeah.
Yeah. Especially with the whole with the Seraphine being relocated to the support position, most likely, that's going to be the point of attack, I think, out of SGB, especially coming from BJ. He's going to want to go on. He's been watching SOFM. Oh no.
It's the teleport special. BJ bringing the teleport from the jungle position.
Oh no.
I don't
So
really
hopefully he's still going for the Prowler's Claw type cane.
I mean, I hope we finally get to see a blue cane again, because that should be very good at punching Seraphine, just diving her, threatening her in the side, in the backline, I should say, over and over again. I'm just super scared for GLX's bot lane. How will they survive this laning phase? Rel, Tristana into two, especially Seraphine, should be very easy to catch out. So let's jump into predictions. Clockwork, you go first. Who is going to win this last series? Both teams playing their last game on stage for the regular season. Who's going to come away with the win?
The Seraphine here is a crucial pick for GLX, but it will have a hell of a hard time because everyone will be on top of her, and without the Seraphine, the comp that GLX took will have a very hard time working. So I'm going to give my points on Saigon Buffalo. I think they're the better team, and despite the heavy AD composition, they have the skill to make it work.
And Marby?
Yeah, it's gonna rely a lot on how does GLX navigate this game. If it gets too late and they don't have the means of assassinating Seraphine, the Scion may just become unkillable with the ability to just stack pure armor. But I've still got to give it to SGB, even though if it goes too late, if it goes past 40 minutes, I think they're gonna struggle.
And with that, for the last time today, take it away, Spoots and Rebel.
Oh man, y'all still don't have faith. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's gonna be game 3 here at GLX and SGB. And Rebel, how the hell did we get here?
Am I missing something? Does that like Yone picture look weird to you?
It does.
It's the Battle Academia skin.
Why is it there?
Well, why is that literally the only picture that's
Good
changed
question.
on all of the
Good question. It's the only
champion
one in the
boards?
game that does that.
Oh my
Oh, that's
god,
painful.
Riot Games. Okay, cool. Well,
Okay.
okay. I feel like,
All right.
I feel like SGB, either they are really going into experimental territory right now, which would be strange considering they are about to lose a best of 3 to a GLX, or they're showing a little more than they would like. And both of those possibilities are kinda insane.
It's also, you have to think about like what the benefit maybe is of sharing this strategy quick is, which is like if this Kane happens to work out, now you have as a flex pick between Froggy and BJ coming into playoffs, which is an even more terrifying idea to think that like all of a sudden Kane has to be something you have to plan for in both mid and the jungle positions, which would be tough to deal with. And the teleport is cool. I think it's really interesting in concept, but we haven't seen enough of it to actually know whether it's going to be fantastic yet, whether it's actually something that works or just something Mimi that Sopham decided to come up with, like the Lee Sin build that he had last year at Worlds, which was something different as well.
Alright, but right now we are not seeing a lot of early game kind of messing about that we would have expected in the... Oh, well, I say that. We're seeing a TP at level 2 into the bot lane. That's one way to start off a gank, I guess. BJ's here. He's trying to pick up Bisbo. He's gonna get the kill. That's a first blood over to the rail. And now TPs are coming in from across the world. Kaisa's the next one on the menu. Shine is going down very low. Killer Queen is here. Froggy's here as well. They killed BJ. And now Killer Queen's trying to get on Taki. He's gonna get that kill as well. Now Blazes is chasing down Froggy. Double kill on the Lily off the backside. And will Blazes go for the dive? It looks like that's not going to happen. I say it's going to be a calm early game. 3 minutes into the game, we get TPs into the bot lane, and now it's 3 kills to 2.
Yeah, that was a lot of nonsense that just went on. And I think BJ was thinking he could pull a fast one over the eyes there of GLX, looking to try to pull something on that one, but everybody collapses way too quickly. Killer Queen ended up coming to bottom side as both of them started on top side, just cuts past Krugs because of the fast clear speed from Nidalee. And so BJ doesn't get there quite as fast as maybe he would have thought that could have actually come through. So Froggy is catching this bottom wave, which is interesting because it is going to get a good amount of gold over to Froggy, who's on this Yone, and it has some success. I think as we continue into this game, eventually I think they're going to transition this Aurelia into the Gnar lane. I think that makes a lot more sense than just leaving this the way that it is, only because the Scion with some armor and with a little bit of magic resist would be good to shutting down the Yone, and eventually then the Aurelia can just side lane. We're going to get to see this again.
Why?
TP is hilarious, though.
Yep. Alright, it's like, okay, normal lane. Oh, is it a TP behind me? I'm like, oh.
Yeah, and it's a really quick access onto Bisbo, and then they see the TP coming in. I'm a little curious how, like, it's Mega Gnar right now. It looks like Scion and like Gnar are not able to get into this one. Blazes finds pretty much the immediate kill onto Ariety, and I think what they probably should have done is just immediately collapse into the middle of this lane. The spear from Killer Queen is what ends up getting a kill onto BJ, and yes, it gets traded back by Froggy, but then Taki has just no way out. I think they could have collapsed onto Blazes with all three of the members that showed up to this fight, and maybe they would have been perfectly fine, and like maybe Killer Queen gets to jump in, but if Taki body blocks, you get 2 of your damage dealers back. It felt like that fight could have been played a little better as bot lane.
Taki going super low, just gonna get popped by Shine. That's gonna be a kill. Going over to the GLX AD carry, and okay.
What is going on with this Saigon bot lane, man? Like, is it just the rookies from GLX that are like, all right, we might have been the worst bot lane pairing all split, but we are not the worst rookies. And this is just like a pride thing for them at this point, where they don't want to lose to another pairing who's relatively young like these two that have come out for Saigon.
Quick, get Van Helsing on the line. It's the VCS skill vampires again.
Skill vampire.
I wanna bring attention to where the gold is actually, because we are seeing 2-0 and 0 on the Nidalee. And sure, on the other side we are seeing the Yone with 1 NO, but the other kill and the first blood, most importantly, is on the Rel. So I would really like to be in GLX's position right here.
Yes, that's problematic. Neither the Kane getting a kill or okay.
Now that's not problematic. We're just gonna non-stop fight in the bot lane, I guess. Killer Queen is trying to equalize onto Ariety. I think he should be able to get it. Now the question becomes whether or not he can get out. It looks like he's gonna run away. The hop will ensure that this Nidalee gets to safety. He's now 5 and 3, and this Nidalee's on a killing spree.
This Nidalee has looked pretty good for Killer Queen. Sorn has kind of maybe blasphemized my and Mobby's position on whether the Nidalee is actually a good champion.
Shine, why are you
There's something
here?
to say about that.
Why are you here?
That's
why.
I do not know. The reason they had to back off in the first place was because Blazes was actually coming down the river and they had spotted it out. So they're like, okay, we can't fight this. And then immediately Blazes shows back mid lane. Shine's like, I can walk up because I have protection from Blazes. And then all of a sudden, look at that. BJ walks away with a kill and at least gets something back for this jungle matchup.
Yeah, but we are about to... Actually, no, the Dragon's already online. So when one thinks about, volatile bot lane, that dragon fight is looking very interesting whenever it begins to start up. If we wait long enough, we're actually going to have TPs all back online as well. So I am very excited to see what shenanigans both of our teams are going to get up to in the next few minutes.
Yes, I think what we're wanting right now, or at least what I'm wanting right now, is I'd love to see a GLX be patient enough to wait for 6, which is why Killer Queen, I'm perfectly fine with him being on the top side of the map with this dragon spawned. Taki was able to grab at least a little bit of vision on bottom side, or pull some of the vision back into the favor of Saigon to at least make that river completely blind for both teams, which is nice. And again, the level 6 for Seraphine is the point you're looking to grab onto, especially if you can get there before Taki does, because Magnet Storm's super good, also Encore, very, very good abilities, and if you're able to get that one quicker than the likes of Taki, you could collapse on that dragon a little better. I'd love to see them time that out here and try to make sure that Bisbo can get enough experience to have that advantage in that fight, because that could be a turning point here for the side of Saigon.
Okay. Wait, hang on. Did you say Bisbo gets... Well, let me get your point again. You said Bisbo getting enough...
apologies. Turning point for the side of GLX. That's
okay, that makes a bit more sense.
That's what I
right?
intended to say. That's my bad, yes.
Yeah, and I
This
fully
was
agree.
a GLX point. I am biased towards Froggy, but this was a GLX point. I'm trying not to be just completely... I could just say Froggy diff, and then that's what I attribute every game to, but I'm trying not to do that right
Just
now.
ask you a question, answer just Froggy diff. Why SGB winning? Froggy diff.
There are no champion, or there are no players named Froggy on the side of GLX, so unfortunately they simply lose. Yeah.
All right. That makes sense.
I had, back when I first started casting, I had this bit with another one of my co-casters that no matter who had more guns on a composition, that it was better, because at the time Lucian and Jinx were playable. Oh, okay.
SGB definitely hoped they had guns right here, but oh man, Froggy just gets popped, and that's not what you want to see. Pulling out the Yone. I would have expected Froggy to do something, but the Froggy diff is just not here right now.
The expectation for this Yone is that you play into mages. That's typically what you want. BJ actually right in the face of Killer Queen, who's going to be there to look for the blue buff. But yeah, it's not perfect into every single matchup. And I know Froggy was looking to play this into the likes of the Seraphine or something akin to it, because that is a far better version of this matchup. That play in mid lane is going to completely unlock the river, and that's going to be first dragon being taken by the side of GLX. I think actually for the first time this series, I'm pretty sure Saigon pulled both first dragons in the other two games as well.
I think the second game, yeah, my brain's not working. I'm not even gonna try.
They've traded 1 and 1, so
They have.
might have been the first two dragons have been traded back and forth in both games. So there is that.
Basically, this entire series has been fought around the dragon quite a bit, I would say.
Yeah,
Fought around
I
both
agree
neutral
with that.
objectives quite a bit as well, I think.
Agreed. There have been no ganks onto Kemken, but also alternatively there have been no ganks on Hosmed. BJ's coming flying in right
yes,
now.
he is
Goodness
through the wall. Bisbo's in a bit of trouble. Shine's trying to get out, but he's going to run into the enemy team. Bot lane here. He's going to get knocked back with the Buster Shot. Now BJ is in a little bit of a pickle. I tell a lie, actually. He gets the double kill, and he's going to get killed.
That's unfortunate. Could not outrun the tower shot, but fortunately does get quite a bit on this bottom side, as that was a really solid rotation from Froggy and BJ coming down to the bottom lane, flooding really quickly, getting the double kill onto the Kai'Sa and the Seraphine, where now Ariadne's also going to be able to pull a couple of turret plates off. This would have been a situation where I wanted Killer Queen specifically to look for Rift Herald as a response, just so you can make sure to match some of the tower plates that are going to be pulled by Ariadne, but instead goes for the counter jungle to pull some of the farm away from BJ. And look at it. How does he have blue Kayn already? I feel like he has been fighting quite a bit, which is the impressive part about this Kayn so far. Yeah,
he just comes in a double kill. At the speed that the Kayn came to bot lane, it was basically impossible for them to have tried to answer anything, really.
Is this a replay or live?
This is live. It's just a wet noodle fight. Kemken has to be careful, but he should be fine. Oh, Encore actually finds two in the river here. Froggy is very, very low. That's a Yone. He goes in. He gets a shutdown on the Aurelia before he dies. Now Killer Queen is in the backline. He gets the double kill. He gets a Tristana. That's ADC gone. Now Taki, he's trying to do what he can. Hasmed's here to back him up, but he's gonna go down. Shine snipes him away from the mid lane. Now Hasmed and BJ, they have to run. They don't have an AD carry, but GLX, they do. It's 11-8. Can they make it 12-8? BJ over the wall should get him to safety.
Really tough situation right there. Killer Queen is finding the perfect targets for some of these spears to find some assassinations in this fight. If Ariadne doesn't get removed, that's almost certainly a winning fight from the side of Saigon, but instead, because he gets removed very quickly, all of a sudden Froggy and Ariadne are gone, which are two of your main damage dealers, and there's not much left in that fight to be had from the side of Saigon. It does delay this Rift Herald at least a little bit. BJ is schmoving right now, goodness me, across this map. But again, you're waiting to try to get Ariadne and Froggy onto these kind of better damaging items, and at the moment, at least, they have fallen behind their lane opponents.
Yeah, for sure. And I actually want to see the start of that play because it actually didn't. We flew in. The observers actually went in after the Encore already landed. I want to see if SGB were the ones to try to engage that fight, or if Bisbo just got a really, really good snipe with the Encore. Here we go.
Yeah, we'll actually get
just a snipe.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just a snipe. And what's cool is Froggy was able to actually turn this around and get a quick kill onto Blazes. But again, Ariadne, look how much damage he took just in the passing of Killer Queen walking in for an assassination from the E's and the W's that had come out. And BJ with no ultimate was not able to actually throw that in. If he has ultimate, maybe you go in for Kemken here, just because you could potentially find that play. Hosmed also could not go into Meganar as it had just been used in the top side. So unfortunately, he doesn't have that one available for himself, which was a tough situation. Froggy, they're on him for some reason. It looks like he was just trying to take some Raptors.
Yeah, Froggy, I feel like at this point in the game, when you're on the Yone and you're really afraid of like falling behind, you really have to try to get as much advantage as you can across the map. You got the kill in that fight, was great, and they're trying to equalize the advantage here a little bit more. It's a 3v1. Ionia still stands, but his fate is sealed. As Blazes in the middle of 3 will not survive for much longer. Gets taken down, Froggy gets that kill, and just as we said it, he just finds another advantage in his lane.
Yep, gonna pull a tower plate as well. Really good stuff, collapsing into mid lane, making sure Froggy. He started off onto this this grievous wounds item, making sure to start for that. I can't remember what the item's called off the top of my head, but it builds into Mortal Reminder, so I'll call it Mortal Reminder. But either way, you start onto that, and it means that your damage is kind of tapered because you want crit to start things off as fast as possible for the side of Froggy. And only now, especially with all this gold income, will you likely be onto your first few crit items. As here comes BJ to punish Kemken and Killer Queen.
Yeah, okay. Alright. The choo-choo train does not go far, but he knocks up both. He gets knocked into a wall. Kemken
They
is
are
a very
terrified of
tanky
Killer
meatball right now. I mean, they justifiably so. Killer Queen is a very fed Nidalee right now. The Rift Herald actually finds its mark onto the tower just a few seconds before the Rift, just before, what am I thinking of? The turret plating falls. So that's a healthy gold injection in the GLX's side.
I don't understand. Like, again, that's decision making. I feel like that does not have a mistake from the side of Saigon most of the season, where it's like, okay, they either commit for the fight, and then like Killer Queen's strong, but he probably doesn't 2v1 right there, especially with how low Scion was after all the CC had come through already, and there were no more cooldowns left. But they are so afraid of like the Nidalee jumping in and just killing them both that they don't commit to the fight, and then they also don't turn to stop the Rift Herald before, like you said, tower plates end up falling, and so nothing happens. TP's into mid lane. Scion's looking for a massive flank right now. Kemken's looking for something on bot side.
Do they know? I'm not sure if they know. Okay, Binjay's here. They don't get the knockup. He's just gonna walk over the wall. Shadow Step's just gonna get him out. Froggy.
It's Froggy out too.
Kemken does not have the unstoppable onslaught, so he cannot chase. Instead, they're just gonna go on to the dragon now. Where's the enemy jungler? He's on the blue buff. This dragon is going down pretty fast. I think they're just not gonna contest Killer Queen. He's just gonna solo it down. And there's gonna be dragon for GLX. 2 dragons already.
Yeah, had already burnt the teleport though, so now Kemken has to make the walk of shame up the top side, where Hosman might be able to pull first tower if he's fast enough on this Gnar. I don't know if the damage is there. Blazes is going to have to walk up as well. This could be a very big problem. I know Hosman really wants this, but probably has to leave right now, or else, even with that, Blazes is going to end up pulling off. So nothing gained and nothing lost, except for the dragon here from GLX with a lot of tower damage thrown in. Gold is even right now, so it's just a 2 Drake advantage. As I feel as though we are encroaching upon another late game that's going to be coming out here from these 2 teams, Mr. Spoons.
I mean, you're getting your money's worth. You come into cast, you get a best of 3. Every single series I've casted this week has been a full best of 3, so I am not complaining.
No, not at all. I'm not going to complain either. I'm keeping an eye on BJ too. He started this Umbral Glaive, which is the most obscene item in this game because of the vision control aspect and no other reason. I'm just going to say that actually really quickly collapsed on, but he's so fast. Killer Queen can hit him with spears.
Hosmit can get Mega Gnar here very, very soon.
Ooh. That was the W that took that out? That was insane. Okay. That was kind of a crazy amount of damage to come out there. Also, bottom lane is, I'm not going to say even, but at least more evened out. It's Kraken Slayer to Gale Force and Dirk, which is, and also it's Berserker Greaves coming out from Variety, so at least the DPS can be matched to some extent. As Shine, yet again, finds an advantage in this game over top of his laning opponent. This has been a worrying trend.
Yeah, I'm so confused. Like, any day of the week, you ask me who would you rather pick on your team, Variety or Shine? It would be Variety every single day. But Shine has been stepping up, and he's now, I think this is the 3rd game in a row where he's just had the better of Variety. And I'm not sure whether to laugh or to cry.
I think be confused is the proper emotion to be feeling right now. I don't know what that is.
I'm confused whether I should laugh or to cry. See, that works.
No,
it works.
Okay, that's fine. Confusion is a perfectly fine emotion. I think Hosman's going to pull first tower here, which is quite nice. So that's finally going to go down, which is one resource taken off the board from GLX that Saigon is going to get into their back pocket. I still think Hosman has been like on the verge of being this decision maker or like this kind of decisive game changer for Saigon, but has not been able to make it happen yet this series. That last game, of course, that fight around Baron could have been very well influenced by him if he had jumped over the wall, looked for the pick on Italy. So maybe looking to atone for those sins in this one. Bottom tower also going to get aggressed against as this lane swap's coming in. They're looking for the Rift Herald swap here for Ariety and Taki to push down some additional lanes. As Hosman's going to be walking into bot side, they only just now realized this with the awards that are coming out. They're going to see the Saigon bot side on the top side looking for this Rift Herald here. And of course, with Kemken up here, it will be 5-4 in favor of GLX for a moment. But if they buy time for Hosman, they will pull another tower off the board here.
Yes, they might even pull the tower, and keep in mind, Hosman still has TP, so there's TP advantage over to the side of SGB. So if there is any shenanigans going over this Rift Herald, it could get very, very dicey for GLX. He's actually not going to go to the turret, I feel. He's just going to back away.
And even worse, like he goes to Mega Gnar here, so a TP is not going to be very effective right now. Doesn't see anyone show up until right this second. Okay, Minion's got the tower, so not going to have all of the gold flooded into his pocket, but at minimum, it has been Saigon who slowly climbed from this early game yet again, like we saw in game number 1, where the early game doesn't go very well in their favor, and have slowly kind of climbed back into a favorable position as the game has continued. where Kane is now almost onto 2 completed items. You have critical priority of this Rift Herald pit right now. Variety is onto a good number of items as well. Things beginning to look up to some extent.
Yep, BJ finally on a champion where he can actually get out behind the Baron pit, so that will help him hopefully stay out of trouble a little bit more. That's a TP coming through. I think that is Hasmet coming in. Irelia's also trying to get in, but it's a very messy fight. SGB are the ones in the middle so far. Blazes with the 3-man ultimate. Sealed Fate from Froggy will try to do some damage. Just a 3-man knockup coming in from Kemken's Scion. Alrighty, trying to do what he can. He's basically untouched. Now they're finally throwing some attention onto this AD carry, but it might be too little, it might be too late. Bisbo is the last one alive on the side of GLX. Aside from this Kemken zombie, it's a triple kill from Froggy, and that's a Froggy diff if I've ever seen one.
Extremely well played right there from all of Saigon, where they're able to set up a perfect fight. TP comes in much faster from Hosmed. He's able to get into a decent position where a stun comes out. Froggy's able to bounce around the fight, like you said, Variety basically untouched, and that's going to win them a number of things across the map after we'll see this replay come through. Big from Hosmed. GLX, actually, they made a good play, but Taki with this cutoff angle, I think, was the big decision maker, being able to pull in Shine and kill him off as fast as possible. Blazes tries to make a return play, but look where Froggy's at. He ends up getting into this backline, finding a kill off onto Blazes with a Variety, and then everyone else just gets run down because Killer Queen, all he can do is try to find assassinations. The spear doesn't hit onto the right target. Variety just gets to auto attack away, as does Froggy, as no one's really here that can actually contest against anything. And Bisbo, he tries his damnedest, but it's just not going to matter. As again, perfect fight setup. Now around the dragon, another one.
Yeah, but another neutral objective fight. It looks like Shine's getting a decent damage down on the Taki, and they're forcing SGB away. GLX right now, I don't think SGB went back to reset. So GLX, they have more damage on the board at the moment.
Can you find this Baron buff right here and right now if you're on the side of GLX? I know they're thinking about it right now because they have to be... I feel like they should have maybe made that happen.
They have the damage advantage, but I'm not sure by how much. If SGB tried to threaten them, I'm not sure if they could have turned.
It's more of a, do they have the damage to kill off Baron fast enough to actually threaten it, or is it more of a fight starter? Because if you wait for resets to come through, it's almost certainly favored for Saigon Buffalo. So it was like, do they actually have damage with Shine being on like 2.5 items right now, or 1.5, my apologies, items right now? Probably not. I think maybe Blazes and Killer Queen having as much damage as they've done, what it might have made it close, especially if you could turn with Kemken or something. But I know GLX was not willing to make that risk because they are not completely out of this game quite yet. But the last couple minutes for Saigon has been humongous. You notice they pulled down a couple of different towers across the map. Top and mid outer are both down now as well. They grabbed the Rift Herald, or my apologies, I think at some point they were able to grab a fight around Rift Herald. The Rift Herald's gone though.
They got Dragon as well.
Worry about there. Yeah, then they got Dragon, which is slowing down the stacking, which has been kind of the both teams have been doing this very, very well over the course of the series, is playing on this third Drake as opposed to playing around 4th or 5th Drake to try to stop the Dragon stacking.
Yeah, absolutely the case. And I think one word that you said, it was slowing down. You said about the stacking, but I think this game in general is beginning to slow down. And overall, this might actually favor SGB. Hasmet tries to do a wet noodle fight on the Kemken. BJ says, I want a piece of that pie. The train's just gonna leave the station and Kemken will run away to safety though. Overall, like I said, slowed down the game.
Yeah, at what point are they actually going to put Blazes in the side lane? I feel like this is a preferable side lane for the Aurelia to be able to snag this into the Gnar. Like that's just a counter matchup. Like that's something that exists within the realm of many like knowledge of the majority of people within the world, is that Aurelia is not just a good matchup, it's a counter matchup into Gnar. And so like not putting this is just kind of harming Blazes, and it's allowing Hosmed to just continue to put pressure onto Kemken, where maybe this Scion is a lot more valuable, shutting out the Yone. Also,
is this Aurelia in the side lane being beaten up by Froggy?
Surprisingly.
Killer Queen's actually going to back him up though, so they're fine. Just typical VCS skirmishing, you know?
It's like I said though, like if Blazes is in the other sideline, there's kill potential onto Gnar, and Froggy is almost solo killing Blazes. Like why are you in this lane matchup still?
Man, I don't even know what's happening.
I don't know either.
It just feels like a bit of, you know, not entirely confident play from both of these teams. I feel like, especially from SGB. Do we have to watch this? I mean,
yeah,
come on, they're just gonna hit each other.
Boom, boom, half health. Kemken, half health. Look at that. I don't understand these lane matchups anymore. Like Kemken could just deny this damage. Ultimate's gonna bring him out from under tower. It's not gonna mean anything, Hosmed. Stop doing that. You're not gonna CC a Scion to death, unfortunately.
It's not gonna mean anything, observers.
Doesn't mean anything. Take it somewhere else. It looks like Bean J is getting into a mess.
Yeah, but he's just gonna go over the wall, which is what Kane does. He's safe. Oh,
Fun
wow.
times. Oh, wow. Yeah,
would've-
Shine almost
Yep.
just executed him right there. That almost certainly would have been an ultimate, a Q, and that would have just brought him down. And thankfully, that does not happen here for our
Wait,
our
Alrighty's
friend.
going hard and Shine gets instantly popped. That's an instantly win fight
TP.
for SGB. Blazers is late to the party and he's got to run away. Taki, Bean J, and Alrighty. Hasmet on the flank. He's got Mega Gnar. Where's it gonna come?
Taki.
Where's the ultimate? I don't think you're even gonna need it. It comes through, but it again not needed. Kemken's last one. He's gonna try to get his ass out of there, and it's just gonna be a tower over to the side of SGB. What in the world was Shine thinking?
I do not know what Shine is doing that far up. You are not able to take a Tristana fight, especially because he's up an entire BF sword at this point, and now Saigon Buffalo have completely reclaimed all control. They've been pushing Vision up on this top side to try to buy space for Froggy, and now it's just going to net them this Baron as well off the back end of it. These fights, they've been slowly kind of coming into the side of Saigon, where we talked about, okay, they've slowed down this game, and now they've been playing to their strength, but they're back in the favor of speeding it up in their regards, because that's all that they need to do right now. As Variety has stepped back into the commanding position, you see right here, it was a lapse in vision, man. Shine, you can't be that far up, but that is tough because you don't see him coming. And then Blazes unfortunately started the TP, can't stop it, but Bean J and Taki are going to find a fantastic engage off the back of this one. Hosmet as well was there ready for the ultimate to come through as the Mega Gnar as well. Did stop Killer Queen from doing anything, and then just underneath this tower, what are you going to do if you're Kemken? Tanky's tanking, and there's not much to do, he just has to ult away.
Yeah, that was like, frankly, it was just a big mistake from the side of GLX and SGB. They just capitalized on that, and that's what we like to see from SGB. They're just going to be rewarded now
Lord.
with another dragon as well. And the dynamic. Go ahead.
Yeah, part of me really wants this game to be over just because I think Saigon is finally going to win it. Part of me also wants to see this composition with Yone and Tristana go to 4 Infernal Drake Dragon Soul, which would be... Could you imagine the ultimate damage from a Yone with 4 stack Infernal Drake and Soul Point as well? He would probably just immediately erase Killer Queen and Shine and even Bizbo off the face of the earth with 1 auto attack.
Yeah, and speaking about Killer Queen as well, we've seen this player have a really good early game, right? He went 3-0 and 0, had amazing impact across the board, and I feel the dynamic of Killer Queen this game, as I'm going to hold that as we're going to go for a dive top lane, and Blazers is just going to die. The TP is once again late. What is up with these late TPs? Bean J's been slowed up. Kemken's going to try to do something, but Bean J's just going to go into a wall. Kemken, you're tanky, but you don't deal any damage at this point in the game. Bean J and Froggy, if you step too close, you're just going to get killed. Mid lane now, I feel like we're going to see a dive. Encore onto Variety, instantly cleansed. That was clean.
Gorgeous little, if it wasn't a Captain Jack, it was about as close as it could be for my eye to try to judge, because that was gorgeous from Variety. And I was about to say, we're probably not going to get onto Infernal Drake even number 3 at this point, because it looks like Saigon's going to be maybe going for a kill shot here soon enough. This Baron's probably not going to be the end of them. It will probably end out before they crack.
Have you seen those minions at bot lane?
It's tough. They're going to crack this base again. I don't know if they win off this push specifically, but man, they're making it look like they're going to.
Yeah, I think GLX, they're just done at this point. I think they don't really have much more left in the tank. It's been a great showing in the early game for all 3 games, but in this mid game, they've really suffered. And I don't think, it's finally gotten such... The disadvantage at this point is so huge. It's so difficult for them to really find a way back. As much as I would like to see that, because that would be pretty entertaining, and Yolei's brain would actually melt.
I feel as though like the early game was really volatile because Bean J was trying all these crazy maneuvers, and the best part about it is that you got Blue Cane at only 9 minutes in the game. This is just gonna be game. They're just gonna walk this down right now.
And SGB, it was shaky. It wasn't the best showing, but they show a little bit more than I felt that they wanted to. At the end of the day, they pick up the win against GLX. It should not have been this difficult, but they get over the finish line in time.
But they do. Very, very solid ending to the series from the side of Saigon Buffalo. We're like, the second game was a big mistake that had come through. Their early games were not looking solid. But again, for a team that, like, at the beginning of the split, I don't think any of us had them in the top 4 even. Now might actually have an opportunity to play second in the league is really impressive. All of these young players, Froggy with the resurgent season. This has been such an impressive split from the side of Saigon Buffalo. And yes, this wasn't exactly the note to go out on. I'm excited to see what they can do come playoff time, because the highest highs of the side of Saigon are really, really exciting to watch.
All right, thank you, Mr. Rebel Fox, for joining me on the caster desk for this game. We're going to be on the analyst desk for the next game as well. And just before I throw over to Yulwei and the guys, I want to say that, with the level of play that we've seen come through from GLX, well, it's looking pretty good that they're not going to get relegated. So that's the only plus that I have to add. But Yulwei, guys, please take it away.
Thank you very much. Great cast and rest well. But yeah, here we go. Saigon Buffalo, after, I guess, 17, 18 minutes, suddenly realizing, wait, let's just win the game. And then they pretty much did just that. Yeah, let's start with maybe the MVP question, because I'm actually a little bit torn here. Whom do you favor? Maybe Marby, go first.
Series wide. If you're going for a series wide MVP, you got to give it to the mid laner. You got to give it to Froggy. He was never the weak point for them in the first two games. He was a big part of their win in that third game, and I think he didn't have a bad game. Whereas BJ fluffed around a lot in the second game and ruined that. The bot lane, no, you just can't give it to them. Hasmed did fine, but again, not really having the impact in come game 3 or even in the first games as Froggy did. So I think Froggy pretty handily wins the MVP for both this game and the series.
Do you agree, Clockwork?
I do agree with the Mappy, and I also want to say that maybe the experimentation that Saigon Buffalo tried to put forward this game wasn't just for bottling picks, but also maybe try to shift some of responsibility onto Froggy instead of Hasmed to carry as a important player for their composition. And I think today Froggy delivered very well. He was there even during the loss. He played really well, and Hasmed didn't suffer from the shift in resources. So I think if they practice a bit, like refine this style a bit more, then it can also develop into one more threat that they can present themselves at the playoff with.
Yeah, and SGB finished their season, their first split together as this team, 10-4. Very, very impressive. One of the best regular seasons we've seen, apart from GAM teams that always finish 13-1. But yeah, what an impressive season, or split, I should say. I believe +9 in game score or something like that. So that's a good end to their season. As Boots pointed out, we want to see more of their highs. I think we definitely can see higher highs for them. They've shown us better performances when they played against GAM, for example. But that's for next week to discuss. I want to end before we go to the break in anticipation of the next series to come. I want to talk a little bit about GLX. It might be the last time we see them in our league. Of course, they're now finished at 3-11. Will go to the relegation tournament. And do you think we're going to see this team, and if not the team, the players back in the league next split?
I think there's a good chance we definitely see some of the teams. I mean, some of the players for sure. It was a pretty solid top 8 finish for them, so not the worst. Just they need to. Yeah, I don't think they will get relegated. I think the team is just too good unless we see some of those pre-promotion shuffles where teams just come into the relegation tournament with entirely different rosters that they got there with. We've seen that happen many times before. So if this core goes in, should be fine, but promotion is just too far away to say anything.
And Clockwork, if you had to pick up one player from GLX, who do you think you would pick? Who is the most impressive player on this roster, and who's the player that maybe has the most potential to be picked up by other teams?
I mean, it has to be Killer Queen. Any other answer would be wrong. I think when he was given the chance to start in opposition to Zorn, for example, he delivered almost always. He had also some off games. Of course, he split time and he was a rookie. But despite this, he showed very proficient play and has shown capacity, skill to impact both his solo laners and to plan very well in the early game. So definitely the potential is there. I just want to add also on top of that it will be very hard for GLX to retain this player going into the promotion, going to the summer, whatever it is next for them. I think there are going to be many teams that have Killer Queen on their radar. So despite this strong end to this regular season that Luxury have shown this week, it's not going to be obvious if they're going to manage to go through qualifier promotion unscathed if they get the Killer Keen off their hands. So yeah, it will be, if they want to survive, they need to keep him at least for the promotion, but it's hard.
And with that, I think we close out Series 1 of Day 3 of Week 9 last week. Last series for every single team playing before us today and tomorrow. So with that, don't go anywhere. It's only a 30-minute or roughly, or maybe a little bit less break. And then we have a much more exciting series on our hands. It's Cerberus against SBTC. Cerberus still playing to defend their second place position. SBTC, that's the main thing to look out for, trying to get that last coveted playoff spot, because it's still one up for grabs. Team Secret still plays one series tomorrow. So see you in 30 minutes. If you liked what you saw, support us. You can type !support and see all the options there. We have, you can subscribe to the channel, you can donate to us, you can also just, of course, follow us and give us critique and encouraging words on Twitter, in this channel, on Discord. Look at the Discord links below. And with that, see you all for the next series with a little bit of a different desk and different caster setup. We're mixing it up today. See you soon.
Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take us? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As I dive in, blood stains washing underneath the waves. A beat reaching out to give you faith. As we fall, I can't hold on much longer. We're drifting down to the other side. Try to pull us under. Keep holding out for the other side. Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take? Where do I go? Tell me where do I take? The heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. Where do I go? Tell me where do I go? Where do I go? Tell me where do I take? Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take? The heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As we fall, I can't hold on much longer. We're drifting down to the other side. Try to pull us under. Keep holding out for the other side. Welcome to the world, no heroes and villains. Welcome to the war, we've only begun. So pick up your weapon and face it. There's blood on the ground, go and take it. You get one shot to make it out alive. So higher and higher you're chasing. It's deep in your bones, go and take it. This is your moment. Now is your time, so prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Push through heaven. Rise, rise. They will remember you. Welcome to the climb up. Reach for the summit. Visions brave, the one false step lead the end. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your blood, go and take it. This is your moment. Take to the skies, go prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Push through heaven. They will remember you. Get it on,
Alright, hello everybody. Oh yeah, okay, now this is gonna happen. You're gonna stay a few white boxes for now, but I am joined by Rebel Fox and Clockwork, and clearly I can't do production for the life of me. Gentlemen, how are we feeling after that interesting first series?
I think your pay needs to get docked.
I think my pay does need to get done. I'll remove my Rebel Franks. Clockwork, you're still here.
Yes, I am, and I'm finally here with the Rebel. I'm very happy to be here. Last time we met, I think we were on the desk together for the summer finals.
Mhm.
So we're here to stand Froggy, but also since the series is over, hopefully because it wasn't like a great level of play, I hope I can see something better from Cerberus and SPTC.
Yeah, same, absolutely. One of the things that we do wanna touch on is our really quick predictions. I just want to get this out of the way early because it feels like we have a lot to talk about in this pregame. First of all, I think we should get our lovely guest back on to try to give their thoughts before we actually share ours. So let's ask Rakan for who he thinks will win.
Once again, the avian predictions from VCS English, SPTC. It's Cerberus. It's Rakan. What do you think, buddy? He's gone straight to Cerberus. I'm so proud of you. Good boy, GG. Good boy.
And of course, Rakan has a 100% prediction rate, so he's picking Cerberus this time. So we all know who's gonna win already. No real point in us showing our predictions, but I'm gonna do it anyway. We're all predicting Cerberus while we are following in Rakan's footsteps. Rebel, you're the only one who's sort of out of line here. You got him 2-1 up. Anything you want to say?
I didn't change that from yesterday when SPTC lost to GLX. That's a typo. This is slander that's been made to make me look foolish, and I won't accept it on this analyst desk. Spoons has sabotaged me. Doc is pagan.
Rebel, in your defense, we're like everyone here is getting outsmarted by Rakan.
True.
That's
So-
true.
That is
That's
very
not a fair
You're
comparison.
forgiven. You're forgiven.
That's reasonable. I mean, Rakan is just a genius of epic proportions. So I don't know how we could possibly match the intelligence of the bird.
Okay, well, I'm actually being told by our production crew, which actually me, so I have no idea how I'm talking to myself, but the voices in my head are telling me that we've got exclusive footage here in VCS English of exclusive access into SBTC scrims. So if we could just roll that right now for our lovely audience. Okay, I think maybe we've shown a little too much. That was maybe a little too revealing into the inner workings of SBTC. Well, Yijin kind of sus. Yijin do be kind of sus. Yes, that's all I have to say. I don't know what
It
else.
was extremely accurate. Extremely. I felt myself in there.
You could have been in there, but you were busy.
It still gets me that celebrity got a vote during the internet.
Oh man.
They literally watched Jin throw that kill away. It doesn't matter.
And talking about celebrity, but let's actually talk about the bot lane for SBTC because we actually touched on this earlier in the day, but I just want to bring up the point again because the one shining star that we have seen come through from SBTC is really in the bot lane. And Clockwork, I'm
No
just gonna
way.
let you. You know what? I'm gonna let you talk about Artemis this time. You've suffered enough. Rebel, you're actually gonna go through having to defend celebrities, interesting stats, and really make the case for this player. So go ahead.
Sure. SBTC is the most boring team of all recorded human history. Their job is to sit there and wait for the other team to beat themselves, which is absolutely what they've done all split. And anyone who says otherwise has not watched this team, because I've seen them where the other team just makes crippling mistakes, and all Dia1 and Yujin and Zeros and Celebrity and No Way have to do is just sit there and wait for the other team to way overextend on plays or go for a really bad call or something like that. We've seen that number of times, especially early on in the split. And maybe that's why Celebrity doesn't actually have to do a bunch of damage or have the best kill participation or have CS or stats that like you dorks decide is important for the rest of the team, because SBTC simply does not play by your games. They are built differently, which is why somehow the worst team in the league is currently sitting at 6 and 7.
No, I'm not entirely sure if that's a defense, but all right, we'll move on. Clockwork, I'm gonna let you talk a little bit about Artemis. I think VETV at the moment is actually showing a trash talk segment. I'm not entirely sure if this is very fitting. I don't think SBTC has the right to really trash talk. But Clockwork, yeah, I know, right?
It's a
so
trash
sus.
talk statement with no SBTC players in it.
Voices in my head.
Okay. Back.
Cerberus trash talking SBTC's players and SBTC's player trash talking SBTC players.
Oh no! Okay, we're moving on. We're sharing too much. Clockwork, please talk about Artemis.
Okay, Artemis is currently one of the runners for the MVP of the split. He's been insane. He's been the centerpiece of the team and the main carry of Cerberus. He's blasting an insane amount of damage. He also gets the majority of the resources of the team. 26.5% means that he eats more than 1/4 of the rebel franks going around, but he also unloads almost 1/3 of the damage, also helped by Yado. And the damage per minute is insane. Like, he finds the way to maximize his damage output on most of his favorite champion, Kaiser, Xayah. He didn't play a lot of Tristana, which is actually one of the heaviest damage champions in the patch, but still he is very skilled at finding every window possible to maximize the damage. And I can't wait to see him in playoff. I want a best of 5 where Artemis can shine.
Yeah, you say Tristana, he's got a 14.5 KDA on the champion. Kind of insane kind of performance from him. So yeah, in the bot lane, is that where you guys are looking? Is there anywhere else on the map that maybe you would like to focus on if the bot lane begins to fail for CES?
How rude can I be?
Go be rude. Be rude.
So
I mean,
I'm gonna look at the jungle because
okay.
I want to see some Jiffy in the Diffy from Shuha. Literally, I maybe like I'm taking from German inspiration with the Schadenfreude here, but I really want to see Shuhao outperforming, not only because Yijin was supposedly the imposter, but also because Shuhao has come up really into his own in this split where he shouldn't have been the starter. He started as the sub, waiting for ego, and then he ended up taking the main role of the team. And he showed up, like he stepped up really great. And I think now at this point, it's like a core part of the team as well. So I really want to keep seeing Shuhao.
Rebel, I want to let you in. You got any input on is it Zhuhao or is it anyone else that you're looking at other than the bot lane?
I think perhaps the most interesting matchup just on paper that we've got on the day should be Dia1 versus Yado, where Yado's had a incredible split as a mid laner, all things considered. And you look at the stat sheet and like stats are for dorks, but obviously Yado's had a pretty good split even when you watch him without stats. And Dia1 is somebody who has had I wouldn't say like a disappointing split, but for our back-to-back MVP, you would think that you would have had a better performance. And perhaps things just didn't come together for SBTC as the super big time check-in simply hadn't had the split. But it would still be nice to see one series where Dia1 is full in form against a fully activated Yado here between these two teams, because I think that could lead to some really good fireworks plays out of the mid lane, if nowhere else, because everywhere else on the map feels like maybe SBTC might be just a little bit outmatched.
All right, we are
Except
jumping
Zeros.
into draft here for game number 1 of our second series. It's felt like a very long day for us here at VCS English, but we are into draft. So let's walk us through these bans.
Okay, good to see the Seraphine ban, but as we wait for the next bans and the first picks, I want to reflect on how this matchup, like Cerberus against SPTC, has evolved in our perception through the split, because at the beginning it was going to be a very one-sided matchup with SPTC having the upper hand. Then halfway into the split was something to be seen as close, very high variance, and everyone could take it. And now at the end of the split, it's again a one-sided match in favor of Cerberus. So the perception of these two teams has changed wildly. Finally, we are into the first big phase. All the power picks, almost all the power picks.
Rebel, get in here.
Quick input. I do believe I was the only person who put Cerberus as a top 2 team, maybe a top 3 team. I can't remember exactly what I said at the beginning
I think you
of the
said
season,
second.
but
yeah.
I've always had faith in Cerberus. So there's that, because Rakan told me to, because Rakan haunts my dreams.
Right.
So there is that at least. And he
Inside
Rakan is
information?
the superior animal.
It's illegal. It's illegal.
I mean, it is Everyday's bird, so Everyday should have used that advantage that he had while he had it.
True. That is very true. Did you just like kidnap Rakan for like a day or something? It's like, give me all your predictions.
I told you, it haunts my dreams.
Oh, you haunts your dreams. Alright, that's great. Again, too much to unpack there than we have time for. Clockwork. I think it's been a very standard draft so far. We're seeing Kaiser, we're seeing the Udyr, and Tristana, of course, gets the ban. So no Tristana this game. I kinda like it. Get Tristana out of here. I don't want to see the champion anymore.
Same. It's shifting the power matchups in the AD carry position way too much. And if you consider Artemis and Celebrity, which Celebrity on a good day can still be a very scary carry, let's say. With Tristana on top can really wreak havoc. So it's good not to see that champion, because I want to see proper skill head to head. We have a Xayah, we have a Kai'Sa, a bit throwback to 2018, but still it's a fun matchup to see, especially in the late game in team fights, which seems something that SPTC are kind of playing towards with the Alistar also, with Udyr, and are we seeing something like a Callisto?
No way, right? It's no way.
It's definitely, it's not.
Yeah, it's Cap.
Yeah, it's Galio, 100%.
Word frog does not spread so far with a Galio here. Can still be flexed if they want to play it as a support. There can still be Ron OP in the bot lane. We don't know if it's Huba or Ron OP.
Yeah, that's true.
So as soon as the main name pops up, we can try to guess something. I'm gonna ask Rebel which solo laners do you want to give to SPTC Esport now that Syndra is gone?
I mean, I'm pretty sure Rebel wouldn't have wanted to give the Syndra anyway, so...
Yeah, Syndra bad champion. I would love it to see if Dia1 could bust out some of the OG picks that he had. Like, the Jace was really cool, where, it's been going to Seros pretty much exclusively, but that was a Dia1 pick back in the day. Tristana was too, but unfortunately Tristana is just too busted to actually make it work. And yet we haven't seen those, standard Dia picks, pretty much all split. And at this point, SBTC Esports, they're not losing anything by losing this series. They're not going to get relegated at this point. They're probably not making it to playoffs unless they're really intent on making sure that they win this series. So, worst case scenario, you just throw something at the wall and see if it sticks.
Yeah, we are seeing the bans come out. Looks like both teams are sort of targeting the mid lane, so that's fair enough. Does that mean the SBTC, they're expecting this Galio to not be Yado? It's Rakan for the last ban, so... They're like, okay, Rakan predicted against us, so no Rakan anymore.
Slay!
Slay's back, Ron OP's back, the whole gang's here.
Everybody, the gang's all here.
Veteran matchup in the support role, and we see likely Galio versus Alistar. There's still options, but with the Azir. So here it looks like with the Azir lock-in, Cerberus are letting it once again the counter pick for Pan, which is a good strategy since you want to give as much as comfort as possible, since Zeros is one of the most dangerous threats at the moment for the super big time chicken, and putting Pan in a matchup where he can hold his own is going to go a great distance for Cerberus.
Surprise, it's Nar. Woohoo! Yay! Most fun champion on the block.
It would make
Pain.
it harder because it will force Pan on something like the Jace or the Malphite, maybe.
Yeah, they are
It's,
saving.
it's-
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh yeah, they're saving pick here. I wonder what DL1 wants into the likes of his ear because this.
Oh.
Oh, please give me the Caskin, please.
Monka W. Point right time. Oh, scam. It's a scam. It's gonna be Silas.
Oh,
Man.
Every day's having a party. Actually, no. I'm pretty sure he doesn't want to see SBTC play Silas.
indeed. It's probably like a
molding.
something trying to counter pick, and we have the Nocturne.
Pun Nocturne. Okay.
Nocturne top.
Yeah, Pun Nocturne.
It's like a counter pick that you take into a bunch of different fighters. It's not actually usually used into Gnar specifically, but it is good into the majority of top lane matchups. So like you get wave clear, you get sustain, you get everything, and even better, it's a delivery system for this Galio akin to what the Hecarim can do.
Yep.
But it allows Hecarim to play more of a I'm going to bounce the right person out of the fight type play rather than just like I have to ult in the middle of the team to get Galio a good ultimate. As now you get a decent lane matchup for this top lane for Pun, and you get a good ball delivery system, or I guess a Galio delivery system for this team. So I love that pick right there.
Very interesting indeed. I don't know yet if it's like experimentation, which is maybe working out or not, or something that they know it works out and they're pulling out this card right away because they want to nail this 2-0. If I was Cerberus, I would go for the 2-0 here. Like, go all out.
Yeah, I feel like securing the 2-0 is really a good boost of confidence just going into playoffs and like securing your second place position. So that's what I want to see. I guess it's time for me to ask for your predictions and your overall thoughts on these team compositions. Clockwork, I'll let you start first.
So if I look at the only the left half of the screen, so just the champions without the team logos,
Sure.
I would prefer overall the Cerberus composition because there's a lot of dive with the Kai'Sa, with the Hecarim, with the Nocturne, supported by the Galio and the Azir that can still put out damage from a long range away. So this is a great teamfight composition, and Cerberus has shown a lot of dominance with this kind of composition. So Cerberus takes this game.
Riddle?
I expect a good game from Super Big Time Chickens, but I'm going Cerberus as well.
Yeah, I've got Cerberus as well. It's time to see whether SBTC are the super big time chicken or if they're gonna super big time choke. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to introduce Everyday and Yulwei back to the caster desk. Have fun, guys.
Well, I don't know about you, Yulwei. Maybe it's just because I grew up a little bit more in the country, but I've had dogs get into the chicken coop before, and it's not a pretty sight when you go out there to some mangled chicken corpses, and if the dog's got 3 heads, it's going to be even worse. So SBTC definitely got to fight against the narrative coming into this one.
But you have to consider it's a super big time chicken, right? So we have to think, does the dog win against the super chicken, or even with 3 heads? Can be a pretty tough fight. But first, I actually want to ask you, Everyday, who are all of these people on our stream?
I know, it's just too many people. The VCS English family has gotten so big. I remember back in the day when I saw a little Reddit post saying, hey, I need someone to help me co-cast. That one time we decided to fill a 2-hour tech pause without going to a break. We've come such a long way, Yulwei. But you know who hasn't come a long way? SBTC. They've got backwards this bullet, that's for sure.
It's the last chance. 0-7 or a 7-game losing streak right now coming into this game. Okay, this is not a great start for them. Well, I just wanted to say I would really hope to see them play a little bit more like a team, a little bit more life in them, but this start is already devastating. Slate coming off his ban, and the first thing he does in the game is die.
Yeah, I mean, that's just not respecting the Kai'Sa. It's interesting. I was talking to Jensen recently, Coach Jensen, not the player, obviously. And he said the reason Kai'Sa still gets picked is because you always get level 2 first. And they didn't respect it, and he died. It's just silly.
Happens way too often here as well. And not usually for these bot lanes where Celebrity and Artemis are both known to be very good scaling AD carries, very good when it comes to the latest parts of the game. We saw some stats outlined, and I am actually very keen to look at team fights and see contributions for these two AD carries, because Celebrity, sadly, just looking at the stats, is actually back to the ways I was criticizing him so much for, which is just not auto-attacking enough. He is lowest damage per minute, and not even just of all the starting AD carries. He's 11th. And yeah, you heard that correctly. We're in an 8-team league, and he's 11th in this category. So he's not doing well for himself.
Wow, this wasn't even the level 2.
Oh, Slay!
He just got caught level
Oh,
1. That's
Slay.
dreadful out of Slay. Jeez, I think they need to execute a prison break. Get Venus out. Free
Maybe
my boy
Yijin wasn't the
Venus.
imposter after all.
At this point, I think there was more imposters than there were crewmates.
It's one of those lobbies, okay.
Yeah, that's just dreadful from Slay. I like Yijin floating up here. That's a massive wave coming into the Nocturne. He's not very
Pan
strong
is
at
so
level
squishy.
3.
Yeah,
He
he's
can
so
spell
squishy.
shield the stun though. It doesn't manage
can
it. He's
he?
just dead. He's just dead.
Well played. Very nice setup. I'm not sure what Pan was trying to do there. You have the spell shield. Maybe you need to kite closer to the Udyr to actually force the stun a little bit earlier, so then you can spell shield.
Interestingly, there is, I think in jungle you
Oh, no.
actually don't take spell shield until level 4. So maybe he doesn't actually have it. No, yeah, so now he's got the spell shield. He pops it for nothing, and Yijin is still in the bush. The jungler's going to come in. Juhash should be able to trade back onto Zeros.
Oh.
Never mind, Bear slaps horse, and Cerberus have started off horribly on the top side.
Well, it's good. Oh no, this might be another kill. Yeah, it's an easy.
No.
Yijin came to play today, but even more praise to Zeros. Very nice positioning in the wave, actually baiting another one. Good coordination, and this is what we wanted to see. The whole split. This was Zeros, Yijin, DR1. The core on the top side looked so scary. So many people fell for the trap that this team had actually constructed the best possible roster in the league. And this, yeah, playing through Zeros on one of his best champions. Na has always been a very good champion for Zeros. Very good lane bully for him here.
Yep.
It's good to see. And
It's
counter pick for
fantastic to
Pan is super risky. I was already looking at this very skeptically, because counter picking an aggressive champion for Pan, and then also looking at the composition, where I disagree a little bit with our clockwork, because I feel like the Nocturne in this composition is really bad into Xayah. But let's look at this again.
Don't
Pan just gets
understand this
baited.
play.
I mean, it looks like a good play from Pan, right? But he needs to also think twice about why Zeros is taking this fight. There's no reason for Zeros to overstay and just get run down by the Nocturne, which is going to happen if there's no jungler. So you really need to think twice about actually going for this fight. Now that's another wave denied. That's another kill over to Udyr. Pan's
Pan
flash
has
is
to
gone.
flash. Yeah, and see, this is the issue, is Nocturne is a very big Gnar counter on the level of something like Irelia that just kind of makes Gnar hate his life. But when you're this far ahead as the Gnar, it turns around pretty
and this
quickly,
might be a
particularly
solo
when
kill.
Pun steps back into the stun, but it doesn't matter. This is what we're talking about. Nocturne in the 1v1 can bounce back and get himself back on the board.
Can we please just have the camera on top lane all the
Yeah,
time?
it's
We can
apparently it's
do-
just the brawl.
Yeah. So we can definitely see what you just lined out there. It's an almost impossible matchup to play. You have to look at all the things Zeros had in favor of him
Ooh,
there.
Hello, Pun's in a bit of trouble. He puts up the spell shield, and see what that does is against Udyr, he can't. It buys him enough time to get the fear off. Now under the tower goes Yijin. No help was coming, and the Nocturne's just dead.
Yijin is out for blood today. Yeah, that's the boots against no boots difference.
Yijin has heard the flame. He's heard the VCS English flame.
Look at this. Zeros is mega now. He's level 6. He has ult against no ult. He gets the ult off here. No, that's spell shield. That's crucial for Pan. Very good. It looks like Pan sidestepped the stun, but he's not actually able to do so. And then it's just more power. The melee champion with the Conqueror stacked up is just more power. Even level 5 against level 6 against this Na. So that's a very important kill back for Pan. He now is sitting on his ultimate. But another reason, oh man, Yijin is here again. Another reasons why I didn't like the Nocturne, or I liked the adaptation coming in from SBTC in the draft. Nocturne Ultimate is a very, very good ultimate to steal for Silas. Yeah, he's dead.
Yeah.
He's going
Oh,
to try and
can
get
he
the counter
not
kill.
kill?
No, he doesn't do enough damage. He's just dead.
It's Zuhao always arriving a little
Yep.
bit too late.
A little bit too late, but at least he got the kill back.
Not. Yijin thought his job was done there. Could have maybe covered for Zeros again. But in the end, it's just one counter kill back to the jungler, and their goal is to put Pan behind to invalidate him as a champion. Because Na from behind can do stuff. Nocturne from behind, especially into Zaya, Alistar backline, is just going to die very, very quickly. So I like this approach from SPTC. Just make the game about the top lane. They are sitting on a 1k gold difference. Lead, I should say, and now Zuhao.
Yeah, has to ult away. There's a stolen Silas ult. The Onslaught of Revolution is ready to go. I mean, look, Spoods made the joke that maybe I was unhappy about seeing Silas. For those that don't know, Silas is one of my favorite champions, probably top 3. It is a really good pick in this comp, though. Like,
Yeah.
you were already picking it into the Hecarim and the Galio, and then they picked a Nocturne. Like, it's
And
just
this is
perfect.
one of those champs I'm generally excited for DR1. I know DR1 hasn't had his most stellar season, but this is one of those assassin, high skill execution 1v9 kind of champions that DR1 has
Dia
shown
could
so
get
many
baited here.
times.
Yeah, Dia's getting baited.
I mean,
It's
he has
actually lucky
ultimate.
it's actually lucky those chains didn't hit. He was in trouble if those chains did hit. Now he gets popped under. The real Hecarim comes in. Dia1 going very low, but he flashes away, and Yijin is lurking. But
And
Yijin
look at
basically has to
Nocturne.
play a 2v1. Nocturne moving down. Can he get vision on Silas? No, he doesn't have the paranoia anyway. He used it in the counter kill. And Dia1, this is smart, just teleports to safety. He gets out of there.
Pan is probably confused. Constantly, where is he? Very sad. That was another free kill for Pan. Look at him in the top lane. 20 CS down. Another wave is going to crash into his turret. Pan is just very confused. He's question mark pinging the top lane now. Where did Silas go? What? But yeah, almost a good play from DR1. A little bit too aggressive, a little overzealous going into the tower when Yado still has his ult available to knock him further into that turret. So luckily for him, he gets away, but now flash and teleport used for DR1, and he's slightly behind in CS. Honestly though, 80 CS, or almost 90 CS at 10 minutes for Silas, and 2 plates for the
Very
Silas. That's very, very good. In my opinion, Silas is one of the strongest champions in pro play when it comes to mid and late game, especially on capable players. It's absolutely insane how many avenues, how many angles he can find in team fights, what he can do. I think he's a super strong champion. I like to see more of him. And DR1 is the player I would like to see succeed on the Silas too.
Yeah, 100%. I really do think they are set up for success here. Yijin is playing really well in this early game, and Pan, he's just overextended again. There's no escape. The Flash Bear slap, the kill going over to Yijin. He's definitely
how
not
is
the
he
imposter
again?
in this game. Oh,
Blah,
kiddo.
blah, 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 blah.
Ha ha, that's not what we wanted to happen, is it, Mr. Zuhao? The
Zuhao
early
is looking
game is all
so
SBTC.
off. Yeah, Zuhao is looking so off. Every single move, he's always second to the play. He's still going for the play, even if the play is already kind of done with. It's over. He's still trying to salvage the situation and get a counter kill. And he just flap the ult over the wall. That's something you really should know how to do on this
It's so
Hecarim.
hard.
Yeah, I don't think you can actually go through that wall from that angle.
You're going to have to go through
As
the
you can
tip
see.
of it.
Yeah, through the tip, it's definitely possible, but not there. So another wasted ultimate, another missed impact from Zuhao. He's struggling to make his presence known. And even though Udyr is generally outscaled by Hecarim for sure, 303 Udyr, who's also gotten ahead, Zeros and now DR1 in mid lane as well, of the objective secured, has better chances of succeeding than just the Hecarim on one kill.
And now we see that Pun doesn't even really win the 1v1s. He's 40
Nope,
CS
he does
down.
not.
It doesn't matter how hard you counter
He's dead.
Nah. He's too far ahead, and Zeros is just going to give him the fist, give him the wall slam, and that's now 1-6 Pun. Well, Poss, when are you coming in, mate?
And I actually missed if we looked at Pun's stats post, pre and post POS coming in, because there's a huge difference. Pun actually got so much better with the threat of replacement But this game, he's back to the old ways. A big fight brewing in the Dragon Pit, though.
That's a lot of damage coming in. There's the Paranoia. Stops any teleports, and Pun will be coming in. There's a stolen Hecarim ult ready to go, but the Udi will be the first one to fall. Zeros going down. Artemis getting gold. Doesn't actually get the shutdown, unfortunately. Cerberus would have loved that into their main carry, but it is still 2 kills and a Drake going over to Cerberus.
And the Drake actually went over to SBTC.
The Drake went to SBTC. Sorry, I got my Drake order wrong. SBTC did get the Drake, but it's 2 kills going over to Cerberus.
And it feels like every single time Cerberus falls behind in the early game, they find a way at the Dragon Pit to come back into the game. This is reminiscent of their game against GAM. Look at this, SBTC just too scattered across the Dragon Pit. There's not enough vision for them to really act on this Paranoia. Also, Pan actually playing this really well, using Paranoia and then starting the TP channel, so they had no idea when he was going to come in. He wasn't even there at the start of the play, so he used his Paranoia, then TP'd in, and then immediately pressed R again to get into the backline. Very nice execution from Pan. Good to see after his rough early game. And suddenly... Celebrity's dead.
Yep, the Featherstorm will land. Actually, there's no Kai'Sa ultimate. I assumed there would be, but the follow-up's not there. But Zuhao continues chasing. It's a 1-for-1. Both ADCs getting a kill, but now it's Dia1 bearing down on Artemis. There's a Kingslayer. Will they go under the tower with the Abscondum Duck? Of course they will. Bang! The chains land and the revolution grows.
And this is what we like to see. Dia1 really making stuff happen on sides of the map. He has never seen this split. What happened in mid lane here? Another solo kill for Dia1, maybe?
Yeah, it looks like it. He's got the Onslaught of Shadows. So if Yado comes out at all, he just waited for the W cooldown, pulled it back in, easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
Yeah, this is what happened in bot lane. So 2 kills happened in SBTC's favor. I was looking at the scoreboard and was confused seeing 9-5 when after the Dragon fight was 7-5. So we missed 2 kills once again in the replay. It's a stable. We expect this at this point in our broadcast. So no surprises there, but those 2 kills are huge. And now look at the scoreboard again. 3.5k.
To be fair to the observers, no one in the world is catching every kill in this game.
Yeah, that's true.
It's not happening. But it is the big lead already for SBTC. They are currently 3k ahead, but they need to maintain this. This is still Cerberus. Obviously, things are not going to plan, Mr. Nocturne. But Cerberus is the best team in the league at playing from behind. They did this against GAM on Thursday. They were down around about this much at a similar time frame, and they still won the game just through superior team play and superior team fighting.
But usually they only need one play and one fight to come back, and this fight has already happened, right? Cerberus had the Dragon fight, was successful there, and immediately fell behind in multiple lanes again. So I'm not too sure if Cerberus can do it again, if they can come up with another setup that could lead to success for them, because look at all the item differences here, especially in mid lane. That's a huge Dia1 on Silas, already level 12. He has so many nice ults to steal. He has the Onslaught of Revolution. What is the Paranoia called? I'm not sure.
The Spectre of Communism.
Ah, okay. Of course. Of course. Then the Heroic, I'm not sure. The
Revolutionary Entrance.
Okay. Now that's
boring.
decent.
Bit boring.
Yeah.
But...
And of course,
you've got the Berlin Wall.
The Berlin Wall. Okay.
It's a good one. It's a good one.
Yeah, so a lot of good ultimates. He can dive in. He can try to impact the fight from afar.
The mid lane tower's gone down. We have a fight here, and they are going in straight onto this Udyr. God, I forgot my champion names for a second there. Pun, you saw the left turn there. That Paranoia, of course, will follow a flash. Dia1's not done. He wants to fight this. No, he ends up just ulting out, and he gets a Galio ult for his trouble.
Dia1 fighting this one a little bit weirdly, but he actually baits out a few more ultimates, a few more resources from the enemy team. Overstep from SPTC, stayed too long, really wanted that second charge, and I was really questioning Zuha's movements, but my bad. He was actually in sync with his team for once in this game and brought them another nice kill. It's still the 4k goal difference though at 17 minutes, and I feel like this is where Cerberus usually feels like a team that can come back from anything, but in this particular matchup, last time they played against SPTC, they just couldn't. SPTC with a very similar kind of team compositions like Cerberus was actually able to eke it out in the end 40-minute game and then 30-minute game to win 2-1 against Cerberus. It kind of feels like the same to me again. Cerberus just losing lanes and getting too far behind in the early game.
Yeah, that is a big problem here. We do have Yejin moving over to pick up this Infernal Drake. Dia 1 still a massive, massive point of power in this one. They do move up to that second Drake. Cerberus pretty happy that they managed to secure the first Drake while the punning was happening. Pun now does have his Stride Breaker. He will be slowly getting more and more effective as the cruise missile. But it's really hard for him to actually find someone to assassinate. Celebrity can just press R, and the Nocturne is not going to last long enough in the backline to do anything more about that. So I'm just not sure what Pun does in this game anymore.
Yeah. And I really want to hammer this point home because that's one of the huge problems of Nocturne just as a counterpick into Gnar, because Nocturne's job later on in the game is not to contain the Gnar, right? It's all about diving the backline. You want to dive body, you want to assassinate the enemy backline, but there is no enemy backline. The only enemy backline in this game is actually Xayah, and Xayah is the hardest champion to dive, especially as Nocturne. So... from behind even, so now Xayah...
Oh, hello,
right now,
the lights are off, they're going in. Artemis will start the party with that killer instinct going forward, but here comes Dia 1. He's in the middle of the fight, he's got those Petricite bursts going, he has to wait for one more Kingslayer. He doesn't get the kill on Pun, so he steals the Paranoia. There it is, the Spectre of Communism comes whipping in, and it is definitely haunting Europe as he picks up that first kill. Slay, running away on the other side, that ultimate takes him so tanky, and now Dia 1 is here. He dashes over the wall, that can't quite connect the chains, but Ron OP has nowhere to go. Dia 1 bearing down, should eventually find this Galio. There it is, the Abscond, the Abduct, the Kingslayer, and that's appropriate, of course, because Silas has to take down Galio. It's a law matchup.
It's true, and this time Silas is winning, absolutely destroying the Galio, of course, and look at him, 5-0. This is what we expected coming into the split. This is what we thought Dia 1 would do to everyone. The back-to-back MVP from last year. Not sure what Celebrity did here. A little bit foolish. Tried to go for the solo kill on Artemis, then just walked into Fog of War. He was the trigger for the team fight, so in the end he can say worth it, I guess. It doesn't feel great for Artemis, for Celebrity though, as it was all his mid laner. But then again, don't you just love watching good Silas's play? Dia 1 smurfing in this fight, in and out of the fight again. Look at his HP bar. He never goes higher than half HP, but never under any threat of actually falling down. Another Kingslayer comes in here. Not sure what this was. Too many ideologies. He was confused for a second there, so had to wait for the next one. And Dronopi making it easy, stepping back into that E. 5-0 Dia 1 Silas at 20 minutes.
Oh, I love to see it your way. I love to see a successful Silas. Ron OP now does hit the taunt, but Dia 1, we've just been talking about him. He's very powerful. He grabs the Berlin Wall, but apparently he's not a Berliner this time. As he's backing out of the fight, the Paranoia is there. The lights are off. What the hell is Zeros doing? He's going... Where are you going, Zeros? Dia 1 has to put up the wall. They're just trying to escape. Run! Run away, SSBTC. What did Zeros just do?
That was the Zeros as I've ever seen one. That was the quintessential Zeros experience in the mid-game, just running way too deep into enemy territory. And it gets exacerbated by the fact that your team can't even see where you are just because of the paranoia. So, yeah, Zeros had to dance in the enemy jungle, ended up giving his life, but it doesn't really do much for Cerberus. It's nice gold collected. I didn't even see who got the kill. Maybe Pun?
Oh, hello, Pun. He blocks the bear slap, so we'll actually be able to run away. But the issue with blocking the bear slap is it means it doesn't go on the internal cooldown, so they can just keep going. Now Galio arrives. Dia 1 has access to the hijack, uses him to steal the paranoia. Not the ult I would have taken there, but a lovely Everfrost hits 2. They're going to take down that first kill. Dia 1 going well. He abducts straight into the backline, picking up another one. Artemis goes down to the chain lash. Demacia is falling. Demacia is burning as this Silas is charging through the street.
And Cerberus is completely outmatched. They have no idea how to fight against this assassin. Where was this SPTC the whole split? Where was this Dia 1 the whole split? Can we just put him on Silas every single game, please? Go away, control mages. Go away, Tristanas and Jaces. We want to see action. We want to see DR1 on these mechanical champions. And what a performance so far. Really like this collapse. I think the paranoia was just a means to get back into the fight and actually prolong a little bit of the darkness for the enemy team. And this is just Baron, 22 minutes in. This team looking dominant. This team looking like the promised team they were supposed to be. And all the playoffs teams may be sweating a little bit because they could still get to playoffs.
Yep. If Flash wins tomorrow, SBTC can still make playoffs, assuming they close this series out, of course. Still a long way to go. And let's have a look at this team fight. It starts off with an excellent engage by Dia.
Yeah, DR1 healing for 768 there. Another Kingslayer 602, so that's a combined 1,400 heal, just casually, with 2 Kingslayers. I think we need heal reduction, but it might be a little bit too late.
Oh, there's a fight coming in. The lights are switched off on the side. We need to watch DR1. He picks up that first kill, has the Spectral Onslaught. There he goes, straight in. He fears Artemis, immediately recognizes that he doesn't need to clean Artemis up. He goes over onto Yardo, and you know that Silas loves to kill an Emperor. He goes down. Zeros going forward, can't quite hit the ult as Ron OP did Justice punch away, but it doesn't matter because the stride is broken. This Galio actually might get away under his tower. Not the best play there out of Zeros, but it doesn't matter because the mid lane is falling, and SBTC have stormed the barn.
SPTC in true SPTC fashion as we expected them to be. Not in the actual team that we saw all split, but this was a performance like we expected in week 1. This was the performance all the fans were hoping for, looking at the roster and dreaming about when they thought, okay, Gums and Flash's reign is over. This is now SPTC time. And maybe they've finally arrived. Maybe it's a little bit too late, but there's still all the chances in the world. They can still make it to playoffs. And once you're on playoffs, it's a free-for-all. It's only 2 series you have to win the title. After struggling the whole split, especially the solo laners and Yijin stepping up huge in this first game.
Yeah, absolutely. Yijin in particular, fully this is unrecognizable from the rest of the split. We've had a lot of criticism for Yijin. I think it's been very valid criticism. But this game, looking like the player that he was in 2020 spring. 2020 spring, people in our community will know because me and Yulwei were not popular for this take. We thought he had a better split than Levi. I still think he did in 2020 spring. This spring, he was dreadful. But not this game. This is 2020 spring Yijin. Oh, Yardo! What was
he
that?
He tried to knock the Yijin into his team, maybe isolate him to kill him. But even if he hits the ult, I think Yijin just runs around and waves a goodbye because he's very tanky. Look at DR1 stats. I know I'm kind of preaching to the choir here with the biggest Silas fan I know, but
let me hear it.
What a performance out of this Silas.
Preach your way.
10, 0, and 5, 3.5 items completed. He can probably 1v5 at this point if he plays it correctly. He's almost level 16 too. Which ultimate would you seal?
I mean, you always take Hecarim ult if it's available. It's the best one.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean,
maybe Alistar for the dive. If you want to dive here, you could definitely go into Alistar ult as well. How will they close out the game? Will they just fancy the dive? I think Zeros
moves forward. He just saw that his Meganar was running out, and of course, you basically get 1 ult per Meganar these days. So they're just going to take the 2 inhibs and back off. No need to make any threats. I see did Galio just ult somewhere? I'm not sure what I saw there. It might have just been him backing. My mistake on the animations. As SBTC will get out cleanly, they are very, very far in the lead. It's 11k at 26 minutes, and we live in a world where Cerberus has to win the next 2 games.
Yeah, and looking at Cerberus and their all-star AD carry, the AD carry that is competing with Levi for the title of MVP, the one thing you have to do to beat this team... Oh, no, never mind. Cerberus trying for the last-ditch effort. Hail Mary engage.
Yeah, but Zuhao just can't do anything because Yijin can just click on him and just deny the reckless charge. It's just not good enough. The E from Hecarim, I've forgotten its name. It's not Reckless Charge. I'm sure someone will... Warpath, that's it. It's Warpath.
Really?
Wait, no, that's the passive. God damn.
No,
what's Hecarim E? Chat, help me out. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Chat'll yell at me. Terrible caster, I know.
Back to my point from before.
There we go. Devastating charge. Thanks.
Devastating charge. That makes more sense. Back to my point from earlier, we saw the ADC comparison, and oh man, come on, Cerberus, let me talk. Never mind. So
never. Onslaught of Shadows going in, but they can only get onto the tanky Alistair. There's a teleport on the side. Who is that arriving? It's Dia1, the big man. As soon as they see that teleport, they have to call off the play.
That's the teleport gone. Now SBTC will just group 5 for Dragon, because that's coming up in 40 seconds. That's an Infernal Soul. What do you like on your 10-0 Silas level 16 with Flash available? Yeah, Infernal Soul. Sounds quite nice.
I guess you'll take one of the biggest damage buffs in the game. I guess. Ah, man. This is really good, though. This is what we expected from SBTC this split. Because, like, straight up, I power ranked them first. I thought they were going to be really, really good this split. I thought they were going to be Garm with a bot lane. And they weren't. They've been dreadful most of the split. They've been really, really bad. And then this game, this is what I wanted. Where has this been the last 3 months?
Yeah, now it will get interesting for the next draft and the next game to see if they can replicate this kind of success with a different champ for Yijin. I don't think they're going to give Yijin this Udyr again. I also don't think we're going to see the counter pick for Pan again. So if Cerberus
back
wants
on
to
Sion duty.
It's probably a very serious game next game for Cerberus. We've seen this from SGB and Cerberus, where they kind of troll the first one, kind of experiment, and then go back to business in the second and third game. So next one will be harder to win. It's still a very good sign for SPDC. They've had no trouble whatsoever knocking down this win, now on Infernal Soul. And the one thing I really think everyone should keep their eyes on is this AD carry matchup in can Cerberus make ADC irrelevant? Because they're not Cerberus, SPTC of course. Cerberus has the best AD carry.
Yes.
This Baron should be uncontestable, but Zhu Hao, he has an angle to get in there.
The steal is always possible, because the Hecarim is lurking around 2 levels down. Yijin normally has pretty safe hands. He's charging up, they're waiting. They want to make sure there's no vision. He goes over, but it's secured by Yijin. And look what they were buying time for in the base. It's Zeros. He's taking down one Nexus tower. The lights go off. They'll be able to pile in on this. Nadia 1 just makes Yado not exist anymore. Destroyed. Reduced to atoms. As Yijin charging forward. He's a quick boy going straight into Ron OP. This is a lot of damage going in. And now Dia 1 arrives. He gets taunted up. Has to go gold. Can't mess with Artemis. The Kai'Sa still deals a lot of damage. They'll take this inhib. And they're going to look to end the game as Slay dives forward. He wants to go home to his kid. He doesn't want to play a long game. And look at all of the damage out of Dia1. The revolution is here. It's 1917, baby. This is going to be great. And we are going into the Nexus. We are ending game 1. SBTC go up 1-0 over Cerberus. Unbelievable stuff.
What a dominant performance. Not only did Dia1 individually look great, the team after 10 minutes and even before, the game plan was top-side focus, go top again and again and again, isolate this matchup, make Pan absolutely useless with this counter pick. Did not look like a counter here, even though he got the one solo kill. And then Dia1 just went to bot lane, got a kill there. He went to the skirmish into top side, got a kill over there, got a solo kill in mid lane after Dragon fight. He was popping off left, right, and center. But even from start to finish, SPTC looking like a solid team with good planning, very good execution, didn't overforce. They had an opportunity to try and end in 24 minutes, but they just took a step back. They calmed themselves down and finished in 30 minutes. Much less Gam or Evos-like, as we expected this team to look like. So a lot of discipline. And where's this team coming from? Can they finish the job?
We'll have to find out, as we will be going to a little bit of a break. We'll be back in about 10 minutes to see if SBTC can close the upset out or if it will be Cerberus fighting back. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll see you soon.
Hi, ladies and gentlemen. My name's Rebel Fox, and I'm here with an important message for all you fine viewers out there. You see, covering Vietnamese Championship Series has been an absolute blessing for a lot of people here on the broadcast team, but it's also extremely taxing in a number of regards, and one of those is very financially. We spend hours preparing content, reviewing VODs, covering games weekly, and we take almost, if not any pay at all, for all of the work that we do. According to a study that was actually taken on January 1st of 2021, members of our broadcast team had reported not having eaten since last year, which is that's tragic. It breaks my heart completely to hear. I want to point you into some of the very specific faces of our broadcast team and explain a little bit of the situation that we've actually been in. Every day, our play-by-play, he's the only one that we have on our roster. He was so hungry, he actually had to eat his entire apartment, which led him to moving into a new place, which has caused him, obviously, sorry, I'm a little broken up right now. It's forced him into a new place of living, which has not made it easy on him to continue streaming. Yoe has had to take on a full-time job just to make ends
And welcome back, everybody, to the VCS English Analyst Desk. And oh man, I'm pretty sure Clockwork's doing something, but all of us are all moved to tears at what Rebel has just come up. My camera has been moved to tears so much that it's literally not focusing on my face. But anyway, we'll move on. Because we are going into a second game of SBTC versus Cerberus Esports, and almost all of us came into today predicting CES 2-0. I believe all of us actually did, if you discount the fact that I actually used outdated predictions for Rebel. So Rebel, congratulations, in some roundabout way, you actually have a chance of being correct.
Yeah, even when I don't fully intend to make a prediction, my prediction simply can't be wrong. I'm just that good. I've been taught the ways of our wise lead analyst, thankfully. So Rakan has guided me in the correct direction.
All right, and yeah, I think it's time we just really quickly dive into some of the the things we saw in the previous game. I guess we can talk about some of the matchups. I know Clockwork, you want to talk a little bit about Xu Hao, so I'm just gonna let you riff versus Yijin. Xu Hao versus Yijin. Go ahead.
Yeah, as I said before the match, this was the match that I kept my eye on for completely different reasons that what turned out to be, because Yijin actually turned out fire and put Xu Hao in a really hard spot. He focused all of his attention onto the top lane, getting 0 out of that very dangerous matchup and putting Pan in the dumpster, literally. And on top of that, he was really making it hard for Xu Hao to just be able to come in with the engages. He was so far behind that every time that Xu Hao tried to engage to come in with the Hecarim ult, he couldn't because he wasn't tank enough, whereas Yijin could do that freely, had no threats at all. So like, this was a very unexpected way that I imagined this matchup could go, but still that was a great game for Yijin, from Yijin. And I mean, if they want to salvage their season, they need one more game of this.
Yeah, Rebel, and I can see the timer on VTV side has actually gone off, so I just want to quickly move on. I'm going to let you postulate a little bit about the possibilities of Pun, because one of the graphics that we do have, I think Clockwork, you were the one who requested this, was the stats of Pun, which was before POS joining and after POS joining, and I think the casters actually talked about this a little bit, how he's actually improved. And Rebel, I'm just going to let you talk a little bit about Pun.
Yeah, funny thing, you asked if there was something that I saw in that game I wanted to talk about. I was going to talk about something I didn't see, which was Pun, because it's even funnier because there are two ways that joke could have gone, because if they were winning, we could have talked about the Nocturne ultimate and how he was visioned, but instead we talked about how he died again and again and again and again and again and again 11 more times, because they just decided to put all this attention into him, where they played really heavily through top. DO1 was able to win through skirmishes, but most importantly, this Nocturne, which should have been a counter pick into the Gnar, shut that out in the side lane, put down a little bit of Xu Hao, and that might have actually had a possibility. It is interesting to see that POS has been able to elevate the play of Pun, who at the beginning of the split wasn't super impressive, which is why when POS came in, we were kind of excited, but obviously has done enough to keep that starting spot. So in this game, I'm hoping they carve out at least a little bit more resource for Pun to make sure that he doesn't fall too far behind, because this has happened before. He's been beaten in lane before, and I know it's not going to beat him down too heavily, but I would love to see a bounce back here from him, just because that first game was not really indicative, I think, of how well he can play.
Yeah, absolutely. Clockwork, you requested a graphic. I'm just going to let you talk. I actually don't know what you want me to put on there, so I put unexpectedly solid at your request.
Because up to now, he managed to grow into his role. He was awarded the weak side role from his team, and after some time, he grew into it and managed to hold his matchups, especially with tanks, but also with the Renekton, which is his most notable comfort pick. And he managed to at least be there every time for their team. And in the last few weeks, he also was a reliable initiator, putting on the engages, finding always the right angles for the fights. So he was improving a lot, and I hope he can still show that as the series goes on. No more Nocturne, thank you. Bring in the Renekton, bring in the Sion, and let Pan play his confidence.
Yep, we are into draft now, so let's actually see what comes through. And one of the players that we didn't really talk about all that much was Dio1, and the reason I'm not personally focusing on him so much is because I feel like Everyday and Yoi, they've really pointed out everything there is to say about this player in the previous game. Like, he had an amazing game on Silas. Do you ban away his champion now, or what's the counter?
I mean, now they've got blind pick, so I think in second rotation it might be it might be worthwhile doing something like that. At least banning away that champion to some extent, right? I don't know. I feel like Silas isn't something that you pure blind pick for the most part, even though that's gonna kill every day for me to unfortunately have to break that to him. But
oh, yes, please come on, Homer Donger.
Are we starting with the
don't get baited? Nope, don't get baited.
Boo! Yeah, that's why we don't talk about Harvest. I'm just saying, Heimerdinger was my first main when I first started playing the game in the US, so I want to see some Dinger. Come on.
I thought you were always an elite main.
Actually,
No?
Heimerdinger is viable and has been played by the winning team in Italian championship. So, well, not a statistically relevant league to watch, but still, it has his niche. That said, Seraphine Open means that we will never see anything else than that.
True.
We now have to try and trade counter picks, maybe with a Hecarim here, which is actually the most prominent jungler at the moment. Udyr has been banned, Lilia has been banned, so I think SBTC would do a great job taking the Hecarim away before Cerberus can put their hands on it, their paws on him.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh yeah, I'm really just kind of baffled by this selection from SBTC though, where it's like, okay, Rel is available, and I get that maybe you don't want the Rel specific to the Alistar, but grabbing the Alistar ahead of time is really bad into Seraphine, because the Seraphine can abuse the Alistar lane, right? Like, the range is there, the poke is there, your ultimate is a really good tool for making sure that you can't fight, especially if you're standing behind people. It's just so weird that, like, they give them the ability now to put that Seraphine into the support position this early into the draft without having to worry about punishment too heavily, and then they come back, they grab that Hecarim, like you were alluding to, Mr. Clockwork, alongside the Scion that I think Spoods is the one who's been drilling over. Woo! So this CES draft is looking pretty solid, if I do say so.
Pun is undefeated on Scion. 6-0.
Six? He's played it 6 times this split?
I think
What?
so. If my stat is correct anyway, which I
stat?
think it usually is correct.
Yeah,
The stat I put on the
and
graphic anyway.
Unexpectedly solid. He really is on the Scion. Once he gets to the unkillable threshold, he's like in his comfort zone, and in the comfort zone is also Dio1, also taking the Silas off the chains once more. As the bans come out for the second rotation, I will actually say that I'm a bit surprised that nobody is playing those kind of new wave of junglers with 11.6, like the Volibear, like who was also played for. There was an outside chance of some Xin Zhao or Garen's being played, but mainly the Volibear. I wish that some VCS teams put their hands on him, since offers a great dive potential both in teamfights and Learner Towers. So a bit disappointed that we're not seeing any.
Mr. Clockwork, if I might introduce you to the after this, of course, I'll introduce you to the fan club of Drakthar, because he, of course, was our one jungler who played it this weekend. But that we'll ignore that for the moment, as we see a bunch of mid lane bans that come in from the side of both SBTC and then also CES in an attempt to try to shut out champions that might be good into the Silas at this point. I think SBTC, this is indicative of the fact that they know Seraphine's probably not going mid lane, so they're trying to pinch out as many mid laners that they think would be good into Silas as possible. But I feel like that pool of champions is much larger than what you can hit in the second phase of bans.
What are they gonna take? I mean, you know what? Let's do it for both sides. SBTC is on a pinched ADC pool. What ADC do they take, and what mid laner does CES take to shut down this very dominant Silas coming out of DO1?
So there's still the Jinx open. There's also Senna. I don't know if Celebrity has it in his pool. Now SPDC do the very smart move of taking the Jinx off. So Cerberus actually has the even more pinched AD carry. What's there to play? I think Artemis has played some Samira. There's the Vayne, would be very interesting. It works really well paired with the Seraphine, and provided that it doesn't fall too far behind in the early game, it can be a very large threat for everyone on SPTC's side, especially because it will push off the Silas and can get too close. So let's see if what they put around this vein, which already looks some very ADC centric composition, which clearly is what Cerberus loves to play. And the Braum gets locked in. It's a bit of a weird pick, but he also can grant a lot of peel for the vein. So I kind of understand the pick, even if it's not my favorite.
Zero Sakali, my man is confident.
Wow.
I like. Does that do anything in the Scion? Like, is that do damage?
I assume he's probably not looking to be against the Scion for all that long, then.
Sure. You're looking at a team fight with it. And like Clockwork said, I think executing the vein is the whole intention, but also with like Braum around and Seraphine around, and also having to lane into a Scion, like.
And not to mention that, if the Akali isn't in the side lane and he's trying to group the team, Pan on the Scion is also probably going to be the team, which makes it a double front line, like you say, so the Scion and the Braum are going to be there for the Vayne. So he is confident, but I'm not sure if this is the correct play.
So it makes sense that Cerberus wants to play like this kind of composition, but they also had a
that's Windows 10
brilliant composition for game one, and still struggled to execute it once Zeros got too far ahead. So maybe if Yijin can replicate what he did in game one and put the Akali far enough ahead that the Scion just doesn't matter anymore, maybe SPDC can make the fights messier with all those flanks, with all those diving in and movements that they have, and make life hell for the Vayne.
Alright, predictions. It's time. Clockwork, you go first.
I go first, and I say that Cerberus actually have crafted themselves a very smart combo around the Vayne, plus the Seraphine is one of Yado's best picks, so I'm going to Cerberus.
Rebel?
Yeah, Cerberus. Feels like SPTC picked a really hard composition to fight with. I don't think it's impossible, but they have a very uphill climb here.
Yeah, for sure. I'm in the same boat. I think Cerberus have the overall stronger composition, but who are we to say? It's time to see whether or not the Oktyabrskaya Revoluция can strike twice in one day. Your way, every day. Take it away.
Well, Dia1 in game one was popping off on the Silas. He now has access to another one of the best ults in the game for Silas. He has the Seraphine, he has a Hecarim, he has a Braum. Shut up. Funnily enough, when you press Q as Silas, you actually do get the invisibility. When
I know. I played Silas and Divine in Aram, and it felt weird.
It is very, very strange. I do agree with the analyst desk. I think Pun on the Scion leads to a much better comp from Cerberus. I think they've gotten everything they want, but Dia1 as the X factor, I think makes this one hard to call. The dude's got to be feeling good after game one, and that's a Silas with access to fantastic ults.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to Cerberus backline here and see if and how they can execute Artemis on Vayne. It's a treat to watch. I love watching Vayne, good Vaynes. I've played so many games with a very good Vayne player, so I always appreciate this champion when it piloted well. It can struggle very much into Jinx though. Jinx just outranges Vayne, hinders her engage with her skirmishing power by just walling off basically one side of the whole engage. So this is going to be a hard game to play for Artemis, but last time he played Vayne with Yado on Seraphine, he popped off in the late game team fights, even after falling behind. So I'm really hyped for that. For me, this game, Cerberus, looking at Cerberus's comp, Cerberus is going to... this is a big trial for Cerberus. Can they actually play like a Korean team, like a top Korean team? Can they actually slow down the game and play through late game team fights and make their super late game focused composition work? Or will they get scrappy like a VCS team and fall prey to SPTC's skirmish comp?
I feel like if any team can do it, it's definitely Cerberus. they have had moments where they have played that super subdued, that super controlled style. And I want to ask you, because the Akali pick definitely confused our analysts. I thought this would actually be the quote-unquote tank Akali, but with
Please
fleet
no.
footwork, that doesn't look likely. I mean, I just don't understand why you'd pick Akali if you're not going for that build.
I mean, first of Zeros is probably a very good Akali player, not quite Hasmid level, but still a very good Akali player. And then it's as to induce as much chaos into this game
Hang
as
on,
possible.
we have a jungle clash. Oh, no.
Are you ahead of me?
Oh, smite. There we go.
There we are. Just a small little standoff, and it seems like Yijin lost this one just on pathing. He has to go for the topside scuttle, but Year 1 might set up another kill for him. What's going on here?
Yeah, but Zuhao actually gets past Yijin, D1 having to burn the flash to get away from the Hecarim. Olaf can't stop Hecarim's E.
Hecarim just walked past Olaf. Olaf thought he had the perfect positioning to cut off both jungle and mid lane, but then, yeah, he has no CC, so Hecarim just ignored him, walked into mid lane, and forced the flash out of DR1. So now DR1 in a very bad position, because that's an easy gank to repeat. There's so much setup CC from Yado, there's so much follow-up CC for Zuhao, or the other way around too. So DR1 needs to be kind of babysit now by Yijin to actually get through this laning phase. Or you just get solo kills. Yeah, that works too.
Yado needs to play much more careful. He's already burned his teleport as well. This is a disaster. He's got that spellbook, can switch over to an exhaust or a heal to keep himself a bit safe. But that's a disaster that he's just been absolutely chunked out. We meet again, Yijin. Ha ha ha. As Zuhao backs off, does well. Slow early game so far, though. Gold is dead even.
And even though the Olaf...
Whoa.
What are we doing here?
They were trying to play...
Oh, wait. Zuhao is just... Okay, Zuhao, you need to run. Dude, just run away, please. Okay.
Yeah.
I know giving up wolves feels very, very bad, because you take them so quickly. You want to respawn. You want all the gold. Very nice camp to take. But yeah, this was not your wolf camp to take. So a little bit of an advantage early on in the jungle. Oh, okay, Pan needs to be careful. Zero's not level 6, though. So I know Rebel talked a lot about does Akali actually deal damage against a Sion? But in my experience, Akali can actually really try to kill tanks in the top lane. In the first,
lane, sure.
Yeah, in lane for sure. I mean, later on, not so much, because she doesn't have any kind of HP damage, percentage HP damage. Not something Akali wants to go for. So.
Oh, encore. Okay, Silas just rips that straight out. Gives us a verse from the International. But I'm surprised you didn't hold on to that one. I don't think you had the kill even if that lands. And it's such a powerful ult for Silas.
A little bit surprising for sure. I think he wanted to reset anyway, so just wanted to fish for a potential kill there. If he hits the ult on level 5 Seraphine, yeah, she has flash, but he at least forced the flash, so I feel like it was an okay play to go for. But now that Seraphine ult is on a very long cooldown for the Silas, so he has to look for other ults to steal.
Yeah, it still obviously has some good options. Has the Hecarim, has the Braum if he wants to go for a rotate. And SBTC, they move down, they look at the back timers from Yado, and they say this is a pretty free dragon. I think they're right as well, as unless absolute disaster strikes. Nope, the smite will come in from Yijin. No crazy steals from a Q.
Chair not quite enough to knock down the dragon. Was already gone. But yeah, this is kind of what you expect in this jungle matchup, right? You don't pick the Hecarim to dominate Olaf early on in the game, so you're definitely fine with giving up 1 or 2 objectives in the early game as long as Hecarim gets past that early stage and into the better scaling stage where he can just one-up the Olaf. We already saw him not being very interested in fighting Olaf. He's going to just try to circumvent that Olaf and just go into the back line, threaten Celebrity, and get on top of him.
Yeah, you'll have to see how it goes, as there's a tag up onto Celebrity, but of course, they're not looking to fight anything in this one.
It's a very slow early game. This is building up the tension. It's not what SBTC wants. They want to fight a little bit more of a scrappy game. I don't think they have to force early on. It's definitely also that champ spike on 1 item, on 1.5 items. So waiting till that point of the game is okay, for sure. but you would like to see like 1 or 2 kills on the Olaf just to be a little bit more safe and just to have a little bit more kill threat later on. Because right now,
Yeah,
Olaf, just a little bit of cooldown and not much damage.
I think there's also a mentality factor in that the less chaotic the game is, the more that suits the style of Cerberus.
For sure.
SBT thrives when the game turns to mud wrestling, while Cerberus wants to fight out a nice, slow, grindy game style. So the fact that we're at 8.5 minutes with no kills makes me pretty happy for Cerberus, at least for now. Never know what could happen as the time continues going on.
Yeah, they need to weather the storm of the mid game, where Silas on 1 item is just more effective than Seraphine on 1 item. Once she gets to 2 to 3 items, I think Seraphine can out-heal the initial burst, both the assassins, and then probably just focus on killing those, because they are not the most healthy targets. So the less chaos gets infused to the game, the better for Cerberus, for sure. They're also just straight up, regardless of composition, the best late game team fighting team. They have better coordination than SPTC. They have shown us again and again and again that they are the kings of the late game team fights. So,
see, I'm not a fan of this play here out of SPTC. I feel like you should fight for this this Herald. At the moment, Silas uses Seraphine. Well, Silas always uses Seraphine ult better than Seraphine does. Yijin, what are you doing here? What? What the hell did Yijin just do?
yeah, he just decided to give the objective and a little bit of a gift wrap kill on top of that. So,
why did he just give that away?
That was a really bad play from Dejin for sure. No flash. He used his Ragnarok 2, so that's not available for the next play. That's a free Rift Hold and another 300 gold. So basically double Rift Hold value there and a tempo lead for the jungle on top of that. So in the meantime, Yijin could have tried to invade bot side, take away a few camps, maybe accelerate in the XP race. Now he gave away a kill, which means more experience and more gold to the side of Zuhao.
I was going to say, I think you should try and fight for that Herald, because you just steal away the Seraphine ult. It should be back off cooldown now, even for the Silas. What a... Yijin? Okay, there's tech issues, apparently. I assume. What is going on? Okay, the server died. Alright,
SPTC just voted Yijin off.
Yeah, I think he just got thrown out. He was a bit looking a little bit sus. In electrical. I hope production's here. Okay, cool. We're back on our cameras. Did look like there was a pretty major tech problem there. A lot of players disconnecting. We'll have to find out what actually has gone wrong, and more importantly, how long it takes to be fixed. But let's have a talk about this early game. What's your impression so far, more holistically, so far?
It's going too smoothly for Cerberus, for sure. Their lanes are staying even. They've Seraphine and Vayne. Those should not be winning into their matchups, especially mid lane, but also Vayne into Jinx should be a 15 CS, a 10-15 CS difference in favor of the Jinx. So right now, going way too well for Cerberus. They're under no pressure to do anything on the map. They got the free objective too. Even top lane is going their way. Pan actually putting up a good fight against his former senpai on the same team. He was supposed to be the new Zeros, not quite able to do that to him. So it's just looking a little bit too easy for Cerberus right now, and I really hope Cerberus finds a way to, not Cerberus, SPTC of course, find a way to make the game more scrappy, to really come from different angles when the next dragon fight occurs. Maybe in 2 dragon fights, 20 minutes in, Akali on 1.5 items, Silas on 2 items, Jinx on 1.5 items. Those champs are super effective at that state, so they really need to find a way into that backline. Because if we get to 30 minutes and Vayne gets to 2 items, Seraphine gets to 3 items, and Pan gets to 4k HP, I don't think there's a way for SPTC to win.
Yeah, I'm mostly looking at DR1. He has so many powerful ults to steal. I think they need to make a play around this Silas. I think that's their major power point on the map. I think you want to leave Zerosh just farming up on the Akali, chill out, play a farm lane, use this Silas maybe around the next dragon, since they didn't fight at the Rift Herald. If production's ready, we might go to a break screen just so we don't waffle on and bore everyone to tears. We'll be back as soon as there is gameplay, though. Production, if you're ready. I can talk for a little bit. There we go. Production's given me the nod. So we will be going to a little bit of a tech break. There is obviously an issue in Vietnam at the moment. We'll be back as soon as there's gameplay. Don't go anywhere, guys.
It's the season of dust, trailing old pickup trucks. Seashells washed ashore, down by the docks. So baby, pull on your blue jeans, turn the radio loud. Don't wait for the hour to give birth to doubt. In the peak harvest of snake bites and wasted hindsight, when trivial truths sit next to the taillights, when fenders of chrome they rattle and hum, all carved in the shape of freedom. Those flea market stalls in the bone dry new, despite pretty signs look cursed and maroon, and trumpet notes wailing from the candy store, like a work of art of uneasy rapport. The wreckage, the blunder, the tarot reed, in the heat blurry air, we're down in the field, where to the choir of cicadas jubilee. Among the clouds we once fell asleep. Sirens, all the shipyards by those derelict waves. Old mothers singing rusty old tales, like revving engines keen and sky high. Yet theirs is never a war cry.
Welcome back, everybody. We are in game. It does appear that the tech issues have been resolved, which is always good. Apparently, there was a little bit of a network issue at GG Stadium, but we're back.
issue.
And that network issue. But we are back, and that's what matters. We have Zuhao lurking towards the bottom side of the map, but he is spotted.
He's spotted on the ward, and honestly, ganking this lane is does not sound very fun. So let's not do that. And you don't really have to force the issue as Cerberus, as we talked about before, to come back and maybe update you or remind you of the game state. We have a very slow game in the early game so far. SBTC tried 1 or 2 plays, didn't really succeed, as Cerberus got gifted a free kill around the Rift Herald, which was Heejin just walking at the enemy team and dying for no reason. Was very strange indeed. A little bit of an imposter move there. But other than that, Cerberus fine with just scaling up in SPTC right now, not really finding any opening to make the game a little bit more scrappy, a little bit more volatile, which they really need with their composition.
Yeah, it's true. This is going well for Cerberus for sure. Pun is obviously a little bit down in CS. That's where that gold lead is coming from for SBTC, the 300. But it's Sion versus Akali. That's pretty expected. Yado is about to get an injection of gold. He did get that. So 2 plates going over to the Seraphine is always great. She has her Moonstone Renewer already. I like that decision. Sometimes we do see those Leandries Seraphines. I'm not a fan of that. I think Moonstone is just completely broken on her. Literally.
Yeah, I like her on Moonstone way more, especially also looking at this kind of draft where she's clearly set up to be a secondary assistant carry, not really the main damage source. And I mean, drafting for Seraphine to be your main damage source is kind of weird. Why don't you just draft Orianna? So yeah, I definitely agree with you too. She can go for the mage build, but then you always have to ask yourself, why didn't we just pick a different mage?
Yeah.
So happy with this decision. And Yado has been an amazing Seraphine player. Actually, my favorite Seraphine player in this league, I think, alongside Froggy. In the few games he has played Seraphine, he looked insanely good at her. Great positioning, amazing Enchanter play. And Enchanters are very hard to play in team fights, so this is something to look out for. But I'm keeping my eyes on Artemis because, of course, Vayne is much more interesting later on. And I'm not sure what items he's trying to build here right now. Is this going to be... the Blade first item would be a little bit strange.
It definitely would be. I think
Shield
Blade in general is not very good on anyone. It's not a very good item. But particularly on
Feels
the Vayne,
amazing. It feels amazing on Vayne.
it does, but I don't actually think it's very good, as managing to tumble away just before those chompers armed. Yado and Zuhao were lurking in case Slay did get a bit too big for his britches. Zuhao,
Okay, Zuhao.
on the run. Just take a couple rockets, kind of flexing, as that bush is well and truly controlled for both teams. I think shield bow actually makes some sense. You're against a Silas and an Akali. I actually think the shield bow, I think it makes sense against those two picks. It's obviously not optimal. You love the Kraken Slayer on Vayne, it just has so much inherent synergy. But against the double assassins, if you just survive their burst and then get healed up by the Seraphine, you kind of just auto-win the team fight.
Yeah, it's an adaptation we very seldomly see. ADC is really reluctant to go for the shield bow if that's not their core gameplay. Things like the Jinx really never go for shield bow just because they rely on the damage so much. But Vayne has...
Jinx is also much safer, right? Like she sits so much further back.
She can be. Sometimes Vayne can be safer too, but yeah. Vayne just has so much damage. Vayne is actually one of those champs. She can even work with non-ADC items just because her W scaling is one of the most insane scalings in the game. I believe it's 12% or maybe even 15% true damage.
Seros
It's
needs
just...
to be careful here. Pun could go for a kill. He has ult. The trap
it's
comes out.
Cyan into Akali. Akali can dance around him for ages and he can't kill her. That's got... it's a matchup where Cyan looks a little bit silly just because Akali has 5 times the movement speed and movement abilities. But it's another objective started for Cerberus.
I think SBTC, I think they should be fighting this. Slay is here. And
Looks like Legion agrees with you.
Well, Yejin always agrees with the opportunity to fight. He has been caught out, doesn't pop the Ragnarok, holds on to that. Dia1 is here. I want to see Dia1 just yoink the Seraphine ult and fight for this Herald. You need to inject some chaos into this. You need to start skirmishing. You don't want to go into 5v5 late game team fights against this Cerberus lineup. SBTC, you need to act. You
It's
have
very
the
strange.
initiative.
And all the first items are done, apart from Olaf. Yejin's still...
Yado is playing... I just want to point out a very minor thing. Yado has danced out of the Fog of War every time Dia1 leaves lane, Yado ducks into Fog of War. He's denying the steal on this Encore. That was the first opportunity Dia1 had to steal it. He hasn't actually. I think he should. But Yado denied the Encore steal about 5 times.
Very interesting minor thing there. Yado definitely a very good player when it comes to these minor little decision-making things. Also, 180 CS on both those mid laners. Very impressive game. I mean, so far nothing has disturbed them, right? So it's perfect CS for both sides. Still impressive to see. In the end, both teams call off the play. I think that's for the Visor, for especially Cerberus. They don't need to force this objective here. Why risk the team fight when you already got the first turret, or at least platings from the first turret for your side? So I like this decision here. Just sit back a little bit more. Putrefire already built up for Yado, so that's a huge boon for his team.
Shield bow for Vayne.
Yeah, 2 items done already for Yado, so he is actually just straight up skipping to late game here. Of course, his items are super cheap, but it's still 2 completed items, right? So he gets the Mythic passive, he gets all the effects from the Putrefire especially. There's so much healing on the enemy team. We have healing on Akali, we have a lot of healing on Olaf, Silas, even Celebrity building up a little bit of lifesteal. So this is a huge value item purchase for Yado.
For sure. And they're going to use this early power and early positioning. Their bot lane has had priority pretty much the entire game. Celebrity has just been catching waves. They're going to get themselves a second dragon stack. As They pick up that Mountain. A Mountain Soul would definitely be very, very good for Cerberus. They want to play this one long. They have the Hecarim and the Scion, which would become basically just unkillable with 3 Mountain Drakes, Mountain Soul.
By the way, are we going for some kind of record with the fewest kills of the whole split?
I mean, your way, I'm getting a little bit uncomfortable. I don't really know how to cast a game like this. We've cast, what, about 300 games together thereabouts, and I don't think we've ever had one this slow.
What is happening? 1 kill in 19 minutes. We are watching the VCS, by the way.
Oh, and
This
here
might
they
be
go
another one.
as we talk about it, but Dia1 steals away the Onslaught of Shadows. The Onslaught of Revolution gets him to safety.
Once again, everyone disengages, no one fancying a further commitment to the fight, so this is just Cerberus and SPTC. Trading map position, it's going to be a little bit of gold induced into Zeros, that's nice, but so far he hasn't really done anything, so he really needs to act in the next team fight. 1 item completed. I would like to see him go for something like the Lichbane maybe, just to have a little bit more burst to get through all the healing, all the shielding. Is there anyone who could try to invest into a Serpent Fang? Really bad item on most of these champions, so
Yeah,
I don't really see the opportunity
it has to
here.
be Jinx if it's anyone, but I don't
Maybe
think it's
Oda?
real. Maybe? I don't think that's realistic, and it's the Sepia Rift. Oh boy, not what we want. I thought we had a Mountain Rift, but apparently it was the Sepia, as we have a
most
little
appropriate.
bit of a pause. Wow, slow game made even slower by tech difficulties. Oh no. And they
So-
haven't actually cut away, so I'm not sure what's going on, but...
No, maybe it's just
Go
a
ahead,
short
you
one.
way.
Let's quickly take... oh, never mind. Now
There we
we
go.
can't see the scoreboard anymore, so that's unfortunate. Wanted to take a quick look at items, so we're going to do that after this pause is gone. Not
Well-
sure what's happening. Maybe another few network issues. Let's hope it's going to get resolved quickly. The last one actually didn't last as long as they made us fear.
Yeah. I mean, I wish we didn't have a huge amount to talk about. Not much has been going on. We've sort of been covering it as we go. So production, please do get a break already. We do apologize. Obviously, there's nothing we can do. We are not an official stream, so we don't even know what the problem is. We are naughty pirates bringing you some English content. And with that, we will go to a break. Yaha fiddle-dee-dee. Do what you want because it's break time now.
Great ride.
내 눈에 비친 창문 눈을 감아 바람이 부는 곳에 날 데려가 Wanna be myself Wanna leave this hell 꺼내줘 제발 Stuck in a place between the space of heart and
just want you by my side. In this moment in time, feels I'm crossing a line. I'm not looking to set things right. This tear I cry falls like healing rain, softly soothes my pain. This surrender, it feels like I kiss the feathers of a hummingbird in flight, breaking up into a million spheres of light. Take the shape of an angel in the night, carry you to peaceful peace. My home is my skin, and in the world of within, all I have is my love for you. If I conceal my fear, will I be in the clear? Or am I giving life to phantom pain? 'Cause it's playing out every note in the score. I surrender once more.
Welcome back, everybody. I hope you did enjoy a little bit of the Rakamara, but we are back in game. We've got League of Legends, something much more important. Hopefully that is the last of the tech issues, but who knows? We will just have to play it as we see it.
Well, nothing changed. So we wanted to take a look at the items. Second item being worked on right now for DL1. First item came in for Yijin. He's very far away from being a useful Olaf, or maybe that ship has sailed for this game. So he now has to try and not die in 2 hits from Artemis, which can be difficult. It's not the greatest matchup from Olaf into a Vayne, especially when the Vayne also has a Braum in front of her. So this is going to be a very hard game to play for SPTC and especially Yijin after an amazing early game in game 1. So let's see if you can find a little bit of that magic to execute the enemy carries. What is this? Slay?
Oh, Slay going in, but the tower goes down. The Encore will lock up the Alistair, but didn't actually walk forward. And now it's the Internationale coming in from the side, but
It was
no
actually
one
blocked.
joins in.
It was blocked by Braum.
Yeah, but it still extends.
I don't think it extended there. It was blocked by...
It still extends
Interesting.
if it hits Braum. It's done. Okay, maybe it didn't. Well, maybe we get a replay.
Maybe
I'm not
it's the first versus second interaction with the Braum shield.
Maybe.
Okay, Artemis with his Vayne
They're
just
just
running
gonna
at this
start the
Baron.
Baron. All right.
They're not going to lose any HP. They have Seraphine and Vayne and are also assigned to tank this one. But the enemy team is here. No one is
This
dead.
is very
So
bold. I mean, Zeros is in the bot lane, but obviously has the teleport. 4,000 health on the Baron. Like, SBTC, you do have to make the call. There's the TP. They're going to pull off it now. They want to try and take a fight.
What?
There's the Ragnarok
What?
coming in. Zuhao moving forward, and they're just getting zoned in. There's the stolen Onslaught of Shadows.
DL1?
Can they turn it around? DL1 looking for him to engage as Pun just doesn't take damage at the moment. Zeros in the middle of the enemy team in that trap. They dive in. Zuhao uses his ult, but it's answered by the stolen while the Onslaught of Communism comes in. And now it's the Jinx. That's a triple kill. She's excited. Here's a quadra kill Celebrity going forward. He wants to live up to his name. And here we go. Pentakill for SBTC.
is he number 1 now internationally? I think he was tied for number 1. I think he's so number 1
I want
now.
to point out the statistic that he is alluding to. Celebrity in his career was equal first pentakills with double lift in NA. He just got another one. Double lift ain't getting shit, so he is now number 1.
Celebrity, the number 1 AD carry when it comes to pentakills in the world. There we go. SPTC just smashed the teamfight in that basically game. That's a 6k gold lead out of nowhere. I think players, once again, we have seen this phenomenon a few too many times in our league. After pauses, people get frisky. They like to fight, and this was not the fight to take for Cerberus. A lot of mistakes. Look at Celebrity.
Decision.
What was this flash to start it off from Yijin? Very weird. But then Celebrity gets to free fire all the time. DR1 with a very good flash waits out the exhaust, then comes back in with fully stacked Conqueror into the backline once Zeros goes out of the backline. So perfect switch, bait and switch there from the two solo laners, all to set up Celebrity.
Oh,
The Celebrity just got to free fire for the whole fight, and even though he's only on 2 items, that's enough. That's a 5-stack Jinx passive also against Baron. And that's, as I said before, out of nowhere, a 6k gold lead.
I just don't understand why Cerberus felt the need to go to Baron. Zeros. Yeah.
That's an ugly face after smashing that very hard into the wall. Poor Zeros.
His nose is not going to look very pretty as the siege on the mid lane, because of course SBTC, they picked up the pentakill and then just turned on the Baron. So they have that buff for a long time now. Cerberus dug themselves a grave.
Yeah, and this Jinx just went back to base after 5 kills and the Baron buff and just put Lord Dominic's regards together. This sign cannot stand in front of the Jinx for long. She can cut through him very quickly, even though Jinx traditionally struggles against tanks. This tank does not have anything on her. This is a typical Zeros play, just overextending in the side lane while the team is not ready to punish on the other side of the map. Very unnecessary death. Also, smashing your face into the wall does not help. He might have been able to get away there with another ult stack, potentially. But regardless, now he has no
matter. Exactly. It doesn't matter. He does go down as Cerberus now have to figure out a way to get themselves back in this game. They still have the scaling plan, but that's much harder to execute when you're 6k down. I think you're right. It was just they got a little bit antsy and just felt the need to engage and go for that Baron, which was unnecessary. Yijin is caught out, but yeah, he's Ragnaroking. The pun can hit all he wants. It doesn't matter. But Yijin sticks around way too long.
That has to be one of the greatest interactions in League. Just a huge Cyan running at breakneck speed at the Olaf, and Olaf just staring at him, pressing R and minding his own business.
It's like that thing in like movies where the really short person, they just hold, like they're trying to get them and you just hold their face. They can't reach you.
Yeah, true.
Go away.
So we went into this one. We went into the tech break at 19 minutes with 1 kill. Not 1 kill per team, with 1 kill. Then we came out of this tech break, and now there has been a pentakill for the Celebrity, 2 more picks for Cerberus, and a Baron taken by SPTC. So, I mean, we can probably forget the first 20 minutes of the game, because nothing ever happened there. This Jinx, 5-0.
Look at her farm!
Yeah,
That's
everyone got to
300
farm
CS at 26
all
minutes.
the time. Yeah, there was absolutely no disturbance in the early game, and everyone farmed insanely well. Mid laners were very high on farm too. I mean, look at their farms. They are still above 10 farm per minute, almost everywhere. So that's very good farm. Even the top laners that had to move across the map are still above 200 at 26 minutes. So very impressive indeed. Everyone working with a lot of gold, and that should favor Cerberus in theory, but then again, SPTC's composition is not bad in the late game. They still have hyper carries in mid lane and ADC position. So as long as those two can put items together and all the other, and the supporting cast can just disturb and maybe induce a little bit of chaos, then I feel like SPTC can certainly win late game team fights too.
Yeah, I think they absolutely can. As they are heavily favoured now after that absolute disaster of a play around the Baron for Cerberus. DR1 is scaling out of control, has gone for the Zhonya's build. I'm not a huge fan of going Zhonya's second. I think going more AP is good. Going the Cosmic Drive. Lets you one-shot people. But I suppose in a game as slow as this, you can just play for the 3 items back.
Yeah, and we can see on the 2 side lanes now, this is one of the big strengths of SPTC. Yijin.
Suhao wants to go in on Yijin. There's the Ragnarok. They get it out basically for free.
Well, it doesn't really do anything for Cerberus either, though, because as you can see in the side lanes, both are being pressured by the 2 assassin side laners. They are so fired, especially DR1, level 17 at 27 minutes, by the way. That's insanity.
Yeah.
They can just push on the waves forever. They have a lot of safety and a lot of they are hard to kill with just one member. So right now, all the side lanes being pushed in, and Seraphine has to go catch the wave. She is not the champion to do that. So it's a bad situation for Cerberus. They need to put a team fight, a miracle team fight together where Artemis can strike back with a pentacle of his own.
I mean, if that's your hope, you're not in a good position if your hope is, oh, well, maybe if our ADC gets a pentakill. But of course, SBTC rolled that dice, and they rolled a 6. And they were hitting on 4s, so that's always good. As
I feel
they
like
are just chilling in this mid lane.
Yeah, one thing I prepared for this matchup, and it's surprising me that it actually came true again, is this ADC matchup. Looking at the numbers over the course of the whole split, it is not even close, right? Especially damage dealt. Yijin once getting caught out.
Been caught out, has to use the Ragnarok. It's lucky that Yijin's playing Olaf, or he would have died about 8 times.
It is. You could argue maybe he only placed this way because of Olaf, but then again, we have seen a whole split of Legion, so let's not further comment on that.
This does get Cerberus a Mountain Drake. They were forced back, so that is going to be a 3rd Drake picked up for Cerberus, and SBTC doesn't even get full control over the Baron Pit in exchange. That's just a mistake.
Yeah, that's just Legion once again, without vision, wandering in there. I like the setup from Zeros forcing the backs from at least 2 members from Cerberus because they can't defend him alone. This pun is only going to halt the split push, not really put a stop to it too effectively. So I like that they sent Artemis here to maybe get a kill on Zeros. So yeah, look at this. Pun can't do anything, but Zeros also can't do much to Pun. So at least it's a stalemate in the bot lane, and that's good enough for Cerberus to just scale up, get more items on Vayne, and then if you cast your eyes over there and look at Vayne's inventory, 3-item Vayne, that's scary to deal with.
Oh yeah, very, very scary. Artemis, and we know Artemis has that clutch factor. He is one of, if you told me you needed one player, VCS has made the World Finals. We have one player who needs to carry in the final against TSM. Who's it going to be? I'd probably be picking Artemis. He's one of the best clutch players in the VCS.
But this is what I wanted to go back to and talk about this ADC matchup. We looked at the stats, everything went Artemis' way. The only thing that didn't was the matchup last time, where Celebrity actually looked like a better ADC, and today seems to be a little bit of a repeat of that. Can Celebrity shine again in this Baron fight? Cerberus is walking at Baron at 30 minutes. It's a risky play. Suhal going pretty low.
4,000 health. This is going down really fast. Cerberus could just commit. There's the blast cone over, and the smite comes in from Yijin. It's stolen away. The encore's good, but not good enough. It only goes on to the Ragnaroking Olaf. Celebrity is unmolested in the backline. It's another win for SBTC. Where have you been all split?
And what have you done with Cerberus? Why did you just walk at Baron for no apparent reason? They wanted to stop the split push, but honestly, their side lanes were fine. Pun was fine. Yeah, this is just a straight up game. 2 Baron team fights around Baron. SPTC walk away with a win no one would have expected. This also locks in 2nd place for SGB. Cerberus could be selected by GAM.
Unlikely, but definitely possible. Sure. But what this does is it makes Team Secret versus Flash tomorrow matter. Now, SBTC still has a shot at playoffs. We had discounted them from this series. We didn't think they could do it. They come in, they prove that maybe we should stop flaming them as they 2-0 Cerberus. A pretty pathetic showing from the Dogs, but a fantastic showing from the Chickens as they get over the line in unbelievable fashion.
And this was just domination in the second game. It looked like they were playing the game too slowly, but they actually found the correct engages. They played it safe, but they also knew when to strike. Perfect setup for Celebrity. I don't think he's ever played a Jinx game as nice as this one. He was never under any pressure. He got to stand back, got to move in when he wanted, all the resets, a pentakill, and many more kills afterwards. I think he ended on 7 of the 10 kills of his team. What a performance from this AD carry, challenging Artemis. And in the end, SPTC finished this week 1-1, which was expected. They were playing GLX and Cerberus, so everyone expected them to go 1-1. But not quite in the fashion we got to see.
Think, that's such a kick in the pants for SPTC. Imagine if you'd just beaten GLX. Come on! You get the hard win, but you don't get the easy one. Unbelievable stuff. So to break it all down, me and Your Way will be saying goodnight. We hope you enjoyed the cast, but it's over to the VCS English analyst desk to close it on out.
Hello, everyone. Mr. Rebel,
Hey.
Senior Crocata. I mean, what the heck was that game? We had like 2 pauses. There were no kills into a pentakill into a bear. Like that clock would take it away. I don't even know.
Okay, so we spent the last 4 weeks saying over and over that Cerberus is the team fighting team, that they like the late game team fights, and then they come in the match that they need to win to get the second place, and they do exactly not that, and they get rolled by the team that should have least team fight coordination in the VCS, and they lose 2 crucial team fights with the team fighting comp with the Seraphine. That's unbelievable. I don't know what a GAM. It's probably GAM. They broke Cerberus.
Okay, I mean, if I guess that's a valid point, Rebel. Anything you want to add? I'm legitimately just at like a loss of words because that was a 2-0 that nobody saw coming.
I gotta give a ton of credit to SPTC because in game 1 it was a really early game that like kind of dominated. That one wasn't really a big gold lead. That was just really superior team fighting, and it came down to like 2 big fights. That was all that they needed, and Cerberus absolutely 100% outscales. So they knew they had to strike very quickly, and they had to strike very early. That's exactly what they did. The pentakill for Celebrity was fantastic, and that alone was enough to get them into competition for the remainder of the game. So SPTC, they somehow pull out 2 completely different wins. Looked great doing it. Now they've actually given us importance and a reason to wake up tomorrow, because I was considering not waking up tomorrow at all, ever. But now here we are.
It's kind of sus. Like again, too much there to unpack than we have time for. So I'm just gonna quickly point out the fact that, you know, with this loss, Cerberus actually falls into 3rd place. They are currently at let me if I can check. They're currently at 9-5. Saigon's at 10-4. So.
Froggy at
What?
MSI, baby. Let's go.
This
I
also
mean-
means, as Everyday said, that what we took for granted, so that Secret has, achieved their, objective, their aim of taking 4th, is still up for debate. And look what I have here ready for tomorrow. Like, this is still going to be useful. That it shouldn't be like that. It should be only this side, and instead this side is still relevant. So Secret, you better not make me wear that hat in the wrong side tomorrow.
I mean, what are the odds that Secret loses to Flash, right? Clockwork, right? Right. I mean, what are the odds,
What?
right? Listen, it's the VCS. Anything can happen. Like Rebel said, you know, with this very unexpected result, it is gonna give a lot of people a lot of reason to actually wake up and play the game and watch the game tomorrow. So we have to thank SBTC for, I guess, waking up today after a horrendous loss against GLX yesterday. So
Even though we leaked their scrims as well.
yeah, we leaked their scrims as well. How are they so good? Come on, Yijin kind of. I mean, after that game was he sus?
Yes.
Anyway, that was a banger, I guess. Is there anything else you want to add before we finally throw it to the end?
No.
No? Okay. Well, I think this is usually where I close out the day, but I feel like I've already been upstaged by whatever it is you did after the first game, because there was nobody's ever gonna beat that in the future of VCS English, like ever. So yeah, all I'm gonna say is if you enjoyed the stream, feel free to let us know in chat. Join the Discord if you want to support the stream. Links are below. You can do that whenever you want. No pressure, but everything is appreciated. So from here, I'm
Time for
Spoots.
G2.
It is time for G2. Go watch LEC.
Yeah, watch them lose.
Yeah, watch them lose. Mad. Woo! The voices in Rebels hit. They're multiplying. But yeah, I've been Spoots. He's been Rebel. That's been Clockwork.
Pay us money.
Why is Mabi? I thought you left ages ago. Those are the 2 Australians and the German. This has been a truly international broadcast today. Thank you very much for watching. Good night.